Oopsie. All right, you guys. Sorry. Sorry, I'm having a little bit of a sleepy day. Okay. I'm a little tie-tie. You've been jamming? Do you want me to just leave you guys to jam? Yeah, it's been raining. It's been raining all day, and I went. Oh my God! I turned my microphone down. Oh shit! I turned my microphone down rather than turning the music down. That's what I did. Told you guys, sleepy day. Your electric love. Ooh, Lo Brian, the FBI agent, thank you for the 9 months. Can you give us a little toxic gossip train? It's been so long and we miss it. Really, we? Really? We? Who's we? Everybody misses the toxic gossip train. Driving down the tracks of misinformation. Toxic gossip. Toxic gossip train. I don't even remember the words. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-da. Ba-da-da-da-da. Toxic gossip train. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. You know what? Looking back, I think enough time has passed that we can say that was a banger. Okay? That was a banger. Toxic gossip train? That got in my head. Did you hear about the streamer killed in Tokyo? Yes, I did. It is fucking awful. And I did plan on covering that because my friend Alyssa Mercante, who wrote a piece in Rolling Stone, I talked to her for this piece and I actually had lunch with her today. And we were talking more about this. So that's one thing that I have planned to talk about. Yeah, it's horrible. It's horrible, but also it's like this is what women have been talking about, right? This is kind of the final it's the final step of it all. You know, from online harassment and stalking to what happened to like Valkyrie Sinha and Emiru, where they were physically threatened, to this female streamer in Japan who was actually who was murdered. I just finished reading the RS article. Very appropriate timing. Yeah, so we'll be covering that. Jeremy Corbyn started a letterbox. What's he got? Jeremy Corbyn on Letterboxd. Okay. Pride. He watched the film Pride. Solidarity at its best. Okay, I want to know, did he watch Amelia Perez? The Great Gatsby shows the barrenness of greed and wealth. Government ministers should watch this film to understand the human cost of welfare cuts. Well done, Ken, for this moving masterpiece of I, Daniel Blake. I don't care. I don't care about any of this. I want to know if you watched Amelia Perez, Jeremy Corbyn. Sketty Baguetti, thank you for the Prime. Dr. Thick Snack, thank you for the 24 months. How's it been 2 years already? I don't freaking know. I don't know. Yeah. Raf X, but thank you for being here for all 2 years. Raf X, thank you for the 5 months. Legit Salvage, thank you for the 25 months. Brenner, thank you for the 9 months. He gave Honora 5 stars and said, "This is how I be on the weekends." Yeah, I'm trying to think of other films that Jeremy Corbyn has absolutely... okay, my left monitor is freaking out. There's ghosts in it. Okay. Hold on a second. What's going on? This monitor is doing weird things. Haunted things. It just keeps like... Is it ghosts or water damage? It's definitely ghosts. Uh-huh. It is for sure. What? Please don't. Please don't die. Please clap. Please clap. To start stream off right. Okay, I will click on this and then that's it. Yeah, this is, you have been trying to send me this. Okay. So I'm clicking on it right now because I have nothing else to do. I just want you to know that, okay? Because I am usually speaking, but right now, you know what? I can take a break from speaking.
I'm hungry. I'm cooking for my daughter. What about me? I'm making her fish, salad, and some croissants.
Is that a wizard?
For me in the morning. What kind of I can't say this is a kid show. I can't say. What kind of is that?
You know what I should start doing? I should start making cooking streams with Carol. Carol's gonna start appearing in Carol's gonna start cooking the food around here. Soul Boot, thank you for the 10 months. New man carrying thing. All right, let's take a look.
So apparently people think there's going to be a new recession. A recession? Yeah, full-on recession like 2008. I've prepared for this. I was in the trenches in 2009, just got my bachelor's degree in English because in my hubris I thought I could challenge God. I'm ready for the endless job hunts. The New Yorker article saying we need to stop being extravagant because God forbid I buy a latte or put avocado on my toast. I save all my wealth under a mattress. Not my mattress, that'd be too obvious. I never bought a house. I paid off my student debt so that I can get a master's degree and pivot careers if I need to. I've planned, I've prepared. They can't destroy me. I'm ready. Yeah, but like, just let it fucking happen, you know? What? The recession. Like, none of us have money anyway. Speak for yourself. I have assets. Under your mattress? I mean, everything's shitty already. Like, just fuck it. Fuck it? Yeah, if things get bad enough, then there will be a backlash and stuff will have to get better. Things will have to change. Oh yeah, like exactly what happened in 2008. Oh, fuck. You'll be fine. No, I won't. Yeah, probably not.
You know what? You can't get hit by the recession if you don't have any assets. You know what I'm saying? You know what's up? Hold on. I think I left my Red Bull in the bathroom. Are you in here? Totally, dude. Totally. Okay, I'll click on this. Yeah, it was in the bathroom because Sam. Okay, actually, the reason that I was late, I'm blaming it on Sam. Oh my God, I'm wearing jeans right now. Hold on. That's why I'm so uncomfortable. Because I'm wearing jeans, because I went out in the world today and I had a lunch and I had other stuff to do. And so I put jeans on and I'm like, why am I so uncomfortable? Why is this shit riding up my crotch? And it's because I'm wearing jeans. Fuck. Jeans in this economy. I know. I do not ever wear jeans on stream because it's not comfortable. Okay. Jeans sitting down. I don't care how comfortable the jeans are. It's not comfortable. I despise wearing them. I know. I think I'm going to go change into, give me a sec, guys. I'm going to change. I can't live like this. I simply can't. See, I can't do any of that. I cannot do any of that if I'm wearing jeans. Can't move like that. You cannot move like that. Okay, what is this? Maybe one day Lady Gaga will see our video. What are they doing? Okay, can I just say, sometimes I see these clips of cycling classes and I'm like, what's going on? What's happening? Like, there's this clip that always makes the rounds because it's kind of become a meme. And it's this woman on, like on one of these bikes. And she is going nuts. She is like, and you're like, oh my God. And this is why I'm like, no, okay, I don't do these cycling classes. Once upon a time, all right, I will admit, once upon a time, I tried to do the, what was the one really popular cycling class? Oh my God, this was like kind of at the beginning of when... Soul Cycle, yes, Soul Cycle. Remember the Soul Cycle? Remember the Soul Cycle era? So when I was in, God, was this Chicago or when I first moved to LA? I was like, I'm gonna pay for a Soul Cycle class. And this is when also workout classes suddenly all became like $30 to $40. So I was like, okay, I'm going to fork over the money. I'm going to do it. I'm going to take a Soul Cycle class. And it was so intense because also Soul Cycle in LA, it's all like the most ripped, hottest LA women where their life is working out. So for someone like little old me, where, you know, I have some basic rhythm, but I was like, what is happening? It was like everybody dropped on the fucking beat. Everyone did like it was just like one giant wave of movement. And I was looking around. I'm like, oh my God, no, I don't think that this is for me. I don't think this is for me. And I know like not all cycling studios are super intense, but there is you know what I've realized? I have never been the person who has been like, I'm not like the Soul Cycle person or like the hot yoga girl or the Barry's boot camp Barbie, where there are certain people who are really, really fit. And once upon a time, I was super fit. Okay. I was really fit. But I never had like my one thing. And I really thought I was going to do that with Pilates, but I never did, right? Pilates, I kind of treated more as almost physical therapy, where I never, when I started doing Pilates, I didn't become like the ripped Pilates girl, right? You see the girl who's like, I do Pilates and she has 12 abs. You know what I mean? Where I just never got into one thing and then just dominated at that thing. Right? Like you know the hot yoga women, the Pilates women, the Barry's boot camp women, the Soul Cycle women, the gym, yeah, even like the workout gym women. Oh, former Soul Cycle cult member here, best 7 years of my life, but also it was the scene most deaf, unless you did Ben Brooker's class where I pterodactyl screamed in the front row. Yes, I remember that. There was like one part of the class where everyone was just like, ah. And the other thing, same with, during COVID, when everything shut down, right? I bought a Peloton bike. I went on I did it on a payment plan. Okay. So this was like, remember also the Peloton craze where a lot of people were buying Peloton because you could pay like 30, 40 bucks a month over the course of 3 years. And I had convinced myself, I fell for the Peloton hype, and I convinced myself that I was going to finally become a Peloton girly. And let me tell you that I just paid the Peloton bike off like last year, and I have used that bike significantly fewer times than I have used it. Wait, like the amount of times that I used the Peloton since I got it, how many times I haven't used it. Do you know what Will does? Yeah, Will will use it. He used to use it more, but he just leaves his shoes in it. So if you look at the Peloton bike, it's got his shoes on it, and then he just puts his feet into the shoes. Like, he doesn't even take the shoes out of the Peloton bike. Oh my God. I can't even think about trying to do, if I try to do a Peloton workout right now, ooh, Lord. Ooh, Lord. Bees Radio, thank you for the 3 months. Yeah. So at first I was like, well, you have to take your shoes out. Like, I'm so annoyed. I don't want to come to use the bike and then I have to take your shoes off. Just clip them off. And then I got to a point where I was like, fuck it. I'm not even using this bike anyway. Peloton stream when? No, it'd be so embarrassing. It would be honestly embarrassing. It would not be fun. Like, it would not be fun for anyone. It would not be fun for me. I don't think it'd be fun for you guys. I would, that's why we're asking. I feel like I would only do it if I got back in shape. Otherwise, I'm like, no freaking way. No way. How many subs to do a Peloton stream? Yeah, maybe as like part of a subathon if I ever do one of those. Oh my God, I saw this. Okay, the Carla Sofia Gascon lore, it gets deeper and deeper. Like, it's crazy because nobody really knew who she was before Amelia Perez. Like, unless you watched the Spanish telenovelas that she had done or like any of the TV stuff that she had done. And it goes deep, man. It goes deep. Look at her. She was on, I think this is MasterChef, right? Isn't that what this is? Is she good? I don't know. You guys, I kind of feel like we have to watch this season. This is crazy. Oh, I remember her being on there. What are you talking about? What do you mean you remember her being on there and you did not tell the class? You did not tell the class that Carla Sofia Gascon was on a season of MasterChef that you watched? It was the celebrity version of MasterChef Mexico. I'm also obsessed with this. Like, what is she? Is this a martini? Like, this gif? Do you know what my favorite Do you know what my favorite gif is that I lose my mind every time I see it? Okay. Let me see if I can find it. It's the, yes. Yep. This. Yep. Is it the one where she pulls out a gun? Yes. If you have not seen this film still, you're probably like, what the fuck is this movie? What is this? Like, it's crazy. It's crazy. And I've seen the film. I have seen it. And if you're like, I don't get it. Yeah, no, watching the film doesn't make it any less, doesn't make it any less dumb. I love this so much. Like, every time this shows up in a tweet, I'm liking it. Guaranteed like. Low-key a charming scene, but don't tell anyone I said that. She just takes the gun out. She's like, but it's when she's flirting. It's when she's flirting with that woman. It's beautiful. Honestly, it is. It's gorgeous. It's emotionally so beautiful. Why is it coming from her pants? She has it down because basically she's like saying goodbye to this woman who I think the woman's husband was murdered by Carla Sofia Gascon when she was still a drug cartel. And then so the woman comes to her for help, and then they fall in love and they're flirting here. And I think she has the gun out to be like, yeah, don't worry. Don't worry, I can take care of myself type of thing. So it's so beautiful. Yeah. Mm-hmm. One of the strangest headlines I've seen. Okay. Nathan Fielder has been reportedly visiting Elizabeth Holmes in prison. What is he up to as part of a top secret documentary? Wait, hold on. What? Okay, hot rumor. What is this? The in Snyder? What the fuck is the in Snyder? Entertainment news with an edge. Okay, so take it with a grain of salt, but you never know. It is Nathan Fielder, so I would believe that Nathan Fielder were doing like anything. Nathan Fielder has been visiting Elizabeth Holmes in prison as part of some top secret documentary. I'm obsessed with these words. Top secret documentary. Like this is, I don't know, uncovering something. That like the CIA was behind. Jeff Snyder has some big scoops, but he's also an ass. Yeah, I'm sorry, but the Insider Entertainment News with an edge. This it's not surprising to me that this guy can be an ass. Okay, so what's the tea? What's the deal here? Tonight you'll read a hot rumor about the federal inmate Nathan Fielder has been spending time with for a top secret project. Plus, Stranger Things star Sadie. Okay, I don't give a shit. What's the hot goss? Mr. Insnyder? With an edge, i.e. he's racist and sexist sometimes. Yeah, that's what being edgy is. He's very good at acting like he believes people who are lying to him. I can only imagine what someone like Holmes has been telling him. Yeah, I just what is this? What is this essentially? What's the hot goss? What's the 411? What's up? What's going on? He's a guy that strictly makes up rumors to get people to subscribe to his site. Yeah, I'm sorry, but this wording here, hot rumor, Nathan Fielder's been visiting Elizabeth Holmes in prison. Wouldn't it be funny if like actually Nathan Fielder and Elizabeth Holmes were in a relationship? That they were. Okay, that would be like, you know how sometimes you see these celebrity relationships and you're like, it could not be two more random people. Elizabeth Holmes and Nathan Fielder. I could see it, you know? This guy is one of the main people who pushed... Oh, the Brie Larson's Avengers co-stars all hate her. Oh, okay, yeah, I know this guy now. I know him. I know Jeff Snyder. Oh, okay. Yep. Oh, wait, I think I've replied to him before. This guy is the fucking worst. Oh my God. Now I didn't recognize him because he has hair here. Okay. This is clearly an old pic. But I didn't recognize him here, but I do recognize him from his Twitter profile picture. And this guy is the fucking worst. A proud Hollywood rule breaker who loves movies and publishes the industry's #1 independent newsletter. Subscribe here. I'm trying to remember what it was. He got pissed off because James Gunn kept debunking his made up rumors on social. What was the... I know that I showed a Jeff Snyder tweet before. What was it though? I highly doubt it's number one. You know what? People can just be saying anything these days. This fucking guy left Twitter a month ago because he tried to beg for a girlfriend while flaunting his Hollywood insider cred. The lore goes deep. Yeah, the lore goes deep with this one. Man, I'm trying to remember exactly what it was though that I pulled up of his and I was like, this guy is the fucking worst. I feel like it had something to do with... Okay, look at this tweet. Imagine being an entertainment reporter and wondering if I'm a credible source of information. Apparently you don't even know your own industry, let alone the industry. This guy is saying he's the industry. He's like, hi, I'm Jeff Snyder. I am the industry. I swear it must have, I think it was something, I feel like it must have been something Palestine related that I went in on this guy. But yeah, he is, I totally recognize him now. And he's frequently such a dumbass. I am the left. Okay, Grandpa, let's get you back to bed. I am the left. Okay, yes, you are. Yes, you are. Was he the Chapel Roan skull? No, that was a different Jeff. I think his name was Jeff too. Was it Mia? No. It wasn't Mia Goth. Fuck, I don't know. You know what? Was it the tweet about if you have breaking news to come to him before his agents because he can ruin you? Do you know what's funny is like how many things it could be? None of it is sounding familiar, but it's like all of these where you're like, wow, this guy really sucks. This guy really sucks. And then you're trying to remember the thing that you saw that got you pissed off. And there's like 100 things that it could be. It's like, oh, is it when he said this or when he did this? Man, let me see. I don't remember. Oh, I think it was related to this. Just landed in Indy for a layover and saw all the good news. Skylar Gisondo is Jimmy Olsen. The awful Melissa Barrera is out of Scream 7. Susan Sarandon dropped by UTA. Nick Antosca doing a Cape Fear series. Hallelujah. Like this, I don't, my brain isn't pulling up this exact tweet, but I'm like, I do feel as if it was related to when Melissa Barrera was getting harassed and when she was fired from Scream. Hogan, thank you for the gifted to Elizabeth Holmes. Believe me, do you know what? Do you know who he reminds me of? He reminds me of, he's like male Club Chalamet. The energy, right? That real fuck ass energy. Jeff Snyder is like female Club Chalamet, where every single post of theirs just has you shaking your head, being like, oh my God, you really are the worst. Club Chalamet, I mean, Club Chalamet can be camp when she's not screaming about Palestinian protesters, when she's not screaming about labor strikes, all that. Believe me, I do not like to use this account to harangue brands, but if you fuck with my family, I will come for you, and I will keep coming until the ledger has been balanced. Simple as that. I may not have skills like Brian Mills, but what I do know is how to make some noise. Can I just say, if this were my dad or my husband and they posted like this online, do not come. Do not come, everybody. Do not come. If my husband or father posted like this online, I would be so embarrassed. Like, I cannot imagine my dad. I cannot, and this isn't even like the worst of the worst, you know, but I just can't even imagine my father, Papa Kwan, ever saying anything this kind online. I mean, granted, he doesn't even have social media. Like he does, but he always forgets he has Instagram. So he'll make new accounts and then I'll get a new follow from like a new account my dad made, but then he never posts anything. Like he does not go on social media. Just like water. Thank you for the 23 months. Yeah, my dad is just unintentionally making, he's unintentionally making sock accounts. 400 of Caroline's followers are just her dad's new accounts. Yes. Thank you, Dad, for the support. He does watch the streams, though. He does. Did you see? Wait. Yes. You know what's great about Club Chalamet is like she just cannot resist. Okay. She's the epitome of the person. She's kind of got the Selena Gomez energy of saying, I'm leaving social media, and then you don't leave social media. Or like, the person online who's like, this is it for me. I'm done. I'm going to protect my peace. But then they never go. And then they just keep posting as much as they had ever before. She kept it cute she kept it as cute as she could. She does, stop making fun of Lolo. I make fun of him to his face. FYI. Club Chalamet does this where she will pretend like she's above. She is above constantly, kind of doing this nippy shit at Kylie Jenner where she's like, I have better things to do. I am a film critic, okay? My main goal is to track what's happening in the film industry with specifically Timmy Chalamet's career and to report on all that. And it's like, bitch, no, we know exactly. We know what you're doing out here. We know what you're doing. Stuff like this. No shit, Sherlock. Lack of passion. She's posting a Daily Mail article that says why Kylie Jenner's out of sync with Timothy Chalamet. Yeah, Daily Mail, okay. Lack of passion due to a head-holding forced kiss. Gee, what's so odd about that? Reminder that Club Chalamet is almost 60, I think. Yeah, it should have been me. It should have been me. Imagine a role reversal. Imagine the outrage. What are you talking about? What is the outrage of the role reversal here? Huh? Why? She's calling her redacted. Okay. Why redacted is out of sync with Timothy Chalamet. 60-year-old woman. Yep. Okay. And you know what, too? She's so fucking petty. She is so goddamn petty. That's why she does stuff like this, where she won't even say her name because she is petty, right? But she also thinks that it makes her seem kind of above it all. She gives misery vibes. Yes, I have said for a long time now that if Club Chalamet could, she would absolutely have Timmy in her basement. Redacted. This is why Redacted is out of sync with Timothy Chalamet. When was the last time Club Chalamet kissed anyone? Probably not in a long time. Because definitely not that, Chloe. Thank you for the 17 months. Because here's my thing. Okay. Genuinely. How are you in a normal relationship, right? When this is what you do with all of your free time. When you are actually in a relationship, it's one-sided, but you're in a relationship with a famous actor. I don't think Club Chalamet's, I don't think she's on the apps, let's just say. Sometimes your partner catches you. This is the dumbest fucking thing. It really is so dumb. I just am... it's so dumb, but I can't get enough. Okay, here's Carla's clip on
Por
MasterChef.
mí no soy bienvenidas ninguna de las tres.
Okay,
Pero
it's
bueno,
in
ojalá si me
Spanish.
llevan a mí que me regrese el diosito de Nadia.
Amén. En México tenemos la cultura de hacer versos.
Yeah, so
Pero hay unos que en especial
go to the options and choose auto translate. Sometimes this is always whack though. Okay, let's try it again.
Muy malas. Por mí no soy bienvenidas.
Very bad
ninguna
for
de las
less than
Pero
welcome,
bueno,
none of the
ojalá
three,
si me
but
llevan a mí que me regrese el diosito
I hope
de
if they
Nadia.
take me that the little god returns to
en
me.
México tenemos
See,
la
I
cultura
told you the auto translate's always whack.
de hacer versos, pero hay unos
We have the
que en
culture of
especial me
making
gustan.
verses, but
¿Dónde
there are
está,
some
oh
in
muerte, tu aguijón? ¿Dónde,
I
oh
need
sepulcro,
translation
tu
for
victoria?
for this.
Porque el aguijón de la muerte es el pecado, más gracias sean dadas a Dios, porque nos da la
Okay, does this mean that Carla lost?
victoria por medio de Jesucristo.
She looks upset.
Santo Cristo.
Como si fuera esto que venimos aquí a su parroquia a recibir un sermón. O sea, no ya no me voy a callar, ¿eh?
Lo celebro con toda mi felicidad.
Llegó un momento en que dije, ya nos damos la paz.
She looks pissed.
Nos formamos para comulgar. ¿Qué está pasando aquí? Se los juro, llevamos
You know what? Carla doing what she's doing best. What she does best, being a hater.
10 minutos en esto.
Gracias, Nadia.
Yo no he venido a MasterChef a que me den sermones, ni a una misa, ni a nada por el estilo. Me parece maravilloso en lo que creas, como si crees en una naranja que vuela por el espacio y te habla al oído. Es respetable lo que tú quieras hacer con tu vida, pero no vengas aquí a venderme.
Yeah,
a mí.
it's a little off, but the gist is there. The gist is
Amo
there
tu
is that
opinión.
she's
Me siento
hating.
aturdida y he tenido que ponerme a
She's
rezar.
hating.
Perdón, que estaba distraída. Es que
¿A quién le rezas, Carla?
estoy rezando al diosito de Nadia, porque...
Oh, Nadia. Yeah, what era of hateful tweet is she in here?
Mira, el de Nadia es el correcto. El otro, el que hace Mauricio, su dios pagano, ese no.
Nada me haría más feliz, Carla, que verte orando a mi Dios.
Hoy no quiero irme del...
Wait, she's making fun of Nadia for being religious? Okay, it's on brand. It's on brand because that's a thing that was a through line in Carla's tweets.
¿Por qué, Carla? Cuéntanos.
Quiero llegar a la final porque tengo que vengarme de toda esta gente que son unos bocachas.
This was like 2023, so like the tweet era.
Que no tiene que estar aquí. Acuérdate de esto, Nadia. Eres mi primera víctima.
Oh my God. You know, the thing about Carla and the thing about Club Chalamet and the thing about the thing about Jeff Snyder is they are consistent, okay? You can really count on them. You can really count on them to be always hating ass bitches, you know? You are my first victim. What? What do you mean? Okay. All right, y'all. Let's get into stuff. Let's do it. I think, what do I want to start with? Let's start with this. Let's start here. Does Club Chalamet and RFH, do you mean RFK, represent the ends of the spectrum, like the hating spectrum? Carla said the girl was going to be her first target. Wait, who's RFH? The man hater Twitter. RFH? Who is that? This is Carla's first tweet. Some young Chalamet fans think older fans are sexualizing Timmy. Well, I can only speak for myself. I would comb Timmy's hair and go shopping with him. I would have sexy times with Chris Evans. Now, why did I have to read this? Okay. Why did I have to read that? Oh, Radfem Hitler. Okay, got it. Radfem Hitler. You know, can I tell you guys some tea? Can I tell you some tea on Chris Evans? So, Chris Evans came in one night. Actually, I'm gonna be very vague here. I met Chris Evans one night because he came into a place where I worked and he was with his friends. This is all alleged. This is all alleged, okay? So it was his buddy. Chris is from Boston, I think. So it was his like childhood friend or high school buddy or something. They went way back, and that guy was getting married. And so it was all like non-celebrity dudes plus Chris Evans. Chris is like the guy from their friend group who is the famous one, right? So they're actually really cool. You know, they were just these, I'm saying as like guys from Boston. Okay. As guys from Boston, but like, you know, they weren't these like celebrity dickheads. And they were all wearing flannels. So I was serving their table. So I was over there hanging out and talking with Chris. And okay, how do I, so this doesn't have anything to do with me. There was someone that I worked with. Allegedly. Yeah, allegedly. Who was awful to me, okay? Made me cry one night. And like, I hate this person. Okay. She, I guess, knew Chris throughout like just years of him coming into nightclubs, etc. And they hooked up, okay? And this person was married. This female person who was horrible to me, absolutely had an affair, is what I will say. Allegedly. Chris was single because this was in between, let's see, he broke up with Jenny Slate, or he and Jenny Slate broke up, and then I think he's married now or engaged now. So was he in his prime? It was his Captain America times. And I'm pretty sure they hooked up that night that he came in, allegedly. Very, very so allegedly. And I just remember it was very funny because I was there working, right? And I'm, of course, like engaged in conversation because that's what you do when you work as a waitress, right? Especially in something like bottle service, is you're hanging out with the clients, you're hanging out with the table that you are serving. And she basically kind of boxed me out. And the way that she was flirting with him, and I'm not just saying this because she was so awful to me, but it was embarrassing. It was so, I clocked it. I was like, oh, okay, I see what's going on here. And then I went in the back and the tea was spilled. The goss was gossed. All allegedly, of course. Did I know the woman before that night? Yes, I did. Yes, indeed. Amanda X Flower, thank you for the prime. Should have told her husband. There was a part of me that kind of wanted to because I knew him, and I don't know. It was also in my like I wanted to burn everything down era, working in nightclubs. Like I wanted everything to burn down. This is the same nightclub where a friend of mine got fired because she brought out a sign that said Free Palestine, and she was thrown under the bus. She didn't even know what it meant. This was like, I think this was the night of October 7th. And a friend of mine brought out a sign because a client asked her to bring out a sign that said Free Palestine. And I was like the only person who worked in nightlife who was at all politically in the know, right? Where I would have known what Free Palestine meant, but no one else did. So she brought out the sign, and there were, I guess, higher ups in the club who are Zionist, and they got so fucking pissed. So there ended up being this massive HR meeting, and my friend got fired. She was thrown under the bus, even though management had approved the sign, right? Because that's what happens. Like, you can't just bring signs out, like they approve signs. They didn't approve it because they are pro-Palestinian. They also just didn't understand. They just didn't know what it meant. So they threw her under the bus, and she has essentially been blacklisted in the industry. Yeah. And I tried to reach out when this happened. I had like reached out to lawyers to try and get her help. And she was kind of like, I just don't even want to try and proceed with any type of legal, even though the lawyers I spoke to were like, I don't really know how strong the case would be here. I'm like, really? Really? Wait, are you for real? Oh yeah, absolutely. I saw her recently, and she's still struggling to find work. Like basically is just picking up random kind of freelance type jobs because of what happened. You needed the people lawyer, Lolo. Well, actually, that's how Lolo and I first became friends. I had reached out to Lolo. So I kind of indirectly knew Lolo. And so I reached out to him and I was like, hey, we have a mutual, Hassan Piker, and this happened to my friend. So I just, I'm just trying to contact every lawyer that I know, or, that I think would, in this case, have a better idea of like where to direct me. The people's lawyer. Yeah. So he had connected me with someone else, another person on Twitter. And then they tried to help me out. And then all of the law firms that I called, just either I didn't hear back from, or they just weren't interested. They just didn't want to do it. Firing her is already terrible, but blacklisting, I mean, you guys, this is what I've been talking about, whether it's in nightlife or just the entertainment industry in general. There is serious blacklisting that is going on. It's just happening more so behind, it's kind of behind smoke and mirrors now, where when Susan Sarandon was dropped by UTA and when Melissa Barrera was fired from Scream, those are really public things. And there was a ton of outrage. And so, what's happened since then is the blacklisting of anybody in the industry who's pro-Palestinian, people getting fired from jobs, people being, dropped from their management, from their agency, or just like altogether blacklisted. So if you are, if you're one of the many people who is trying to make it in Hollywood, and it's such a competitive industry anyway, like there's so much shit that you have to, there's just so much shit that is already exists that makes it such a competitive industry. And now there's the additional factor of being blacklisted if you are publicly pro-Palestinian. I think you talked to us about this before. I vaguely remember you talking about how you got to know Lolo. Yes, I did mention this when so I didn't find out until about 6 months after my friend had gotten fired. And I was outraged, of course. And that, I think I did mention it on stream. Did anything happen to the manager that approved it? No, because they completely threw her under the bus. They did not want to go down for it. And so they were like, it was all her, and that was it. Because what happened was there were a number of big clients who threatened to pull their business from the nightclubs. And also, I'm pretty sure it's the CEO. Yeah. What was it? Yeah, so the CEO of these of the company that owns these clubs that I worked for comes from a Zionist Iranian Jewish family. So there was just no way. Honestly, my friend was just dead in the water. I'll be honest, as an Arab American, it's terrifying opening your mouth. It's terrifying to even go outside with any cultural or political signifier. All it takes is one picture and you're on Canary Mission and have no career prospects. I get it. I know. I mean, you know, I've said for the last year and a half that I completely understand that the threats are very real. And for people who don't have resources to fight, to take legal action against sites like Canary Mission, against their workplaces who fire them, who punish them for attending a protest. Like, there are a lot of people. I mean, 3,500 or so students across campuses were suspended. You know, there's a lot that has happened that has led up to obviously where we are now, where Mahmoud Khalil is facing deportation from the Trump administration. Zionist Iranians are some of the most rabid. Yeah, this guy was a real piece of shit. I've told a lot of stories from when I worked in nightclubs, but it is insane just how rampant like abuse and sexual harassment and assault was in these clubs, and how every time I reached out to HR, it just fell on deaf ears, right? Nobody gave a shit whether it was me who was assaulted, whether it was somebody else, whether it was like promoters who were exploiting teenage girls and essentially pimping them out to their wealthy clients. Like, I was threatened with legal suits. I was physically threatened. It was crazy. Let me just say that, like, moving over to the internet has been insane. Like, I have definitely dealt with some crazy shit. And actually, this will be a good segue. I'm going to come back to the IO story and we'll cover this story. But moving to the internet, in a way, like, it's a new beast because it's harassment that is mostly happening online. But it's, as I talked to Alyssa Mercante for this piece, this is all indicative of our culture at large, right? Just the gross, insidious, endemic misogyny, the harassment and assault of women that is just so commonplace and so normalized, and how I experienced this in politics. I was sexually harassed by politicians who were our clients. And when I brought it up, when I raised complaints, I was not protected at all. And so eventually I quit, and it made me burn out on politics. And then I moved to Los Angeles, and I dealt with this in the entertainment industry. I dealt with this working in nightclubs. I mean, nightclubs were some of the worst because you also mixed in alcohol and drugs. And there was kind of this, there was kind of this mentality of like, who gives a fuck as long as the money is flowing? And there was so much horrible behavior that was just not taken seriously at all. So this is in every industry, right? This is just everywhere. It's everywhere. And you definitely would deal with it in clubs for sure. And there was this idea of like, seriously, because I was first I worked as a hostess and then I worked in bottle service. But there was this idea of, because I was working in bottle service, I was selling alcohol, that I was a whore. And so my body was the property of, whatever men were buying alcohol that night. Like, it was just this, because the whole thing is, and this woman that I was talking about who made me cry one night, and then we had to have an HR conversation about it. She made me leave the club because she told me that I looked scary. This was after I had to get really extensive dermatological work done because I had a really bad hormonal breakout after I went off my birth control because I lost my health insurance, and this was during COVID. And so I was getting work done to fix my face, and she was essentially like, what we do here is you are supposed to be hot in order to sell as many bottles as you can, and you do not look hot. She was like, you look scary. And if you look scary, then nobody is going to want to buy bottles from you. Nobody is going to find you sexually appealing, essentially. Yeah, this was how it went. Seriously. Where if you are not sexually appealing, because the whole idea was like, you're selling yourself, right? In order to sell fucking tequila, you are also selling yourself. And that's why, bottle service girls have all the, hair and makeup. I was told a lot of times that I didn't wear enough makeup. Like, there would be some nights that I just didn't want to wear makeup. And when I was working as a hostess, I did not want to wear high heels because I fucked my feet up, because I had to always like be running in and out of the club. And so I have like I have a permanent broken bone in my toe, in my big toe, from wearing high heels working in nightclubs. So yeah, are they providing the makeup? Hey, excuse me? Yeah, or if my hair wasn't done up enough, like, we would have meetings and they would chastise us if we weren't put together enough, because they're like, we hired you and there's an expectation that you are presentable in nightclub fashion. One of my friends worked for our undergrad's football team as someone who took care of the recruits when they came to campus, took care of players and coaches' kids during games, etc. When she got hired, the only requirement was that she could do her makeup and look good for the recruits. The entire staff was women. Yeah, I mean, I had managers who were women, right? This wasn't just something, and gay men. One of my managers who physically assaulted me one night was a gay man who shoved me out of the way because he was like, I don't know. It was just always this very stressful environment. And so I contacted HR. I should have just quit in that moment. These were like my final days of working in the clubs. But yeah, gay men, women, obviously men who worked as promoters, who were employees of the company. It was just foulness all around. It was horrible. Like, I one night had to work as a bouncer. Like, I worked as a bouncer sometimes, and I was told explicitly not to let anybody up who was who was lower than an 8, like on the hotness scale. And then I got chastised. Because the crowd upstairs was not hot enough. And they were like, who are you letting in? You're letting in too many ugly people. I was like, I'm sorry. I thought that this was up to my discretion. Isn't this subjective? I'm the bouncer. Yeah, why did you let through that 7.4? Excuse me, Caroline. This person is a 6.9. They cannot be up here. Too ugly, leave. Yeah. And I was supposed to the other thing that I was supposed to do was basically recruit hot girls. Okay. So if I would see if I would see like a single hot girl in the club or like a small group where they weren't with a promoter table, even if they were with a promoter table, one thing that I was always told to do is I was sent into the club to like go around and find, 2, 3 girls. Like if you were a group of like 2 or 3 girls and you were kind of just hanging out, and bring them to a client's table. Like poaching. Yes, I had to poach hot women. And I would always say to them, I'd be like, okay, I'd go up and be like, look, do you guys want a free drink? Like, do you want some alcohol? And they'd be like, yeah. I'd be like, okay, I'm going to take you to this table. If you don't like it, you can leave. Like, I will grab you a drink. I will pour it myself. And a lot of times they were like, yeah, great, and then they would have their drink and would hang out. Or I said, you are under no obligation to hang out. Yeah, so I know I was not supposed to be doing that, but that's what I did because it felt so gross. And I'd be like, they have 1942, right? Like they have really good stuff. So if you don't want to drink this shitty promoter vodka or you don't want to spend $20 on a drink, I'll go grab you a drink. And because I also had to go hang out at tables. Like that was part of my job. As soon as the night was done in the sense that we had sat most of the big tables, then I had to go in and like basically float from table to table. Or if there was a particular big client in that night, then I would like, sometimes they would make me take my headset off. Like I would have to take my headset off so it didn't look like I was working, that I was just like a girl in the club, and go over to the table and make conversation. When did you stop working nightlife and start streaming? I stopped working nightlife in August of 2022, and that's when I started. So September is when I started streaming. Yeah. So I've told many stories from, did you ever have to break up fights? Yes. The night that Will and I met, there was a man who was punching women and I had to go stop him. Literally the night, I will never forget this because I went over, I had let Hassan and his group of friends in, and then I went over to where they were to say hi to them. And then I saw Will. I was like, hi, I'm Caroline. It's nice to meet you. And he's like, we've met multiple times. I was like, I work in nightclubs, dude. I'm sorry. Like, I will remember you now. Why was Will? It was Will. You guys, I had to stop Will. Will just started punching women. And so we were chatting, and suddenly he was like, oh my God, I think that guy over there just punched that woman. And I was like, what? And I turn and so it was this dude. I remember he was wearing a white sweatshirt. So I get on my little radio, okay? Because that's always what it was. I would always be like, oh, having a conversation, right? We have a code, blah, 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 blah. And it was just madness. And so I'm calling for security, and I find out that this guy is at like the biggest buying table of the night. So I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like, why isn't, we got to get this guy out. And at nightclubs, often they have these, like the way that the tables are, they have these ledges. And so you go to a nightclub and you'll see like hot women in their dresses, like standing on these ledges. Woohoo. And this guy was like attacking women who were standing on these ledges. So I finally had to go over there to try and stop him while I'm waiting for security. Cause Will was like, I'll go, like, should I get involved? I was like, no, I have to go take care of this. Like, that was part of my job, because the hostess team, did you get punched? Yes. Well, not that night, but I've got punched on other occasions. I was the I was like the bulldog of the hostess team. So anytime there was a problem, which was almost every night, I was the one who got sent in to deal with it. Because my other friends who were hostesses, they were just like, you're the best at doing this. I'm like, it's because you guys don't want to get punched in the face, and I understand. Or you don't want to deal with like people screaming at you, which I understand. Or like just whatever. Okay, drunk people on drugs who have also just an inflated sense of ego to begin with are the worst people to deal with, especially if they're spending money at a club, because they feel so fucking entitled to do whatever they want to do. And sometimes I'd have to go deal with the promoters, right, who were like out of control. The white woman in you had no problem handling it. Yeah. My friends were all like, you've fought people before, so like you can do this. I'm like, okay, it's not like I'm some MMA artist, but sure. Like, yeah, I will take care of it. But it's why, like, I was the hostess that all the promoters thought was a raging bitch. Like, none of them wanted to deal with me, which was kind of funny because, like, when they would need bottle tickets, if they ran out of bottles, they were terrified to come up to me and ask for them because I was like the scary one on the hostess team. Forever Caroline from Women. Always Caroline Kwan from Women. Yes. Will put it that he fell in love with you when he saw you toss the guy out on his ass. That was a different night. Yeah. The stories have kind of gotten mixed, like through the grapevine, of people who have heard these stories, but they think that was the same night. It was not the same night. That was a different night. Screenplay idea: the bouncer. You play a woman that clubs call in when they have a problem that needs to disappear. Yeah. Honestly, some of my favorite nights were working as a bouncer because I made more money than I made ever working as a hostess, because I would just charge everybody. I'd be like, you want to come in? You want to come into this fuck ass club? It was like, great. You know what? If I'm going to have to do this, if I'm going to have to deal with being a bouncer, give me money. Okay. Sorry, I don't do clubbing. What is a promoter? A promoter is somebody who gets paid by the club to it's usually guys. Sometimes you'd have female promoters, but it's usually male promoters who bring in groups of beautiful women. And so they have a table and they get like free bottles. And so a lot of times, like Hassan worked as a club promoter in college. So if you live in a party town, a lot of times like college guys will work as promoters because they'll bring like their college friends in, and it's, you know, drink for free. You can get into this club. But they also are supposed to book tables. So they're supposed to like have clients who are paying for tables at the club. It's weird that people have that perception of you. You come off as social and kind. Well, sometimes when they would run into me outside of the clubs, they would express their surprise at like how chill I was. Like if Will and I were at the Grove and we would run into some promoters and I'd be like, hey, how's it going? They'd be like, wow, you're actually really chill and fun. Or like if I ever would run into them on one of my nights where I was just out enjoying my life, I'm like, yeah, because the shit that I have to deal with a lot of times from you guys turns me into this raging bull. Like, yeah, no, I'm not cool and chill when I'm in, you know, when it's midnight on a Saturday night at this club and I'm dealing with like 1,000 fires, when I'm having to put out like 1 million fires because everyone is insane, because everyone is crazy. My innie versus my outie. Truly, yes. My innie versus my outie. Yeah. On the bright side of a shitty situation, confronting that woman punching dude made Will fall for you. No, it wasn't. Well, maybe it was that night. He did. Once I walked him out, he's like, can we be friends? I was like, yeah, we can be friends. We can be friends. Club life seems super emotionally draining. Dude, when I would finish a night working at the club, also, sorry, GV Bruin, thank you for the 4 months. Mira, thank you for the 4 months. Final Rec, thank you for the Prime. Punished Casimir, thank you for the 5 months. Olivia, thank you for the 19. Weatherboxer, thank you for the 4. Exalum, thank you for the 3 months. Amanda, thank you for the Prime. When I would finish a night working, I was just depleted. I was just physically, spiritually, emotionally exhausted. Yeah. And it's why I hate clubs. I very rarely will step foot in a club. It takes a lot. It takes a lot to get me into a club because I just came to despise them. The Forbes article on the Twitch incident misspelled Ray's name. Oh my God. Just basic journalism. Come on. Cameron, you know how the sausage is made. Yes, indeed. I know how the sausage is made. And let me tell you, it is all sorts of fucked up. All right. So anyway, let us segue from that chapter of my life working in nightclubs to talking about this piece that came out today in Rolling Stone that was written by Alyssa Mercanti, who is a friend of mine. And Alyssa is someone who has had her own fair share of insane harassment. She is in the middle of a lawsuit. I actually had lunch with her today, and she called me to get my thoughts on what it is that female streamers are dealing with, and really just women in general, but female streamers are very visible, and also the fact that their fame, their notoriety comes from the internet. There is an added entitlement that people feel like this goes for anyone who is a public figure via their internet career, where a lot of people online feel like, okay, you are a person who has purposefully put yourself online, which means I am entitled to everything about you. You chose this, so this is what comes with it. Chuck Dies, thank you so much for the 25 gifted subs. Chuck W. Artifacts, thank you for the 18 months. Okay, so yes, I also have this story in the New York Times about the female streamer who was horrifically murdered in Tokyo while she was live streaming. So we will get to that as well. Okay, harassment, stalkers, death threats, a day in the life of women on Twitch. Valkyrie, Cinna, and Emiru were threatened on a live stream, but they are not the only women dealing with constant harassment. Can I just say too, they are so beautiful. Look at them slaying. Look at them slaying. Cinna didn't even want to wear this dress for the streamer awards, and she looked so good. Okay, anyway. Rachel, Valkyrie Hofstetter, Brittany, Cinna Watts, and Emily Emiru Shunk are popular Twitch streamers with millions of social media followers. Over the years, they have each cultivated a massive community that tunes in to watch them play video games, participate in boot camps, compete in cook-offs, and sometimes get together to walk around in the real world as a camera person follows closely behind. On March 2nd, that last event, known colloquially as an IRL stream, went from innocuous to dangerous in the blink of an eye. Chuck, thank you for another gifted. As part of a days-long streaming marathon called the Sisathon, Valkyrie, Cinna, and Emiru went to the Santa Monica Pier at night with 2 of their employees in tow, one of which was holding the camera for their live stream. The women walked around, took pictures with fans, and talked and joked amongst themselves. At one point, a man in a button-down, short-sleeve shirt, squatting near a ride, called them over to ask if they would listen to him sing before abruptly pivoting to request Emiru's number. When she declined, he stated that he would, quote, just keep following them. The women nervously joked about stalkers as they walked away, heading towards the pier's exit. Oh yeah, you guys, the government names, that was not something that was, they did not get doxxed in this piece. Cinna's username used to be Cinna Brit. Yeah. The women, okay. So moments later, the man reappeared and tried to approach them yet again. But their camera person and another individual off camera, that is Ray's assistant, Emily, kept him away from the three women who were visibly and audibly concerned. It was then that he appeared to lunge in their direction and yell, "I'll kill you right now," as they shouted for security and fled. Didn't the guy change clothes? Yes. So, because that apparently could not be 100% verified that it was the same guy, even though it was, yes, the same guy, because of journalistic standards at the Rolling Stone, that part is not in the piece. Even though, yes, it was the same guy and he changed clothes. Anyway. So he lunged at them and yelled, "I'll kill you right now," as they shouted for security and fled. All of this was captured on Twitch before the live stream cut to a holding screen featuring cartoon drawings of Valkyrie and Cinna with the message "BRB traveling" emblazoned on it. Hogan, thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you for the gifted subs. The Santa Monica Police Department confirmed their knowledge of the incident to Rolling Stone in an email. Officers responded to a report of an individual making threatening statements towards a group of people at the Santa Monica Pier. Officers contacted those involved, assisted them with an escort to help ensure their safety, and conducted an area search for the individual. The suspect was not located at the time. The next day, Cinna and Valkyrie went live on Twitch to discuss the incident, revealing that they ran into a store to seek shelter from the man. "He's still out there, but I am investing as much as I can to find this guy," Valkyrie said as Cinna sobbed beside her. Valkyrie, Cinna, and Emiru did not respond to interview requests. A Twitch rep tells Rolling Stone that the team is horrified by any kind of harassment or abuse, even if it took place outside of Twitch, and our safety teams continue to investigate. "We care deeply about our creators and their well-being and are working to ensure that they're being supported." Well, what I would like to say is, first and foremost, I think Twitch needs to take immediate action anytime there is a streamer who is known to be a stalker, right? Because in their content, they are on their stream, they are doing stalker shit. And yet their streams stay up. Like recently, there was a guy who was on live stream talking about how he's in a relationship with Ray or with Pokimane, and how they're going ring shopping, etc. And it was on live stream. Yes. And I will tell you, without naming specifics, that this is a pretty common occurrence. That I know multiple stalkers who live stream their stalking behavior. Like they're talking about these female streamers, talking about how they're going to go find them, doing really scary things on live stream. Okay. I kind of don't feel bad because no one not only cared when it happened to me, but mocked it. So it kind of had to happen for someone else for people to pretend to care. So this is not the right attitude to have. Okay. This is not a good mentality. When something bad happens to you, you should actually, let me handle this, you guys. Let me handle this because I do want to correct this. When something bad happens, it's actually really important that we care in every instance of this happening so that we can draw attention to the fact that this is a systemic issue, that this is something that affects so many women, whether or not you are a public figure. The reason that this is getting attention is because, one, it happened on live stream, and two, all three of these girls are public figures. So they have more visibility, okay? They have a bigger spotlight on them. This is what I say every time I cover a case of sexual harassment and abuse in Hollywood, where this is something that we are looking at because there's a lot of media coverage of it, but it does not mean that these are the only women who matter. And the reason that we're talking about this is because we are trying to fix the culture. We are trying to progress and make this an environment that is safe for all women to exist. And this is for all of us, okay? So I am sorry that this happened to you. And the unfortunate reality is that this has happened to so many people where their claims are not taken seriously, where the police, ignore them, where the laws do not protect them. And this is why we are fighting to change all of this. This is why when something like this happens to female streamers, where it was caught on camera and therefore is stirring up this conversation, we are not talking about just these three women, okay? We are talking about all victims of stalking and harassment and abuse. So instead of saying, I kind of don't feel bad because no one not only cared when it happened to me, but mocked it, I feel instead that you should be the opposite of this, where you're like, I am tired of this happening to not just me, but women everywhere. Okay, so I get that this is very emotional for you because of your own personal experiences. And it's not right that we live in a world where as a victim of abusive behavior, that you are not taken seriously. I was made to feel that way for a long time. And I am profoundly sorry that has been an experience of yours. And I think what I want you to understand is that this is a pretty universal experience. It doesn't make what happened to you any less awful. But I think if you recognize like the solidarity, the solidarity that I am trying to cultivate here with all victims of abuse, and that it is better for all of us to be together than to be separate. Chatter, I promise you aren't the first person who's had this happen to. The article is not treating this like a new phenomenon. Please don't be jaded whenever people acknowledging things need to be changed is a good thing for future people like you, not in the spotlight. Yes, no, it shouldn't be mocked when it happens to anyone. Of course not. Of course not. And I think you're, I know. Okay. I understand. And that is why like Alyssa wrote this piece. That is what I was talking to her about today at lunch. We were talking about these larger problems and what we as a female streamer and a journalist can do about it. Like, this is the discussion we were having because these are issues that are so deeply ingrained in our culture that Alyssa, as a journalist who writes about these things, and me as a female streamer who talks about these things, are trying to change. Okay. I think you're fighting ghosts right now because nobody in this community is mocking you. Nobody is invalidating you. What we're talking about is how, unfortunately, this is very commonplace. And I think that for you, your obvious anger at what happened to you and the trauma in what happened to you, and also your experiences in trying to, in trying to achieve any justice whatsoever, has made you very angry. And I do get that. I am also a person who is frequently filled with rage at the injustices that I see everywhere that I myself have experienced. And so there is, this is not something where, this is not a community, and I am not a streamer who like only believes that abuse that happens to female streamers, famous female streamers, or female celebrities is the only abuse that matters. Okay. Anyway, so I'm going to move on. I'm going to move on to the rest of this piece. Okay, so in the days leading up to the attack, Cinna and Valkyrie streamed themselves styling their hair together, playing video games, and otherwise hanging out in a sleepover-style marathon, which was targeted by reactionary content creators, including Drama Alert, an X account created by Daniel Keemstar Keem, dedicated to posting content creator gossip. These posts denigrated the women, calling them out for their behavior. This is all quotes because that was what was in these posts, and suggesting that their content is inferior to popular male streamers. There is no indication that the physical attack was inspired by the digital disparagement the women faced in the days leading up to March 2nd, but it is a symptom of a troubling pattern. According to several high-profile women streamers who spoke with Rolling Stone, 2 of whom have dealt with stalkers, this incident is just one of dozens of examples of female streamers facing both online and in-person harassment and stalking, a symptom of a deep-rooted misogyny that festers in digital spaces. That guy is 30 years older than his wife. Yeah, Keemstar is he's a real gem. Real good guy. Key to Harmony, thank you for the Prime. Nighthawk, thank you for the 3 months. Ashley, thank you for the 29 months. Jason Isaac just talked about how police didn't take him seriously when he reported a stalker. They treat it like a joke. Yes, and if you've watched, I read that story. If you've watched the show Baby Reindeer, like that is a topic that is tackled in that show, and the protagonist is a guy who is also dealing with the obstacles of the police and the law not being on the side of victims who are dealing with stalkers and dealing with harassment. From follower to fanatic. Autumn Rhodes is a new mom. She's also I know who this is, and she is a very sweet person. She is also a popular content creator who has been involved in the gaming and streaming space for over a decade, boasting more than 82,000 followers on X, 240,000 Twitch followers, and several stints in professional esports. Her impressive career has been marred by the actions of a persistent stalker who she says has sent her tens of thousands of sexually explicit and threatening emails and private messages across several social media platforms since she was 19 years old. She is 28. So this has been happening for almost a decade. On Twitch, it's normal to have people that can donate to support their favorite streamer, she explains over a video call. I've been living on my own since I was 16, so it was a big deal saving up for college. But Rhodes says that one of her most generous donors quickly became entitled and irritable when she did not acknowledge him in Twitch chat. At the time, my ex-partner was becoming a doctor, so I kept my relationship very private, Rhodes says. The man found out I was in a relationship, and all of a sudden I got these emails out of nowhere like, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to fly to Canada and find you and your boyfriend. And the thing is, okay, let me explain something. So a lot of streamers keep their relationships private, whether they are both streamers or one of them is a streamer and they are dating someone who is not a streamer. That is because of the very dangerous parasocial aspect of streaming, where often, especially with female streamers or the private partner who is female, where these people who are viewers of the stream feel like they are either in a relationship with the female streamer because they have given her money, because they have supported her career, okay? Or if they are fans of the male streamer, and let's say the male streamer is is like a COD streamer, okay? A type of a community that can often draw very toxic viewers, then what happens if that couple breaks up is there are these awful shitheads who believe that not only is it their right, but it is their duty to go harass the parties involved. And Brooke AB and Symphony are probably the most egregious example of this. This is a couple who are not private, okay? They are both streamers. They're in a public-facing relationship. Symphony is in a part of the internet where there are a lot of very toxic gamer type viewers. And for years now, Brooke AB has been subjected to the most vile harassment, stalking, death threats, doxing, just the most insane shit. She could fill an entire book with all of her experiences and still have more to write on. And she is one in particular who has spoken up about this issue. And after the incident happened with Ray, Emiru, and Sinha, she talked about how the police essentially do nothing unless you've been physically harmed. It's like, okay, if you're dead, then we'll do something about it. Ray has explained in depth multiple times about why she'll never have a public relationship again after she had one on and off for like 5 years. And yes, and so what women will be accused of is they will be accused of being of taking advantage of their male viewers, okay? That they're keeping their relationship secret because they're fake whores who just are trying to get as much money out of men by pretending that they're single and leading them on and like pretending as if they're in a relationship with them. Yeah, even if they're single, they're not going to date you. Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah, right. Even if they are single, it's not happening. So let's see. Rhodes shared screenshots of emails, texts, and social media DMs allegedly sent by the man whom Rolling Stone has chosen not to name. Like, let me just say, I've gotten a lot of comments about how I only dated Will because he's a rich, popular streamer, right? Because Will and I are in a public-facing relationship, now people, who know we're together say that I am a gold digger, that I am, that I targeted Will because he is a popular streamer and I'm just trying to benefit off that. Which, not that it matters and not that it's anybody's fucking business, but when I started dating Will, he had mold in his apartment, and I think this was right after he got fired from TYT. No. What happened was he was working at TYT. No, he was working at TYT, but it was only like it was not full-time work, and he was trying to do other freelance stuff. And then they were like, sorry, we don't have enough money to keep paying you. Bye. Yeah. So, basically the point being that it's nobody's business, and it doesn't even matter to these people online, right? They don't care about reality. But when I met Will, mold apartment, and I made more money than him, and I didn't make very much money. Okay. So these screenshots range from a self-written contract that relinquishes his money to her to emails containing taunts like, go tell cops, seal your fucking fate, dumb bitch. And you can have me arrested. You better pray they kill me because you fucked me over. On TikTok, one DM read, you will suffer. Mark my words, bitch. You're dead already. Rhodes, who was based in Canada, tried to report this behavior to police in California, where he was based. Nothing happened because he kept harassing me. He didn't get arrested until I was 22. So for 3-4 years, I was getting harassed every single day. She says, her voice shaky. I thought I was going to die. I was so depressed, so scared. I was in survival mode for years and nobody was doing anything about it. The police weren't doing anything about it. Twitch wasn't doing anything about it. It just kept escalating. Rhodes' main source of income had now become a terrifying gauntlet of harassment, and during those years, she missed out on several opportunities for fear of going to in-person events. I know female streamers who have quit because of stalkers. I know others who have almost quit because they're scared. They're scared to go live. I remember contacting Twitch like, hey, I really want to go to TwitchCon, but I'm scared, she recalls. And they responded like, yeah, don't go to TwitchCon. It's not safe. Like, I remember when Frogan was getting a lot of harassment, and she had to like beg Twitch for security at TwitchCon. And it's like, this is a person who is being harassed on, God, and I think this was like 2 years ago too. Anyway, and they responded, don't go to TwitchCon, it's not safe. It was affecting my job, my livelihood. In a statement to Rolling Stone, Twitch said, over the past several years, we've built on and adjusted our approach to TwitchCon's safety and security. We take security at our events extremely seriously, full stop. But Rhodes felt like she was left to fend for herself. It enrages me that women have to go through this and we have to be screaming at the top of our lungs, help us, and nobody wants to help us. The man terrorizing Rhodes was eventually arrested in December of 2019. According to a news report, he had to be tased by Bay Area police after begging to be shot. In February 2019, he pleaded no contest to 1 count of felony stalking and 1 count of misdemeanor stalking and was sentenced to 120 days in jail. That's it. So he's out. He's been out for years, and he's still stalking her. He's still harassing her. Rhodes fears that he will try to find her in the US, where she now lives with her partner and her toddler. Yep. Then when streamers do rightfully get defensive due to these kinds of threats, these same people turn around and attack them for being rude and disgusting. Yes. Like, you know, on that live stream, you can see how ingrained it is in how ingrained it was in the women to like not try and do anything that was going to piss that guy off more, right? They're not saying like, get the fuck out of here, you fucking freak, right? They're trying not to provoke him more. They're very careful. And also the fact that they're on live stream, right? That there is this sense of like, I don't want to come across as a bitch, right? I don't want to come across as rude. So, anyway, we'll get into that. Though the details differ, the story remains the same for many women on Twitch. A man starts watching their streams, then eventually becomes obsessed with them, transforming from fan to serial harasser or stalker. And let me be clear, okay? Obviously, there are male streamers, usually the biggest male streamers, who have also had instances of stalkers, you know, people harassing them, getting doxxed. But what's different here is the sexual component, okay? So for women, this is rape threats. This is, you reject me sexually and I will kill you. And this is what happens with female streamers because this is what happens to women worldwide. So this is what's very frustrating, is that in the aftermath of what happened to the women on their live stream, and a lot of women coming forward to say enough is enough, like I have to deal, you know, this isn't just about them dealing with this in, you know, individually. This happens to so many women. This happens to women who aren't female streamers. Female streamers just have more visibility. And a lot of the responses were, oh yeah, well, this happens to Kai Cenat. This happens to iShowSpeed. Where it's like Kai Cenat got swatted during his subathon. And it's like, okay, so we need to understand though, that this is something that is systemic, okay? The harassment of women, whether you are streamers or not, the abuse of women, this is systemic. This is This is coming from cultural misogyny. No, not a single person, streamer or not, should deal with this type of behavior. But the reasons why this happens to women, and this happens to women so often, is very different from why like Kai Cenat gets swatted on, during his massive marathon stream. Cinna even said that women are saying she faked the incident. Makes no sense. Yes, I mean, man, I could talk about internalized misogyny till I'm blue in the face. I was saying yesterday that I have now pissed off a lot of women online who are, the type of people where if you go to their account, it says Marilyn Manson is innocent, Johnny Depp is innocent, free Justin Baldoni, right? These women who their entire identities revolve around protecting men who've been accused or who've been convicted of abuse. And so now I have a lot of these women who are so mad at me and quote unquote, I am on their radar. So trust, like I understand full well how prevalent internalized misogyny, right? How so many women have internalized just these, just this hatred towards women, these really conservative beliefs of gender. Bro, people are not okay. I know. And it's tough because remember, the patriarchy is held up by men and women. Okay. Like women are also foot soldiers for these patriarchal systems. It's like the whole boy mom thing, right? We've talked about boy moms before, women who have a daughter and a son and prioritize their son. They like their son more because he's a boy. They treat him not as a parent to child relationship, but as like friends. And oftentimes it gets really creepy where it's like, my son is not going to marry or whatever, where they're like horrible to women who they view as threats. Yeah. It devolves into like some real sickening Freud shit. Like it takes being the largest creator on the platform to get the same level of harassment that almost every woman streamer not receives. Tell me how it makes sense. Right. And that's the thing is like, we're going to continue with this piece here, but what I'm trying to stress is that this happens to women, whether you are the size of Valkyrie or Cinna or Emiru. And a lot of guys online were like, yeah, well, they're famous. Okay, this is just what happens to you when you're a big streamer. It's like, no, sadly, no. These women have the resources to get like the best security, right? Pokimane spends thousands of dollars monthly on security, but that is not the case for most. That's not the case for most women. Okay. Jonna May is a popular streamer known as Mrs. May, who's been creating online content since 2012. Her partner, Mike Diesel Carr, is himself a well-known gaming personality. They often work together, but they did not expect that they'd face a stalker together as well. According to May, a man who Rolling Stone has also chosen not to name began following her on Facebook, where she was one of several content creators who led the platform's streaming charge. He initially came into one of my streams super nice, and then out of nowhere, he got inappropriate, rambling in chat, saying anything and everything to get attention. May explains, I told him, hey, you need to chill out. May says that the man then began behaving similarly in Carr's Twitch stream chats. We think it was like drug-induced or something just from the stuff that he was writing. It was nonsensical, out-of-pocket stuff. Then all of a sudden it was completely deranged sexual stuff. Like Road Stalker, Carr and May says the perpetrator would make dozens of accounts on Twitch and elsewhere to continue harassing the couple. You could always tell it wasn't even like he would try to hide who he was. Late last year, May went into her email spam folder looking for a message and saw that it was filled with harassing messages from the man. Gmail deletes spam folders every 30 days, so I could only imagine what the past 2 years were like before that. Carr also had a slew of messages from the same individual in his spam folder, some of which were requests to buy May from him. You know how you can just sell women? I mean, you actually can. Though disturbed, the two continued creating content and making public appearances, even attending TwitchCon 2024 in San Diego, California. That's when things escalated even further, though not at the actual Twitch event. Twitch tells Rolling Stone that people who have been indefinitely suspended from the platform, including off-service violations, are not allowed to purchase TwitchCon tickets as they do not have active accounts. This may have prevented May and Carr's stalker from approaching them at the San Diego Convention Center where TwitchCon 2024 was held. Instead, he found the couple at a San Diego Padres game that weekend. We're big Padres fans, so we saw 3 of the games against the White Sox. The first 2 games he emailed us and said he was going to try and go to them, so I didn't post about the game on the 3rd day, May explains. But at the end of that game, as Carr and May rose to leave their seats, a man approached and asked to take a picture with them. Initially, I didn't recognize him, May says, but Carr almost immediately knew who it was and told her that they had to get out of there. May describes hiding in a bathroom for more than 20 minutes in the hopes that he would lose her in the throng of people exiting the stadium. When the couple returned to their home in Chicago after TwitchCon weekend, they knew that they had to do something. A lawyer friend helped them identify and locate the stalker and collate evidence in a massive binder, which May took to the local county clerk to get an emergency no-contact order. For them, the most damning evidence that warranted a restraining order was an email from the man that read, "I even sent you literally my sperm in a Ziploc bag so that you could get yourself pregnant, but it got returned because you don't have that P.O. box anymore." Holy fucking shit. What the fuck? I mean no harm, you know. I just really am in love with you. Oh my God. Coupled with emails in which the man discussed attending the Padres game and complimenting May for the pants that she had on there, the evidence was enough to grant May an emergency no-contact order. In January of this year, she successfully filed a 2-year no-contact order against him in the Circuit Court of Cook County, Illinois. After 2 years of that, it was a huge wave of relief, but it doesn't stay. We're still nervous. That kind of stuff lingers. Online misogyny transcends the internet. May and Rhodes aren't the only streamers who have successfully protected themselves from stalkers through the court of law or other means. But litigation is an expensive and confusing process that not every streamer can endure, and law enforcement is still woefully unprepared when it comes to online harassment and stalking. That's why when all the stake shit was happening, Ray stood up because it was happening to her, and because she has the resources to file legal action against these accounts that are profiting off of taking clips of female streamers and using really explicit captions that are sexual in nature. And she was like, I will go after you. Like, you watch out. The time has, your time has ended. And it's already had an effect. Yeah, I mean, the stake logos still pop up, but like it was happening constantly. Female streamers, Cutie Cinderella and Pokimane talk about like whatever, a caption that it's just very sexually explicit. I am a single child, and the internalized misogyny I've seen my own mother display towards other women and women victims, despite being a victim herself, broke me so much as I grew up that it made me cry and puke at times. It's heartbreaking. If you look at what happened as the Me Too movement was breaking, there was a generational divide, and there was also like a cultural divide where women of certain cultures, women of certain generations were, either much more hesitant to jump on board with the social movement or were like very antagonistic to it. I mean, we saw that letter that a number of very, very noteworthy female actresses like Catherine Deneuve, who's one of the most famous female actresses, one of the most famous French actresses, signed that was basically saying that, not even basically, that said that men should be allowed to harass women because it's just what they do, right? That's just how things have always been. And there is young women have internalized misogyny as well, but when you look at generationally, a lot of women who for most of their lives, they have just silently endured this behavior. Like, I remember, I've told this story before, but like my sisters and I we're very outspoken. We talk about a lot of things, and we talk about a lot of things with our mom. And it wasn't until my mom was like over the age of 50 that she started opening up about stuff, and that she, like most women battling with her own internalized misogyny, was coming to terms with that. Was talking about all of these things that had happened to her starting from when she was a little girl, and how this was like, she had never talked about it before. Never. My mother has told me things that she has never spoken about, and it's like the first time that she is really coming to terms with it, and she's in her 60s. Right? And I talked about this with Pamela Anderson when, I was watching a video of Pamela Anderson, and somebody brought up, well, remember when Pamela had made those really awful comments about the Me Too movement? I'm like, yes, I do remember that. She has since backtracked and apologized for how, for like what she said that was condemning the Me Too movement, that was condemning victims who were coming forward, because and she recognized that like that came from her own repressed her own repressed trauma and her own internalized misogyny, and et cetera, et cetera. Okay. Litigation's expensive and confusing. Couple that with the internet's pervasive misogyny, which all too often derides victims' experiences or flat out denies that they even happened, and you have obstacles that feel insurmountable for most. In the aftermath of the in-person harassment and threats against Valkyrie, Sinha, and Emiru, a spate of posts on X and elsewhere, some from the same accounts mocking them in the days leading up to the event, suggested that they had staged it or were exaggerating the severity of the situation. This is what happens when something is even caught on camera. Okay, how often do we cover cases of abuse where it's very hard to obtain the type of evidence that is needed in a court of law, where the burden of proof is on the complainant, is on the the person who has made the allegations. And even in cases where there is like rare, very clear-cut physical evidence, the responses to that are still to dismiss it, still to be like, nope, this is faked, right? Look at P. Diddy. Okay? Like one of the most prolific monsters out there, where there is a video of him abusing Cassie. Right? And that is a rare instance of of someone who has been accused of rape or another form of abuse, and there is like undeniable proof of it. No means no. You are not entitled to anybody, Valkyrie said in a March 2nd statement on X. The fact that this man threatened our lives after being rejected while we were in a group, in public, and live on stream just shows the harsh reality women live in. This happens off camera to women all the time. I understand internalized misogyny, but the women who are Team Tory Lanez over Meghan still blows my mind. Yeah, it's awful. It's horrible. Caroline Kwan, that's me, a variety streamer who often discusses the intersection of politics and pop culture, tells Rolling Stone that women in this space who face stalkers don't often publicly speak about their experiences. After the incident happened with Emmy, Sinha, and Valkyrie, I felt this rage from not just myself, but so many women streamers who tweeted in a way that they don't normally speak about these things. Kwan explains. There was just an outpouring of rage that you could tell was pent up. So many female streamers have had really horrific, terrifying things happen, and it's a double-edged sword where on the one hand, if you share your experiences, it shines a light on this issue, but on the other hand, it could potentially make you more of a target. Could be a trophy for these guys who are behind all this harassment. And it can also incentivize more people. Like, I remember when I spoke up after after the AI shit happened, okay? When female streamers were with the atrioc and AI porn of female streamers. And so a lot of people were talking about it. That was a big moment online where we were having this conversation. And I tweeted, of course, condemning it, talking about how this is, a form of digital sexual abuse. And there were people, and this is when I think I still had my DMs open. I got DMs. I had comments that were like, "You're next, bitch." Like, "Oh yeah, oh you think it's bad? We're gonna do it to you too," right? That was just me talking about it, because the point was to exercise power, was to have control over me by saying, "I can do this to you. You think you're special? You think you're sitting up there in your castle, right? You multi-billionaire gold digging Twitch streamer, I can get to you." And so it is tough because I've had experiences that have happened live on stream, and it's like you can't talk about it because that is what these people want, and it also could incentivize others to do the same thing, where they're like, "Ha, somebody got to her, I'm going to do it too." Mishu, thank you for the Prime Jetty. Thank you for Tier 1. Dova Beer, thank you for the 6 months. Key Harmony, thank you for the Prime. One of the most common replies to women talking about AI porn was, "You're next." Yes, absolutely. You're next. We'll get to you next. It's this, it's the same shit too that you see really with, name any topic where you just have rampant freaks online. Like any Palestinian person or anybody on, just anybody who's someone on the internet is like, "You're brown," who is like talking about Palestine or talking about Mahmoud Khalil, and they're like, "You're next. Fuck around and find out. We'll get you next. Ha ha." It's a way to try and instill fear, to silence people, to threaten them, to be like, "I have power over you. You have nothing. You are nothing." Broken Glasses, thank you for the Prime. Okay, this is not just it's not just the biggest women streamers who face obsessive fans. This is happening at all levels. This is happening to female streamers who have 20 viewers, female streamers who have 500 viewers. I'm thinking about all the streamers who do not have these types of resources that creators like Pokimane have. There's this idea that any streamer you've heard of is a millionaire, Quan explains, and the few who are millionaires, in 2023, Poki confirmed she was worth well over 2 mil. Get it, queen? Spend thousands of dollars a month on security. Also, everything that I share in this piece is something that these women have already talked about themselves. So this is not, I would never ever reveal any information that I was told privately. And it's why I'm very careful in not sharing the specific examples that I know, because I have been, I am aware of a lot of instances of stalking and harassment, etc., but that the women that this has happened to who don't want to talk about it online. So I would never share something that someone didn't want to, look, I know I'm a leaker. Okay. Ew. I know I leak things. Gross. And, but that's stuff like, "Oh, I'm a part of this event and I'm not supposed to reveal," sorry, "I'm not supposed to reveal that I'm a part of that event." But these are things that I'm very, very, that I am very cautious about. Okay, gross. We're moving on. For Cynthia Miller Idris, founding director of the Polarization and Extremism Research and Innovation Lab, online misogyny has remained a constant for the last 15 years. We've been tracking the increasing online misogyny, which is documented to have increased regularly since 2011, she says. That is horrifying. And I've talked about this when I've covered the proliferation of AI porn and how, in just the last 5 years, in the last year, how much AI porn has proliferated online, how many more women who are 95% the targets of this type of digital abuse how these numbers are just going up. This exposure and escalation of misogyny is happening at every level: elementary, middle school, college. The escalation of physical violence and threats is part of the same online trend that we're seeing. You have this political climate where young men suddenly feel empowered to assert control, even physical control or ownership over women and their bodies, Miller Idris explains. The men stalking May and Rhodes both expressed a feeling of ownership over them and resorted to violent rhetoric and obsessive behavior when that ownership was questioned. The individual who threatened Valkyrie, Sinha, and Emiru did so immediately after being turned down romantically, an all too common phenomenon amongst men. According to a 2018 study published in an American Psychological Association journal, men with high scores on sexual dominance, motivation, and positive attitudes about casual sex had a greater probability of responding aggressively when they formed extremely hostile perceptions of the woman who rejected them. Online misogyny doesn't just exist in digital spaces. It can and does bleed into the real world. With Twitter or X becoming more of a cesspool and Meta removing so many of the content moderation guidelines that would have set a norm about what constitutes hate, that is really affecting hate against women, Miller Idris says. You can say that women are property now. You can say that LGBTQ people are mentally ill, kind of legitimizing and normalizing some of that stuff. Hello, this is what I was talking about with platforms like Jubilee. Right? Like, this is what we've been talking about, where this kind of stuff is being so normalized. Motherfucking Gavin Newsom. You want to know who his second guest on his podcast is? Steve Bannon. Steve looks like he has a venereal disease. Bannon. Yeah. Gavin Newsom, starting with Charlie Kirk and then Steve Bannon. It's like, thanks, dude. Thanks. Why? You piece of shit. I hope all of his hair falls out, honestly. You know what? I'm going to start a rumor that he's got hair plugs. Allegedly. Yeah, never forget when Gavin Newsom, when he dated a teenager. This was after he divorced Kimberly Guilfoyle. Okay, remember when Gavin Newsom and Kim Guilfoyle were married? He was in his late 30s. Dated a teenager. Yeah, he was 39 years old when he started dating a 19-year-old. When they went to an event, she had to use a fake ID so she could drink. Yeah. I always have fun people learning. Wait, okay. This is my favorite picture. Kimberly Guilfoyle, Gavin Newsom carpet picture. Here you go. If you've never seen this. If you've never seen Gavin Newsom and Kimberly Guilfoyle in a 2004 story in Harper's Bazaar. Yep. Looking like, I don't know, the type of people who would pay to watch people murdered, like get murdered, poor people get murdered in a horror movie, right? Like, these are the type of people who have the masks, who are like the rich people wearing masks in Squid Games, watching poor people fight to the death. These are Squid Game people. Yes. He literally looks like American Psycho. I know. Yep. We keep people as pets energy. How old was he when he married Kimberly Guilfoyle? He was in his 30s. They weren't married that long. I think it was just a couple years. But he was almost 40 years old and was dating a 19-year-old after his divorce. So, anywho, okay, where was I? Why was I talking about him? Yes. Steve Bannon. Okay. You can say that women are property, LGBTQ people are mentally ill, legitimizing this stuff. And of course, the anti-DEI climate in general. It's hard to imagine that this climate doesn't exacerbate it. Yeah, when you have the biggest political streamer on Twitch, who, newsflash, is not Hassan Piker, but is Asmongold. As much as Asmongold doesn't want to say that he's doing politics, he is a political commentator now. When you have a guy like that who is fostering just this hatred towards, people of color, queer people, women, and it's being filtered through his commentary in video games, because that's where he started, right? We've been talking a lot about like the pop culture to alt-right pipeline, where a lot of podcasters and commentators, right, and content creators, they are spreading right-wing rhetoric and conspiracy theories via pop culture coverage, and how much it has proliferated and how popular it is. And the reason that Asmongold doesn't want to say that he's a political commentator is because he doesn't want to turn, first of all, he doesn't want to turn people away who are like, I'm not into politics. I just want to watch Asmongold play video games and talk about video games. But when he talks about video games, he goes on a rampage, against DEI. Like, oh, there's a blue-haired character and his entire chat lights up. DEI woke, DEI woke. And the other reason that he doesn't want to say he's a political commentator is because the stakes are lower, right? If you're not saying that you're doing politics, if you're like, I'm not doing politics, then it's like you can get away with more, right? You don't have this responsibility. Not that I think he would feel a responsibility to be, diligent in his commentary. But yeah, I mean, the thing is, okay, for Hassan has a massive audience, right? He's the biggest leftist political streamer. One of the biggest leftist voices really in this country. And yet there are a lot of people who won't watch Hassan because they're like, he does politics. I don't want to watch politics on Twitch. I don't want to watch the news. Twitch is not a platform where I want to where I'm going to seek out a labeled political streamer, although he is apolitical now. Yes. And so saying that you are not a political streamer, and I say this because this is also an approach that I have taken, where in my mostly pop culture, focused content, and obviously I'm a leftist, and so you are, I am approaching this type of news and the things that I talk about with a critical lens from a perspective POV. But I also I have chosen to do it through pop culture because I want it to also appeal to people who don't want to just hear about politics, right? They don't want me to just have, a story about whatever, talking about the IRS or the latest thing that is happening on CNN or et cetera, where they look at that and they're like, that's politics. I'm not into that. Right? Where it's like, I cover news, but because I'm not frequently just watching news outlets and commenting on it, and because I'm not necessarily covering everything that's happening in politics like other political streamers would, then I am there are people who will maybe consume my content because they're interested in pop culture, and then I hit them with the leftist shit. So anywho, and I said this before, but when you do pop culture, it is because it's considered lower stakes than doing political content, because I have, been told repeatedly that I'm stupid and dumb and I don't belong in the political commentary world at all. Like, go do your little pop culture stuff. That's the attitude, right? There's this belief that people who are covering pop culture, that there's less real world consequences to it, right? That people who are in opposition to my beliefs are like, she won't do any damage if she's just doing her, she's just doing her little Hollywood stuff. And that's why Joe Rogan, we talk about him all the time, but the real world consequences, the political and cultural consequences of how popular Joe Rogan is and how much he has been able to just lie, to just spread straight up misinformation, and Spotify is doing nothing about it, has had serious impact. But, people now they're taking it seriously. Now, there's a million stories about Joe Rogan and the manosphere and blah, 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 blah. But, he has really for the last couple of years done this heel turn. I mean, not even really heel turn. He's just gone harder into anti-vax conspiracy bullshit. Saying really... falsehoods that are damaging to people's opinions regarding public health. Okay. For Miller Idris, misogyny often manifests in a preoccupation with women's visibility, and there are few women more visible in modern society than Twitch streamers. I use the definition of misogyny that Kate Mann uses, which is that it's not about hatred of women, it's a law enforcement mechanism of the patriarchy. You are trying to police the gender norms and expectations that the patriarchy wants to have in place, which includes women being subservient, demure, not public, not in leadership roles. When women violate those norms, they get met with misogyny. It is about control. It is about power. It's, putting women in their place type of thing. And for women and for Quan, now it's not to say that there are not people who do not hate women, but when we're talking about systemic misogyny, per this definition, we're talking about the law enforcement mechanisms, misogyny existing so that we live in a society where women are inferior to men, just on all levels. Right? And if you are a woman who steps outside the bounds of what women are allowed to say and do, then you will be met with misogynistic attitudes. You will be attempted to be put in your place. It's a structural phenomenon, yes. And for Quan, that's me. For Quan, who regularly discusses these issues on her Twitch streams, it's crucial that society recognizes the forces behind what happened to Valkyrie, Cinna, and Emiru. This is not happening in a vacuum. This is not an individual one-off thing, she states, before turning to the online reactions and the immediate aftermath of the incident. This issue with female streamers is a result of misogyny that accounts like Keemstar and all these drama bait accounts play a part in cultivating. This seething resentment of women and anger over them. Drama Alert had tweeted 2 days earlier, Pokimane and her clones, Valkyrie and Cinna, who streamed with her during the marathon, finally called out for their behavior. And it's what is their behavior? What are you talking about? Right. Because he has, he's just one example, but he has cultivated a following where a large part of what he does is post shit that is so hostile to women and that stirs up the worst of the worst online, where you go to the comments on any Keemstar post, okay, and take this one for example, and it's all Kai Cenat better, these women, it's so much easier to just be a female streamer, you just have your tits out, or haha, glad they're finally being held accountable. Accountable for what? For being successful women? What do you mean accountable? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? For existing? So I want to be clear, okay? I am not alleging that tweet by Keemstar is what directly caused this guy to stalk them and threaten to harass them. But what I'm talking about is how it's all part of this culture that is so hostile to women. And the more successful women are, the more, the more visible they are, it's an increase in that hostility. And so this is not happening in a vacuum, right? Like this guy who went after these women, and when he was rejected by Emiru, threatened to kill them, you have to look at like, where is this coming from? Okay. What are the roots of this? This is not just happening out of nowhere. And for people who want to be like, it's just mental illness. It's just mental illness. Sure. Individuals like the guys who were stalking and harassing the female streamers who spoke with Alyssa for this piece, or that guy. But like, we cannot just dismiss this as, oh, these are individuals who are mentally ill. That is not the bigger problem here. It is still, okay, so these individuals of mental illness, still, where is this coming from? What is the culture? What is it in our society that creates the conditions for someone who say they are mentally ill or not to threaten or harm a woman? The reaction to Iron Mouse momentarily overtaking Kai for the most subscribed channel was disgusting. Yes, another example of how angry so many people were at Iron Mouse. And like Kai did come forward and say, hey, like no hate here. Iron Mouse is amazing. Congrats to her. But it doesn't matter, right? It's like these hordes of these hordes of really angry, usually young men, when we're talking about like these online spaces. It's not to say that they're all young, but they something like that is also a result of this culture of misogyny where, oh my God, how dare Iron Mouse overtake Kai, a male streamer? And it's always the same, like, what does she even do? She doesn't even do, she's not as good as Kai. She doesn't deserve this. Iron Mouse, right? Like they're saying that about Iron Mouse. Ides of May, thank you for the tier 1 average, Brody. Thank you for the 4 months. Like how they do with school shootings, never addressing the root cause, saying it's a mentally ill lone wolf. Send your thoughts and prayers and move on. Yes, absolutely. Right. Like, oh, this is just about mental illness. These are just individuals. These are individuals who are mentally ill. This is, there's nothing else going on here that we need to be addressing. Keem, who runs Drama Alert, declined to comment. Kwan continues, pointing to the current political landscape as a perpetuation of misogyny. This is a representative of a mentality at large. So many people who voted for Donald Trump, so many young men have this belief that they've been victimized by a woke society, by progress that has benefited women and trans people and all these other groups, which, yes, that is what's going on here, is this victim mentality that any type of social or political progress for historically marginalized people takes away from those who have not been historically marginalized, aka white men. And so they treat it like this zero-sum game where, first of all, they are, they falsely believe that now women, queer people, black people, and other people of color are suddenly the dominant forces here, that like, oh, we have all the power, right? It's the same thing that Israel and Israel supporters will do, where they're like, we're we're the victims here. We're the underdogs, right? Like, look at all the support for Palestinians. Israelis and other Jewish people have never been, have never been more targeted since the Holocaust, where it's like, what are you talking about? The government of the United States of America has just disappeared a Palestinian activist because they didn't like what he was saying, because he was criticizing their sugar baby, Israel. And by, also by that criticism, criticizing the US government. Right? It's this belief that even when you still possess the power, that any changes to the status quo, right? Any social movements, any progress, even if it's just a little bit, and that progress is always met with enormous backlash because of the people who are like, this is war, right? Now my life sucks. I can't pay my rent. I'm a victim, blah, 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 blah. Like, okay, where they're responding to their real economic insecurities and like conditions that affect all working class people, right? That's a real thing, but they're directing it at the wrong targets. The frustrating fight for justice. Valkyrie, Sinha, and Emiru have not yet brought their attacker to justice. May, Rhodes, Carr, and others have expressed their frustration at how difficult it is to be taken seriously by the police, the courts, and the general public, all a side effect of a culture steeped in misogyny. Rhodes claims that she had to threaten to go public with the details of her stalker and how it was affecting her life before the police would take it seriously. Yeah, the fact that she's like having to tell the cops, I will go public. I am a Twitch streamer. I am an internet figure. I have a following and I will push you on blast. Good for her. What about all the women who don't have followers or they can't do this? She wonders angrily. You just need to be persistent, Carr says, echoing Rhodes' sentiment. It's sad, but if you're just persistent, you can definitely get it done. But how do we stop harassment and stalking from happening in the first place? Some people believe that social media platforms like X, Meta, and YouTube have a moral obligation to remove inflammatory content that could be contributing to the constant online misogyny. For Twitch streamers, the ability to moderate their chat so only verified accounts can participate is helpful, but not a catch-all. Some users may not want to verify their account by giving Twitch their phone number, and bad actors have historically made multiple accounts to circumvent bans. Twitch tells Rolling Stone that it has several safety tools to better support creators on its platform, including dedicated staff content moderators and a range of tools to protect our community and guard against harm. There's also Shield mode, which allows streamers to activate all their safety settings at the touch of a button, and Auto Mod, which blocks potentially harmful messages in chat. More than 80% of streamers have enabled this tool, according to Twitch. It's also worth noting that we developed our off-service policy with these use cases in mind. The policy allows us to take enforcement action against Twitch accounts, even if they broke our policies outside of Twitch, the rep says. As far as stalkers creating multiple accounts, I love how fucking huge this photo is of me. As far as stalkers creating multiple accounts, Twitch continues to enforce our ban evasion policy and has built tools like suspicious user detection, which notifies a channel if a viewer may have been banned from their channel previously. Why is this so big? But platforms like Twitch can't stop the transition of harassment from online typed out threats to real world danger. That problem is systemic, rooted so deep into modern society, I know, a fucking glamour shot, that it seems impossible to pluck it out. Yeah, I mean, this is the truth, okay? Look, I do think that there are areas for Twitch to improve, right? Don't love that always it seems when Twitch is announcing update, it is something that is actually makes it worse for creators and viewers, like saying, oh yeah, now we'll only allow you 100 hours of VOD space and everything after that is just deleted. Content moderation helps, Milder Idris offers when asked about solutions. We also need more preventative interventions. We find the most effective thing to do with teenage boys is to point out the manipulation of online influencers who are selling them content that is driven by outrage. Right. The reality here, y'all, the reality here is that this shit is deep. Okay. It goes down to like the very roots of our society. And we're not going to change it by like changing the mindsets and the behavior of of adults, okay? This is something that really the best way to change, the best way to make societal changes and cultural changes has to start from the beginning. And so for young boys, you know, being raised not to find themselves drawn to someone like an Andrew Tate, you know, not raised in believing that they have some God-given right of superiority in this world, especially, you know, superiority over women. Like if you are straight, that you are superior to queer people. Like we have to cut and remove these harmful behaviors. And obviously, you know, when we talk about these systemic issues, right? Like this isn't just something where, okay, if we raise boys to, you know, not be little misogynistic assholes, then things will get better. But this also, you know, this is also something where our institutions, our systems of power that, oh my God, I am fucking sweating. I think the heat must be on or something. I was like, why am I having hot flashes? I'm only 32. Women are just, we're just too emotional. Okay. We're always in menopause. You can't, you know, they can't be any positions of power. My frustration with Twitch and others is that companies will spend billions to buy politicians to be able to strangle one more seagull with the plastic strap for their soda bottles, but they won't spend a fucking dime to get to do their job stopping stalkers. Yeah, right. So like our legal system, you know, our police departments, these are all institutions that we gotta burn that shit down, right? Because they are so thoroughly cooked that there's just these deep rooted problems down to the core of when laws were made, you know, when our modern legal system was designed, the way that police departments have been fashioned is that it is not to protect the people who need protecting. The law is so often not on the side of victims. Didn't Asman once compare Andrew Tate to MLK? I don't know, but that's funny as fuck and seems like something Asman Gold would say. Okay, so we gotta start with teenage boys, blah blah blah. We gotta point out the manipulation of these online influencers who are selling them content that is driven by outrage, scapegoating, and the kind of manipulation about their very real grievances and problems, whether that's loneliness or something else. And that's the other thing too, right? We are not going to de-radicalize these young men and young women by offering up a candidate like Kamala Harris, okay? What we need to do is actually put forth real economic solutions, real policies that are designed to alleviate alleviate the stresses of the working class, speaking to material conditions. Right. And that was the problem with the Democratic Party, is they obviously didn't give a shit about that. And so having whatever Joe Rogan on the left, like, that's not going to fix the problem. Right? We need actual change at the political level. This article and interview are very cool and meaningful contributions. Congrats, even if the subject is really sad. Yeah, I think Alyssa did a great job with this. Once I'm done with this too, I will talk about the Japanese streamer. Though this kind of behavior points to a mental health crisis amongst young men, Kwan hopes, which, to be clear, young women also have a mental health crisis. Okay. There's just like a mental health crisis across the board. And all this talk of like, we need to talk about the male loneliness epidemic, right? Young men who are mentally ill. The difference is that young women who struggle with mental illness, they don't go shoot up schools. Okay. Female shooters, very rare. They don't go murder people. Okay. They don't go, they very rarely do the types of things that young men do, who are sufferers of, this mental health crisis, right? Who are dealing with loneliness that is directing them to these really insidiously misogynistic content creators who are telling them, you're not getting laid because women have too many rights. Okay? You're not getting laid because women are whatever, or like, blaming trans people for why you're not getting laid. Kwan hopes that people will ask different questions in the wake of what happened to Valkyrie, Sinha, and Emiru. We should not be asking, well, why didn't they have security? Or why didn't they do this? She says. The questions we should be asking are, why did that guy feel so bold in stalking these women? We should be looking at, what is it in this culture that directs a man like that to do what he did to these women? As Kwan said, what happened to Valkyrie, Sinha, and Emiru did not happen in a vacuum, and stalkers do not solely target Twitch streamers, though they are certainly more visible than most. In February 2022, young TikTok star Ava Marjorie's father shot and killed an armed teenager who broke into their home, who Marjorie claimed stalked her for months, both on the platform and off of it. In March 2023, podcaster Zohra Sadeghi and her husband Mohammed Nassiri were killed by a man whom she had an order of protection against when he began constantly messaging her and her friends after they met on Clubhouse, a podcast chat app. And there are countless stories of women who were not in the public eye, but were killed by their male stalkers, former coworkers, lovers, etc., even after going to their local authorities for help. Do you know that, like, okay, so when it comes to homicide in the workplace, one of the biggest areas of homicide in the workplace are male domestic abusers who show up to their girlfriends, partners, wives' place of work and murder them there. They all detailed their frustrations when trying to bring them to justice or sharing their experiences on social media platforms, how they were met with disdain and disbelief, how they had to remain persistent with authorities to be just to be heard, how concerned they were that other women facing this may not have the tools or support that they did. At the end of our conversation, Rhodes emphasizes how important mental health support is in potentially preventing this kind of behavior, and how dedicated she is to securing a future for her daughter where harassment like this doesn't happen. I want a better world for her, Rhodes says with tears in her eyes. I don't want her to feel unsafe. I already know that anybody who reads this piece who's already hostile to this, what we're saying here is going to hate the fact that what I said here, where I'm like, we have to move past this just being talked about as an individual mental health crisis. And we have to look at, like, what is it in our culture that creates the permissions, the conditions, what leads these men, mentally ill or not, young or old, to violate women, to abuse women. Right. Like, why has this been so normalized? Ahem. All right. So anyway, that is that article there. And let me not fuck Club Chalamet. Yeah, Club Chalamet, you listening? Okay. Talk about internalized misogyny. This is Alyssa's tweet. If you are on Twitter and want to go throw that a like or want to go throw that a repost, right? we got to support this kind of stuff, especially because the environment is so hostile. Alyssa is a journalist who is literally in a legal suit right now for defamation against the harassment that she has been enduring. So, you know, this is the type of thing that is not going to be met with not going to be met with you know, an internet that is welcoming, right? They don't want you to talk about this. They don't want you to say this kind of stuff, right? They just want you to shut the fuck up. Okay. Maya told her stalker's story and whined about it. It's crazy. Highly recommend. Yeah, no, I know of Maya's stalker experiences are awful. Okay, I will be back 2 seconds. Do you remember the huge women's boycott in Mexico a few years back to highlight femicide in the country, and now Claudia Sheinbaum is president? Progress can be made. Yes, indeed. Mexico elected their first female president, and one who's Jewish. All right. Woo. Woo. So, as this piece was about to go live, news started breaking about a female streamer and an influencer in Japan who was stabbed to death while she was live streaming. Just, you know, I like further proof of what was discussed in this piece. Just unfortunately, so sadly, this is the most extreme type of outcome, right? Where a woman is murdered. Gonna sit this one out. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, if you're like, I can't hear this story. It will be pretty quick because it's pretty much just a lot of my comments that I've already said for the last 2 hours. And then I just have like 2 more things that I want to cover. So, a young female online influencer in Japan was stabbed to death while live streaming on a Tokyo street by a man whom the police identified as a follower with a grudge. The influencer, Ari Sato, 22, was heard by passersby screaming help, and her live stream went dark with the sounds of emergency vehicle sirens audible to those watching. Her audience posted puzzled and worried reactions, including urgent pleas like "Where did she go?" and "Someone help." The Tokyo police said Wednesday that they had charged Kenji Takano, 42, with murder on suspicion that he carried out the attack, which took place the day before in a Tokyo neighborhood popular with university students. So it's not just young men, right? The guy who tried to who threatened and tried to attack Ray, Emmy, and Sinna was a young man, but like this is not something that only young men are doing, this type of really, really scary, life-threatening type of behavior. So this guy was charged, and they said Mr. Takano, who was arrested at the scene, had admitted to the attack, though he said he didn't mean to kill her. God, it just, every detail about this is truly horrifying. Like, I just can't think of any other word. It is awful. He said he didn't mean to kill her as he stabbed her repeatedly. Like, he had stabbed her repeatedly. According to the police, Takano used a survival knife to stab Miss Sato in the head, neck, and torso while she stood looking into her cell phone camera on a busy street. Miss Sato, a live streamer who had more than 2,600 followers, was filming herself as she made a circuit of major train stations. Though efforts were made to revive her, Miss Sato died after arriving at a hospital, police said. Right. It's like, I guess this guy was not thinking through what happens when you stab somebody in the head and the neck. Right? When you violently attack someone repeatedly. Violent crimes remain rare on Tokyo's usually orderly and clean streets, though there have been long concerns of Japan's social cohesion fraying from growing inequalities, stagnant wages, and more recently rising prices. The police said that they believe this was not a random attack. They said Mr. Takano appears to have been a follower who said he once lent Miss Sato a large sum of money that she had never repaid. So I hate a lot of the framing around this story where, first of all, even if this were true, that like he had lent her a large sum of money that she never repaid, which, let's be real, okay, for those of us who understand how Twitch works, this was probably a donation, right? But that it's being reported on because I guess that's how he has framed it as, I lent her money and she didn't pay it back. Okay, fine. Let's say that that's the case. So I'm just getting ahead of the responses here. Nothing justifies this woman being stabbed to death. Right? But these attitudes, which we've been talking about, of, oh yeah, well, these women lead these men on. Oh yeah, well, these girls, they're all in relationships, but they pretend not to be because they're just using these men because they're taking advantage of them. That is a very pervasive attitude here. And I am telling you that it is all a part of this culture that then leads to someone like this fucking guy stabbing this woman to death and being like, I gave you money and you never, like, you just took advantage of me, blah, blah, blah. Oof, they should have investigated that better because this just perpetuates parasocial behavior with framing it that way. Yeah, I don't love that they're just leaving it at that, right? This may have led Mr. Takano to hold a grudge against Miss Sato, the police said. Like, I think it would have been important to include some other details in here where, like, either if there is evidence that he had donated to him, which, again, that is not lending money, right? And it's why a lot of streamers put on their Twitch pages, donations are not refundable. Like, sorry, but if you donate, then please know that I can't refund this money. And there also cannot be an expectation of anything. Like, you donate this money because you want to donate the money, because you want to support me as a content creator, not because you have an ulterior motive in mind. But unfortunately, there are quite a number of individuals who will use money, who will use donations, and the streamer's acceptance of that donations as evidence of a relationship, right? And so then when they feel rejected, when that relationship doesn't materialize, then they get very angry. Then they look and go, you whore, you took advantage of me. You lied to me. You lied to me. You used me. While she didn't disclose beforehand where she would be streaming from, Mr. Takano tracked her down by recognizing the buildings behind her, according to local media reports citing police investigators. I don't know, man. It's also like, I hate this idea now that female streamers need to have security if they are IRL streaming. I was IRL streaming by myself in Tokyo just last month, right? And I've seen a lot of my female streamer friends be like, I am not streaming alone now without any security around. Like, I'm not streaming alone. I'm not streaming without security. And just, you know, how this is going, how this, you know, legitimate fear is going to impact IRL streamers, specifically female IRL streamers. That's such a massive misunderstanding of what this Twitch shit is and what streamers are providing viewers. Why you think take action to a total stranger in such a way it's madness and such fucking entitled bullshit. Yeah, and again, this is something that I don't expect like the New York Times to understand, like what's happening here on Twitch. But it's why them being like, they said, the police said Mr. Takano appears to have been a follower who said he once lent her a large sum of money that's never been repaid. Where we all know that this is like not the case, right? But even if it is the case, that there needs to be like some follow-up here being like, yeah, you still can't murder people, okay? You can't stab someone to death. The aftermath of the attack was also captured elsewhere online as passersby posted photos on social media of Miss Sato lying collapsed and bleeding on the street. This is also something that's a major problem, right? We're like, we call it the bystander effect, but it's also the effect of a lot of times people are too busy like whipping out their phones or, you know, doing nothing to get involved. And I'm not saying that I know every detail here where like people could have helped her, but it's just also this like, why are you taking, it's just like the immediate taking of photos of her collapse and bleeding on the street when she was still alive, by the way. She was still alive, okay? She died shortly after she arrived at the hospital. So she was dying on the ground. And people walking by were like taking photos of it and putting it online. On her channel in a live streaming app called Who Watched, she had often filmed herself while visiting bars and meeting other streamers. This is not the first killing of a female streamer in Japan. 2 years ago, a court in a Tokyo suburb sentenced a 26-year-old man to 17 years in prison for the stabbing death of a 33-year-old influencer who had just broken off a relationship with him. Yeah, I mean, that is, there's a bit of difference there because this is a domestic abuse type of case, right? These two people were in a relationship, and after the breakup, the guy murdered the woman. So, you know, what we've been talking about here specifically are strangers, men who do not have a relationship with women, which of course this all falls under the umbrella of violence against women, right? But these are specifically parasocially fueled type of relationships. And, you know, this culture offline, but online, because all of this is, you know, a lot of this starts online. And then in these instances, it moves to real life. But it's why, you know, I pointed out in the Rolling Stone piece how Drama Alert and all of these other drama type accounts run by these men who hold very horrible positions towards women and queer people and, you know, marginalized groups. You name them, Keemstar's got some shit to say about them. And that it just fosters this hostility towards women, right? And we're seeing the effects of this, right? Keemstar is just one piece of the pie. Literally why I won't IRL stream alone. I've seen this too many times. Yeah, I mean, I hate knowing that a lot of female streamers are either no longer going to do IRL streams or will not do them alone and or will not do it without security around. A tip that was given in first aid training is you have to identify a specific person and call them out to get them to help. Call 911. Just saying for it to be done to a group may result in no one doing anything. Call them out to get them to help. Wait, you mean like if you are the victim, then you have to like pick one person? Hey, you there, call 911. Or first, if you're helping, you have to say, hey, you in the... Oh, I see. You in the blue shorts, call 911. Bystander effect, meaning no one will do anything unless they specifically get asked to. Yeah, I think more so what is... what's so haunting to me is just the fact that, like, I don't know, man, you know, that pictures of her dying made it online before her family would even know what had happened to her, right? Before the people in her life would be notified. It's like when TMZ published the pictures of Kobe Bryant and his daughter and the people who died on that helicopter crash, where now, because of social media and the way that things are just so instant, really, really awful, horrifying instances of violence or of death are being published online with no care or sensitivity applied whatsoever. The surveillance that we do on each other is terrifying. Yeah, you know what's funny? So I was at home, where was I? I was getting moving boxes, and there were all these cameras everywhere in the store, like these huge screens, these massive screens where you see yourself on the screen, right? And I hear this guy, and he's with his friend, and he's like, dude, what the fuck? He's looking around and he's like, oh my God, this is what do you call it? Like, we're just straight up. And I'm standing there, I was like, surveillance state? And he goes, yes. I was like, yeah, we live in a surveillance state, right? And the people, us, who are being surveilled by the government are also surveilling one another. Everyone's a fucking cop. Everyone is surveilling each other. Everyone's, taking pics and vids and reporting people. Everybody's a motherfucking cop. And it was just funny because I could hear him trying to come up with like the word surveillance, right? The term surveillance state. And it was very like, you talking about a surveillance state? And he's like, yes, that's exactly what I mean. He's like, I mean, look at all of this. I was like, yeah, let me tell you about what we're living under right now. First time, right? Yeah. Okay. Let me just use the Citizen app for instance. So a lot of my girlfriends use the Citizen app, and they are in a perpetual state of fear that they are going to be raped, that they are going to be kidnapped, that they are going to have some crime happen to them, because they're getting boop, 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 all these reports. And oftentimes they're not legitimate instances of crime, right? Like it could just be mysterious figure, right? Where, okay, this might be somebody's bigotries coming to, taking place here. And then they're like reporting this shit on an app, Like I know that there are probably people who have written extensively about how things like the Citizen app actually backfire in making people feel less safe and encouraging people to do even more surveillance, right? Even more type of profiling that we're trying to move away from. But it's Nightcrawler, yeah. But yeah, it was wild when I realized how many of my friends use those and use them constantly, and that it translates to them living in constant fear that a stranger will attack them, right? Literally, violent crime rates have been on a long-term decline over the last few decades, right? And I don't know, I think I just want to make a plea to my fellow human beings. Stop fucking surveilling one another. Stop doing right? Like, the government is already doing this to us. We don't need more surveillance. Stop being a cop. Yeah, like these cop attitudes. Stop it. Cut it out. Cut it out. I coached high school track, and every year, no matter what we did during our seasonal bottle drive, some old bitch would call the cops if any of our groups of kids involved more than one black person. Ah, yes. They live in fear and act on their worst impulses and bigotries while violent crime is historically low. Yeah, it's not good. If you are already predispositioned to think that, I don't know, a black person is a criminal, or like, this also is something that comes from a, nonstop consumption of true crime. How many women who first sought out true crime so they could like feel empowered, where they could, whatever the reasons were that were supposed to be positive, have actually been the opposite, where there are a lot of women who listen to true crime all day, every day, who now live in this perpetual state of thinking they're going to be murdered, that they're going to be serial killed. And it's like, let's remember that the majority of murders, okay, are happening because of domestic abuse, right? That like, if you are sexually assaulted, most likely it is happening from somebody that you know. This is not a stranger in an alley who is, violating you in the way that it's been depicted historically in the media and in entertainment. But it's why we have these really, we have these really narrow understandings of what rape is, right? What sexual assault is. And so, something like true crime, where it's just like, this woman was blah, 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 violently stabbed to death, and she didn't know him, type of thing. And how a lot of true crime creators will focus especially on the more popular stories, right? The serial killers, the the stranger just going on a murdering spree, or a person going on a murdering spree of strangers. And it skews their understanding of violent crime, and like, and just going even bigger than that. Look at how the Republicans and then the Democrats, but less successfully, have been using violent crime as part of their, a massive part of their platform. We're gonna stop violent crime. Okay. All these immigrants coming in, violent crime has never been higher. These blue cities where everybody's just getting murdered. They've been overrun with violent crime. And this is all fear mongering. Okay. All of this is fear mongering. So anyway, to wrap this up, because I am going to move on to something else. Man, this is really sickening to read, and I don't know. I feel as if, my approach here is I don't want to come from a place where I'm doing fear mongering as well, right? Where I don't want to be commentating on this type of news in a way where I'm like, women, you're going to get murdered. If you're a female streamer and you go out IRL streaming, then you're going to be killed. You're going to be stabbed to death. Look at this. I don't want to contribute to the culture of fear, but the way that I'm trying to approach this is by addressing the reality of our society that is so abusive, that is, that treats women in a way that views women where these are symptoms, right? Like what we're looking at here are symptoms of the root issues at play. And so I don't want to say, hey, if you're a woman, you're going to be violently killed. Okay. Or if you're a female streamer, you go out IRL streaming, you're going to die. And I don't want women to be living in constant fear. I will say, yeah, as much as I talk about this, all this stuff, I don't live in constant fear. Okay. I have made it a point to try and not be constantly, even, I'm vigilant, of course, right? I try to be self-aware, or try to be aware of my surroundings type of thing. But that is different than living in this constant state of terror. And I think these misogynists, right? These very violent men, they benefit from you being terrified. They do. They want you to be scared. Can't live in your fear, but also can't be ignorant to what's going on. Totally, right? And I think that, all the stuff that we've been talking about is really important, right? It's important to know real documented issues to know the real dangers if someone else isn't aware. We want to just prevent harm and use knowledge to help prevent it in the future for ourselves and others. Yeah. And I would never be like, don't exercise any caution whatsoever. I would never if female streamers are heightening their security, I get it, but I just don't want to come from a place where I'm doing any type of fear driven coverage and making women just feel constantly afraid. I can't live my life based on potential violence. Right. And I think, even as someone who like many women has dealt with harassment, has dealt with assault, multiple instances of it, I still, and talks all the time about our culture and how, we love to hate women, et cetera, et cetera. I still do not, on a day-to-day basis, live in this constant state of fear. They're like, ooh, were you all fucked up from it? It's like what their precise goal is. Yes. Yeah, they want to terrify. They want you to be constantly terrified. They want you to think you better watch out or we're going to kill you. Oh, you're opening your mouth? You're opening your mouth to say things that we don't like? watch out, we're coming for you. You know, because I think that then that is a part of the problem here, is in utilizing this control to silence people, right? And we're going to talk in a moment about we'll look at the updates to Mahmoud Khalil, and that is what's happening here. Okay, it is this environment of this fascist environment of creating fear in anybody who thinks about engaging in any speech, in any protest that is against the administration, that is against the government, where if you are a political, if you dissent, okay, I dissent. If you are looked at as subversive, then you will face the consequences for it. You will be punished for it. And they want you to be afraid. They want to silence you. What's up, Speed Razor? Okay, hold on. I have got to turn down. I got to see if this heat is on. I am sweating my ass off. Okay. All right, you guys. So let's see. Let's see what is going on here. Updates to the Mahmoud Khalil case. So if you are not aware, of what has been going on, if you do not know the name Mahmoud Khalil is a student activist. He had recently graduated from Columbia, but he was still living on student housing. He is Palestinian, but he is a green card holder. So he is a permanent resident in the U.S., and he is married to an American citizen. His wife is 8 months pregnant. And 4 nights ago, I believe it was 4 nights ago, plainclothes DHS officers showed up. They were allowed onto campus housing, and they stole Mahmoud. They disappeared him. They took him without a warrant. There have been no charges, no criminal charges, and no evidence of any criminal activity, because Mahmoud is not guilty of any crime. And the reason that this case, that his disappearance is something that everyone should be paying attention to, is because this is an extreme violation of what is really, our most important right, what symbolizes living in a democracy, which is the freedom of speech, the freedom of assembly, the First Amendment rights that we have. And in violating this, the message that is being sent is, if you say something that we do not agree with, we being the government, whatever administration is in charge, then we will punish you. If you are a visa or a green card holder, the Trump administration has said that they will revoke your green card, your visa, and deport you. But it does not stop there. If you are an American citizen and you're like, I don't care, okay? I don't know what's going on with Israel and Palestine. This is a green card holder, an immigrants are evil, whatever. If you're an American citizen, you need to understand that this weakens your rights as well, because there may come a day that you say or do something, and if this sets the precedent that the government can kick you out of the country, can jail you, can do whatever they want to you if you say something that is supposed to be protected by the Constitution, but that, you know, if this is the world that we are living in, where constitutional rights don't matter, then they will come for you as well. So this is something where undocumented immigrants have been targeted by the Trump administration. They came to power on the promise of kicking out illegals, kicking out anybody who is not here through a legal pathway. But they are moving on to those who are here legally, visa and green card holders, and they won't stop here. So people need to understand that this is a violation to every U.S. citizen's rights.
Supporters and legal advocates outside a Manhattan courthouse rallying for the release of a pro-Palestinian activist. This after a hearing just ended over his potential deportation. We're talking about this man, MAHMOUD KHALIL, a legal U.S. resident with a green card who protested against Israel's war in Gaza at Columbia University. Now, immigration agents arrested Khalil over the weekend and sent him to a detention center in Louisiana. That arrest is sparking demonstrations in many parts of the country today. Now, the White House says Khalil's arrest is the first of many, saying the Department of Homeland Security will detain even more people connected with last year's protests. So let's bring it over to CBS News legal reporter Katrina.
Yeah, you know, I saw a clip of Asmongold talking about this, and not that I expect Asmongold to have any thoughtful, morally consistent, principled take at all. But Asmongold, as a supposed free speech warrior, somebody who believes that the most important thing is freedom of speech, then naturally should be protesting Mahmoud's disappearance, because that's exactly what this is. It is a violation of free speech. There's not a single crime that Mahmoud has been charged with. There is no evidence of criminal activity. And in fact, the White House has made it clear that they are not going the route of proving that he's committed a crime. And instead, they're like, it's up to Marco Rubio determining that he poses a threat to our foreign policy, to our national security. They're just lying. They're just saying things. They are absolutely circumventing how the legal proceedings in something like a person that has a green card having that revoked. They're just trying to set a precedent here to overrule the law. They do not want to abide by any legal precedent. They don't want to abide by any laws. They are trying to establish that this is the way that things are now going to go. If the government decides that they don't like you, okay, they don't like what you've said, even when that is protected by the First Amendment, then they will disappear you. He doesn't believe in freedom of speech. He believes in freedom of his own speech. I know. I mean, look, y'all, I always feel on the one hand, Asmon has tapped into something that has brought him enormous success, and he will not stop. He will not stop. It doesn't matter whether he actually fully believes these things. He is consistently at enormously high viewership, and so he will not stop no matter what. And so on the one hand, I'm like, oh my God, I don't want to give any credence to what he's saying, but on the other hand, I do understand what an enormous audience he has. I do understand the impact that his peddling lies, that his peddling right-wing rhetoric, that is, working on behalf of the fascist Trump administration as a mouthpiece for them, is bad because of the huge audience that he has. But I don't know what to do about that aside from offer up the truth here. And the truth is that Mahmoud's constitutional rights have been egregiously violated. That you cannot, I don't care if you disagree with someone or not, you cannot kick them out of the country. There is a reason that Nazi groups, that white supremacist groups exist in the United States. Okay? That they remain free to get together, have their little Nazi assemblies. Right? Be marching down the streets of Austin, Texas. Be talking about Nazi shit because they are constitutionally protected as long as it has not escalated to criminal activity, which even if it has, we know that in the United States of America, we love to protect Nazis. Okay? We'll just have Trump pardon you or whoever comes next. Let the Blues, you know what? We need the Blues Brothers. We need the Blues Brothers to take care of these. I hate Illinois Nazis. Let's remember back to 2022 when CPAC had the banner on stage saying we're all domestic terrorists. Yeah. Yeah, God. I just am. I know that everyone who's talking about this is saying it over and over again. But it is vital. It is vital that people understand what's going on here. And it's very clear. This is textbook First Amendment violations. Okay? This is not complicated. It's so egregious, and it is such a dangerous precedent to set no matter what your politics are. It doesn't matter. If you don't like what someone is saying, I'm sorry. You can't do anything about it, okay? There's a lot of people who say things I don't like, but I understand that you can't just punish them for that. You can't kick them out. That's how it goes. Yes, I covered what Ann Coulter said about it yesterday.
Kaufman, who was at that Manhattan courthouse. Katrina, you just were inside that courtroom. What did you hear?
Liz, the key things that happened in that courtroom were discussions about jurisdiction as well as Khalil's attorney's ability to access their client. For one, with jurisdiction, as you were saying, he was arrested in New York. Then he was actually brought to New Jersey before he was taken to this ICE facility in Louisiana. What the government is saying is that the Southern District of New York, where we are now, is not the proper forum for this to be heard. Khalil's attorneys argue otherwise. They want him returned to New York. And an issue that we learned they've encountered is since he's been in this Louisiana facility, they haven't been able to have a conversation with him.
His own lawyers have been prevented from speaking with him, their client. He was taken without a warrant. Okay, let's just reminder of the facts. Luffy loves Lofi. Thank you so much for that gifted sub. Facts. Okay, here are the facts. The DHS officers who showed up did not have a warrant. They showed up on the grounds of, you have a visa, we're revoking it. When they found out that actually has a green card, which means he's a permanent U.S. resident, they went, okay, we didn't know that, but doesn't matter. We're still revoking it, and we're taking you. They threatened to take his wife if she caused trouble. There have been no crimes that he has been he has been accused of, or that evidence has actually been offered up. Okay, he has not been charged with anything. He was taken initially to New Jersey, and then he was taken to Louisiana, as the belief is that the judge that will be handling this case is going to be more friendly to the Trump administration. That this detention center that he's being held in is one of the worst detention centers. And so that's why they removed him from Jersey and took him to Louisiana. And his lawyers have not been able to speak with him. So he has been denied due process. He hasn't even been charged with a crime. Has not been charged with a crime. So these are all facts, and they're really important to understand, because you need to understand that what is happening here is just a blatant violation of his constitutionally protected rights. And the reason that this is happening, that he has been targeted, is specifically because he was involved as a leader on Columbia's campus. He helped lead the peaceful protests there. His words that he has shared publicly are critical of Israel, are condemning the genocide and ethnic cleansing that Israel has been perpetrating, as well as how the United States has been facilitating it. But for the millionth time, it does not matter if you are pro-Israel. It does not matter if Khalil's words are words that you disagree with, because his speech is still protected constitutionally.
Protected by attorney-client privilege. There was one conversation that wasn't protected. It was cut off. When they tried to schedule one, the earliest date they were able to get was March 20th.
March
so one
20th.
thing that the judge ordered today is that they are going to be allowed to have attorney-client privileged calls with him today and tomorrow. They're planning to file an amended habeas petition asking for his release.
As you mentioned, his attorney spoke right after the hearing. Let's listen into some of what he had to say.
Mr. Khalil's detention has nothing to do with security. It is only about repression. United States government has taken the position that it can...
Okay, so I just need to explain something to you. That's not how this country works. I think give a chance to gain citizenship, but if there's no effort being made, kick them out. So this is just subjective, where you're like, I don't think effort's being made, so kick them out. You can't do this. Like, this is not legal. It's not how it works. Okay, it's not how it works. You or whoever else cannot decide, enough effort isn't being made to become a U.S. citizen, so therefore you're being kicked out. There are plenty of people in this country who are green card holders, which means they are permanent residents. So should we kick them all out, whether they are Palestinian or not? Like, I this is so silly. I don't even really want to engage with it, but I do think that you just need to understand that this is not legal. It's also not moral. It's not how things work.
Arrest, detain, and seek to deport a lawful permanent resident exclusively because of his peaceful, constitutionally protected activism. In this case, activism in support of Palestinian human rights and an end to the genocide in Gaza. The government takes the position that because the Secretary of State finds his dissent unacceptable or contrary to U.S. foreign policy, he can be deported. As Ramzi suggested, it's largely unprecedented, save for ugly...
Also, I here's a question, okay? This guy, MAHMOUD Khalil, who's been targeted for the last year and a half because he is Palestinian and because he has been speaking on behalf of the Palestinian cause. Do you think that things will be easy for him to go from being a green card holder to a U.S. citizen? One thing that is a requirement is demonstrating good moral character, which again, if you have an administration that is so hostile to immigrants who come from what they consider to be the wrong countries, that you have the wrong skin color, that you're the wrong ethnicity, then it's just silly to think that this is something that any effort on Khalil's part will accomplish. So the reason that a lot of people in this country who live here permanently, they are legally allowed to live here permanently because they have a green card. The reason that they do not have U.S. citizenship status is, one, it's very costly. It takes a very, very long time. There are many, many requirements to obtain U.S. citizenship. So it's not, whether you're Palestinian or not, it is not easy to begin with.
Historical precedents, including the Red Scare and McCarthyism.
Kept nice. Thank you for the 20 months.
That's what we're talking about.
Some pretty big statements there, Katrina. What else stood out to you in that news conference?
I mean, one thing that they talked about is how beyond just Mahmoud Khalil, this is an effort to silence protesters who are protesting the war in Israel and Gaza. And really, from talking to legal sources, they're just also worried about a much wider chilling effect that this could have. But Liz, we also heard from Khalil's wife. They talked about how she is 8 months pregnant. He is 1 month away from becoming a father. He has been separated from her and from his child who is coming soon. In that statement, you also heard them reference something that Secretary of State is relying on, which is this very obscure provision of the Immigration and Nationality Act that has rarely been invoked and also rarely been litigated in court. But there's an interesting fact I learned about this, is that it was once found unconstitutional by President Trump's sister, the now deceased judge, Marianne Barry. That was ultimately dismissed by Judge Alito, who at the time was a circuit court judge, but it's just an interesting precedent in this case.
CBS News legal reporter Katrina Kaufman.
Okay, actually, first I want to listen to Mahmoud Khalil. I've lived here for like 20 plus years of my life as a permanent resident. It's also daunting because of all the vitriol towards immigrants. Yeah. So if you are a green card holder, this is terrifying. As I said, it should be terrifying for every single U.S. citizen. Every person who lives in this country should recognize this as fascism, that this is the most extreme move to in signifying that we are living under an authoritarian regime, where if they get away with this, then the consequences of it for countless others, for every U.S. citizen, truly. But of course, thinking about specifically the visa and green card holders of Palestinians, Palestinian activists, students, allies, anyone who the government will point to and say you're an enemy of the state of Israel and also the United States. I love Hassan streams when I'm usually at work and moving around so I lose connection, but a late night leftist streamer would be perfect for me. I'm usually live later in the day. I usually go live 5:30, 6 o'clock Pacific time. Almost every night. I'm extremely white and a man and live in Kansas City. I'm worried that eventually they will have rounded up everyone else and finally come for me for my political beliefs. I feel like we got to read the poem. We got to read. Martin Niemöller. This is the famous Holocaust poem, First They Came For. Okay? The guy who wrote this was a prominent Lutheran pastor in Germany. In the 20s and early 30s, he sympathized with many Nazi ideas and supported radically right-wing political movements. But after Adolf Hitler came to power in 1933, he became an outspoken critic of Hitler's interference in the Protestant church because that affected him. He spent the last 8 years of Nazi rule from 1937 to 1945 in Nazi prisons and concentration camps. He's best remembered for his post-war statement, which begins, "First they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out." So I think maybe the fact that people don't know is the author of this very well-known now famous poem was sympathetic to the Nazis, that he was extremely right-wing. And it wasn't until they came for him that he realized how wrong he was. First, they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Well, thank God I'm apolitical, so I'm good. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me.
The Labor Management Relations Act of 1940.
Okay, let me hold this because I want to watch this video. But this is a reminder that what we are talking about here, where all of us who live in the United States of America, be you a visa or a green card holder or a naturalized U.S. citizen, whoever you are, you must recognize this for what it is. And if you are of the mindset, which someone like Asmongold clearly is, where he's like, I'm good. I'm a white dude who lives in Texas and I love this shit. Well, Asmongold, maybe you'll be here. Then they came for me and there was no one left to speak for Asmongold. Sorry for the Instagram link, but this is a perfect way of putting the same idea by author Margaret Atwood.
Go. You know, how did totalitarianisms go?
You know what? These gamers who have been like, we are victims, you know, the victim gamer mentality. Well, that actually might be real one day. Okay. There's already, I mean, for how many decades have video games been blamed as a source of school shootings? Video games are so violent. Video games, they're too sexualized. Too many big titties, even though Asmongold would say that those titties are naked now. Okay, so you gamers who have already believed yourselves to be some of the biggest victims in this world, well, might become reality.
First things that happens in them is a purge of the believers. Why is that? So what do we have with Hitler? We have Night of the Long Knives. Who got eliminated then? Other Nazis whom he saw as rivals. And why them? Because they were still true believers. They still believed in the socialism part of National Socialism, and he did not. So they get eliminated. Who did Stalin purge in the 1930s purges? It was the old Bolsheviks, because they were still believers, and he was not. So suppose these people get power. The first people to be purged will be the true believer Republicans. Just saying, you know? So if I were them, I would be thinking quite hard about giving a small group of individuals that amount of power over them.
Just saying.
And if you want the playbook of how these things go, you know, how did totalitarianisms go?
Yeah, and here's the thing. We've already seen with the Trump administration, the one thing that they are valuing above all is loyalty. If you are not loyal to Donald Trump, even if you are as conservative as they come, even if you're like a Liz Cheney, okay, and you and your father caused so much damage in this country, well, if you don't get in line, if you don't kiss the ring, if you don't suck the toes, then you're the enemy as well. Total and complete loyalty. Has been such a danger because he constantly is wrong about things. His audience takes him at face value. Yeah, it's why I said this earlier, but I'm like, part of me just goes, oh my God, I don't want to. I don't want to listen to what Asmongold is saying. I know what he's doing here. I know that he has tapped into this thing, and he's seen the success in numbers, and we know that Asmongold cares about numbers above anything else. Okay, this man is a multimillionaire who is, we know the state that he lives in, or I don't mean like the literal state of Texas, but the conditions that he lives in. What he cares about are his numbers on Twitch. That is what it is. And I privately messaged him when he had said the horrible things about Palestinian people and Palestinian culture and how they're inferior, because I thought that was a moment that I could get through to him and go, you need to understand why this is so wrong. And I had a fairly productive conversation with him, and I really thought that had done something. I thought that it had moved some needle and whatever. And now I have realized that no, because he has been rewarded by having a consistent 50, 60,000 viewership that no matter what I say, no matter how many times I can privately message him to basically make a plea to implore that he stop saying these things that he's saying, and not just stop, but explaining why a lot of people were outraged and upset, and why what he was saying was awful. And anyway, unfortunately, he will not stop, and he will only dig in more because he is rewarded with the numbers. He's rewarded with the viewership. Asmon came back and it got worse. The reason for that is because, like I said, he saw the success from saying what he's been saying. He is the largest political streamer on Twitch. It's like playing chess with pigeons. They throw all the pieces around, shit all over the board, and say, I win. Yes, it's not about being principled. It's not about any type of morality. It's not about being consistent. It's just about saying, it's just about hate, honestly. It's hate. It's how hateful can you be? And how many times can we talk about the fact that online hatred is very popular? You will do quite well. You will do quite well if that is how you, if that's where you're operating from. As NMP told Sin on stream once, they've all talked to him, and Asmon's response was that he's not going to stop. If he shut out his friends, there's no chance of reaching him. Yeah, and I was essentially a stranger to Asmongold when I wrote him, and I was even surprised that he wrote back, and I was even more surprised that we seemingly had a genuine, productive conversation. And boy, oh boy, no, he's not going to stop. That's basically moral of the story. He will not stop.
An immigrant and a legal permanent resident.
Okay, so I want to play. I want to play Chris Murphy, even though I have a lot of problems with Chris Murphy. I do think that this is from the Democrats, aside from the usuals, Summerlee, Rashida, those who have been the most on the side of the Palestinian cause, Chris Murphy is a dyed-in-the-wool Democrat, okay? He has supported Israel like most Democrats, like most people in Congress. But I do think that what he's saying here is good. And this is the type of message that every single Democrat, I mean, I don't expect the fucking Republicans to, because they fall in line. You fall in line with Donald Trump or you're punished.
States is being held right now in prison, even though no criminal charges have been filed against him. Now, I want to tell you why that should matter to every single American. Khalil is a recent graduate of Columbia University. He opposed Israel's military operation in Gaza. He has deep animus toward Israel's policies and the U.S. support for those policies. He helped organize the protests over Gaza at his university last year. You can disagree with his views or his politics, but there is no evidence he has broken any law. But last weekend, Trump officials entered his apartment and took him into custody.
So what people like Asmongold and everyone else who's saying the same shit Asmongold is saying, what they have to admit then is, yes, I do think that we should be allowed to deport people who say things that I disagree with. That's essentially what anybody who is excited supporting this detainment and possible deportation, that is what you have to admit then. That if someone says something that I disagree with, then I do believe that we should kick them out of the country. And what I'm trying to point out is, okay, fine. We start there. It doesn't stop. You think that this stops with Palestinians, people who I know you hate, right? I know that, you know, part of the issue here is that Mahmoud Khalil is a target. There are many people in this country who are already primed to hate him because his name, because his ethnicity, because where he comes from, who he is. But what I'm trying to get across is that if you think this stops at Palestinians, or if you think this stops at Palestinian allies, it does not. Trump said that Chuck Schumer, who is he's at AIPAC. Okay. He's supports Israel through and through. Trump said that Schumer is not Jewish, that he's a Palestinian. Donald Trump, a non-Jewish man, okay, who the ADL can't stop praising, has said that Chuck Schumer is not Jewish. Palestinian Chuck. Yes, that's a term that Donald Trump loves to use as a slur. He loves to use the word Palestinian as a slur to describe Jewish people who are pro-Israel.
Brought him to a detention facility in New Jersey at first, but when his family went to visit him, he wasn't there. For a while, his family and his lawyer had no idea where he was. They eventually found out that he was being held in a detention facility in Louisiana, and that's where he still is today. In dictatorships, they call this practice being disappeared. No charges, no claims of criminal behavior. The White House doesn't claim he did anything criminal. He's in jail because of his political speech. And here's why everybody should care. In America, your political speech is protected, whether or not the president likes what you say. But today, if you're loyal to Donald Trump, your speech is going to be protected, even if it's hate speech. You can be Marco Ellis, an employee of Doge, who said he, quote, was racist before it was cool, and, quote, normalize Indian hate. And the vice president of the United States will tweet in your defense. But if you are...
Yeah, and Elon Musk, the shadow president, will run a poll on Twitter, the platform that he owns, to say, should we keep this guy? Should we have him still?
Disloyal to Trump, or you're organizing against Trump's political agenda, your speech could be criminalized. You could find yourself in jail. Now, Trump chose to begin by disappearing a Palestinian immigrant, hoping that his place of birth and his immigrant status would just cause people to look the other way.
Yes!
But we cannot. Because once it becomes normal for the regime to disappear people simply for protest against the regime's policies, once a citizen or a resident of America can be locked away with no charges against them simply because they protested, there is no going back for America.
Right.
Even if you're a hardened Trump supporter, this practice should cross the line for you. Even if you disagree with Khalil's views, this practice should cross the line for you. This has nothing to do with supporting Trump. This is about supporting an American value.
Yes.
Maybe the most important American value, protecting free speech, even if it's speech you disagree with. If our new reality is that a president can disappear an opposition protester with no charges filed against them, we are not America any longer. Today it's Mahmoud Khalil. Tomorrow it's me or you. A young man by
Yeah, I think Chris's, I'll link this. I think Chris Murphy's statement is very clear. It's very concise. I think it's a good message. I think that the type of people who would listen to someone like Chris Murphy will hopefully hear this and will pass this along. And this is the message, okay, y'all. This is the message that we have to be persistently spreading, that we have to be so clear in. Like I said, it's not complicated from a, how do I explain this, blah, blah, from a legal standpoint. It's textbook First Amendment violation. It is textbook violation of someone's right to free speech. Yeah, so I do think that from the Dem side, this is exactly what the message needs to be, and now we obviously need the follow-up. We need the follow-up action, which I requested that from Rokana, who wrote me back on Twitter. And I said, thank you for the response, but I would prefer if you could post publicly. And he said, I will DM you. Like, we can talk about this privately, which I'm like, the whole class wants to know. If you could post publicly about what steps are being taken to free Mahmoud. Additionally, what is the plan to protect other visa and green card holders from similar treatment if they have engaged in speech that is critical of Israel? Also, I do not think quote tweeting a well-known white supremacist account to make a statement re Tesla vandalism is a good move. I do love this conversation underneath, or this comment underneath. N Wokeness is run by an Indian man. First of all, we're pretty sure N Wokeness is run by Jack Posobiec. But even if it is an Indian man, do you think that it still can't be a white supremacist account? What are we talking about? Hello? Hi. What? Buddy, yeah, you know what? You ready to have your mind blown? I'm going to tell you something that is going to just blow your mind. Okay? You do not have to be white. You do not have to be white to be upholding white supremacy, to be advocating for white supremacy. Also, do we need to talk about how fucking racist a large portion of the internet where Indian politics are discussed are? Where's Carton? Yeah, where's Jude? What? Like, I know you got some thoughts on this. Okay, so I want to play this short video here. This was posted by Breakthrough News. Because here's the thing. Obviously the point is being made repeatedly that it doesn't matter if you agree with what Khalil was saying, because this is about free speech, okay? It legally, your facts don't care about your feelings, okay? Facts do not care about your feelings. However, I just despise, obviously, the absolute slander and defamatory statements that are being made towards Mahmoud, and how not only not only is it coming from people who just who just think that being Palestinian, pro-Palestinian is evil, that makes you a terrorist, but there's also a lot of just straight up disinformation, just propaganda that I've seen all over the place. I actually meant to respond to this on Twitter, but I saw a video that someone posted that it was up to about 20,000 likes, and a lot of people were like tagging the White House, tagging all of these accounts that they think need to see this evidence of Mahmoud Khalil being deserving of deportation. And this was a video, and it was presented as video emerges that shows Mahmoud Khalil at a protest, like wearing a Hamas sweatshirt, yada, yada, yada. This was a video that was published from September of 2024. Okay. It was not hard to find out this information. It is not this Mahmoud Khalil. It is a different Mahmoud Khalil who is in Canada, who's specifically in Quebec. And that information was part of the original video that the person who posted it online explicitly, intentionally cut off the original poster's tagged name, as well as the caption, which included the information of who was identified in this video. And the original video was posted by someone who is also super Zionist and thinks all Palestinian supporters are terrorists. So it's not like this video was posted in support at all. However, it's just how it's a clear-cut example of how people are looking for evidence to confirm their already existing worldview. Okay, if you believe that Mahmoud Khalil is a terrorist, that he is an evil person, blah, 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 that he deserves to be kicked out, you're going to look at a video like that and you're not, and first of all, the person in the video, the other Mahmoud Khalil, didn't even have his face showing. You couldn't even identify it from just the video. And it's also why that poster chose to use that video, because you would be able to tell that it was not Mahmoud Khalil if the person's face was showing. But anyway, it's just an example of how easy it is to spread lies, to appeal to people who are already searching for anything to confirm what they already believe, and how they will share that. They will point to that as evidence without applying any critical lens whatsoever. There was the claim that he made this Instagram post from an anti-apartheid group at Columbia calling for the fall of the Western Empire when there's no evidence. Yes, to be clear, no evidence has been offered up that Mahmoud either was disseminating pro-Hamas pamphlets, was making explicitly pro-Hamas statements, etc. There has been nothing that has been offered up to connect him to Hamas in any way. Just noticed your green cursor? Yeah, that's right. That's right. I made a gigantic green cursor so that I don't lose it. And it doesn't matter, though. That's the thing. It doesn't matter if he was handing out pro-Hamas pamphlets. He's still allowed. You're allowed to do that, okay? But what they're saying is like, oh, he's materially supporting Hamas. He's working. They're paying him. He's working in tandem with them, and they're a U.S. designated terror group, and therefore that's all we need to know. Did you see how the White House official page showed his picture and put Shalom Mahmoud? Yes, they're just freak ass shit. Okay, it's so it's vile. It's just vile. Hogan, thank you for the gifted to green cursor. Okay, anyway, I wanted to show this video of Mahmoud because I do think it's important in all of this to remember that this is a guy who This is a guy who is protesting against the genocide of his people, who has, and his parents and his grandparents experienced decades of violence at the hands of Israel, ethnic cleansing, apartheid conditions, etc. And through it all, he has operated as a leader of Colombia's Palestinian protests with kindness and with grace and with patience. And it's not that I'm not trying to do the thing where it's like, see, he's a really nice guy and that's why we should support him. But I just think countering all of these lies that paint him as some scary, awful person, and remembering why he's doing this in the first place. Why is a Palestinian man who is a green card holder, who he knew that he was going to be made a target in speaking up, in speaking out against Israel's actions. And this is why.
I was born and raised
this is why he does
in
what he does.
a Palestinian refugee camp in southern Damascus in Syria. My family's history in Palestine actually goes back to as long as my grandparent could trace it. They lived in a very small village right next to Tiberias. Mostly they were farmers. My grandmother, she used to tell us that she had Jewish neighbors. They would share a piece of land where they would farm it. Tiberias was one of the first cities that the Zionists targeted in 1948 with ethnic cleansing. In April 1948, a month before the Nakba, the Zionist militias, they burned one of their villages. When they heard the news about it, they had to leave immediately. Some of the men went to fight. Big families, they had to go to Syria. My grandmother, she was pregnant at that time. She had to walk 40 miles. She gave birth on the way. When they arrived in the refugee camp, they thought it's just a matter of days until they would go back. They did not want to be killed because they heard about the horror stories across Tiberias. My dad was born in a tent. His family lived in that tent until like mid-70s when they upgraded to small structures. In the 90s, they finally kind of like had concrete buildings. To us, it was always a temporary home until we go back to Palestine.
You know, it's just so immoral. It's so clearly immoral to think that this person deserves everything that's coming to them. That as a Palestinian whose family, like all Palestinians, have endured decades of hardship, decades of violence, that then when October 7th happened and Israel had subsequently embarked on a genocide of those living in Gaza and increased settler violence in the West Bank, so Mahmoud then felt that he had to protest this, be a part of the protests, and was chosen as a leader because of who he is to speak out against this. And so it's not just for me and for a lot of people we must free Mahmoud, we must protect Mahmoud because this is a violation of his First Amendment rights because this is unlawful, this is unconstitutional, this is immoral, this is a terrible thing that has happened, but also because Palestinians, because the Palestinian cause is righteous. The Palestinian cause is a righteous cause that Palestinians should not have to keep enduring just this brutality that this brutal system that they have lived under that strips them of their humanity, of their dignity, of their rights. And for Palestinians in the US, where they have been watching their family and their friends in Gaza, in the West Bank, just live in constant terror, live in just the most horrific conditions, and how it's not like they are safe here in the US, whether they are a group of 3 guys wearing keffiyehs who are shot by a bigoted US citizen who targets them for their keffiyehs, or they are students who have peacefully protested their university's involvement, their university's funding of businesses that are connected to the Israeli apartheid regime, the genocide, that they are profiting from it. Or they are people like MAHMOUD Khalil, who have been now disappeared by the government. The hatred and the violence that Palestinians face here in the United States because of our long-standing relationship with Israel is also immoral. And so it's not just about speaking up for the constitutional rights of all people. It is speaking to the humanity and to the struggle of the Palestinian people here in the United States, over in occupied Palestinian territories. Okay, let's watch this video on. Let's watch this video also from Breakthrough News.
Will we ban free speech in America so Israel can continue committing genocide? That's the question.
You know what my free speech is? My free speech is having a video that's on full blast. Okay, that's my free speech. Y'all. Also, I'm going to grab.
You probably saw that on Saturday. DHS agents followed a Palestinian Columbia student, MAHMOUD KHALIL, into his apartment building and said they had a warrant for his arrest. KHALIL, who was one of the lead negotiators in the Columbia University Gaza Solidarity encampment and is a permanent resident in the United States, was arrested in front of his 8 months pregnant wife and is now facing deportation. ICE sent him to be detained in rural Louisiana, as far away from his family and lawyers as possible. Currently, a judge has halted the deportation process, and what comes next is yet to be seen. In a statement, a DHS spokesperson said KHALIL was arrested because he, quote, led activities aligned to Hamas. But we all know that his real crime was helping lead the movement against Israel's genocide, which ironically is the actual crime at play here. This is part of a years-long campaign by the Israel lobby to basically outlaw any criticism of Israel in the United States. Here's what you need to know. Public opinion has become Israel's Achilles heel.
I love your coverage, Caroline. I had to cook to feel better. I'm making a curry. Oh, it sounds good.
In the U.S.
Hope it's
People
delish.
are starting to wake up to the fact that Israel isn't some kind of pluralistic democracy. It's an ethno-state, meaning it's a country based on the demographic supremacy of one ethnic group over another. The whole point of Israel as a country is to create a Jewish majority in Palestine by bringing Jews from all across the world to kick the native Palestinians out and build Jewish-only cities in their place.
Every single place and every single land, every little spot, everything is the Jews. Not a single piece for other people, only for us.
Well, we don't have time to go through the entire history of this. We made a video about it called Israel's Goal Has Always Been Ethnic Cleansing, which you can search up on YouTube. But
he's like, this is just a 10-minute video.
is that more and more people are becoming acutely aware that Israel isn't this tiny, victimized country that it says it is. Israel's post-October 7th genocide completely shattered this narrative. Not just the massacres, but the videos, the chants, the concerts, the TikTok trends, the branding of Palestinian prisoners with the Star of David, the Israeli army looting lingerie from Palestinian women they had killed. Let's not forget.
Yeah, just showcasing their crimes on TikTok. That's the world we're living in. Hey, Caroline, I appreciate your support in being so outspoken against the injustice against the press. God bless you. Welcome in.
Israel nearly descended into a civil war because Israelis felt like Israeli soldiers had a right to rape Palestinian prisoners. The whole framing of Israel as this helpless victim has been completely shattered by the images of a country reveling in slaughter and land theft. You'll see this written everywhere in pro-Israel publications, that the greatest international threat to Israel now isn't Hamas or Hezbollah. It's losing their whole international legitimacy as a state. Protests, court cases, and mass discussion of Israel's crimes have reshaped global consciousness and undermined the foundational apartheid principles of the state. This is why Israel has spent years trying to criminalize protests and free speech in the United States. There's no doubt that the White House itself made the decision to arrest Mahmoud Khalil. Trump had, in fact...
Also, we might watch this video another night, but Second Thought has a really good video on how Gaza is a testing ground and how we should all be terrified, right? We should all be, of course, morally opposed to the way that Israel is using AI systems to kill Palestinians. That it's like, okay, a 10-second decider, and whoever's on the side where you press in the button is making basically a split-second decision to bomb a Palestinian person, and how this has targeted a lot of journalists, a lot of teachers, a lot of basically Gazan citizens who are not militarily who are not part of Hamas, right? Who are not engaged in warfare with Israel, right? How it takes out families. So anyway, yeah, there's a book on it. I think also Ronan Farrow, I think I talked about this before, a documentary that he did recently about surveillance and these AI systems, and how this is what they're testing out. Okay, this is what the state of modern technological warfare looks like, and it's terrifying.
Personally honored the arresting agent years ago. It's part of the administration's political offensive to whip the universities into line and attack the Palestine movement at the same time. But what's not being discussed is the Israel lobby's role in all this. Trump's cabinet is stuffed to the brim with people who are closely connected to the Israel lobby: Marco Rubio, Mike Huckabee, Pete Hegseth, Elise Stefanik, Elon Musk, Mike Waltz, RFK Jr., Pam Bondi, Tulsi Gabbard. I actually don't think there's anyone in his cabinet who doesn't support Israel. One of the Trump campaign's largest donors was Miriam Adelson, who's a billionaire and Israel First mega donor that put over $100 million into the Trump campaign. The Israel lobby also openly aided the Trump administration in finding the students in this deportation effort. An Israeli group called Batar US, which is basically the US arm of the far-right Israeli Likud party, had been sending names of pro-Palestine student activists to the Trump administration for deportation. To give you a sense of these people, they posted
surveillance state, y'all. This is what I meant by a lot of people are doing the government's work for them. Not to say that the government isn't engaged in surveillance. Of course they are, okay? But how individuals are everyone's a fucking cop.
Recently that they wanted Israel to kill more Palestinian children. Literally, that's something they actually posted. On Twitter,
we
they
talked about
called for the students
yesterday
on the list they sent to the Trump administration to be deported and bragged that they would send even more names. This was only a few weeks before Mahmoud was arrested. Israel was also heavily involved in pushing the US TikTok ban. According to records, one of the main pro-Israel lobby groups, the Anti-Defamation League, and another pro-Israel group, Hadassah, lobbied in favor of the TikTok ban. The ADL called it an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory that they were trying to ban TikTok, even though the CEO of the ADL...
Batar, FYI, was fighting on Twitter with Shai Davide, saying he's not extreme enough. It is always crazy to see just these freaks going at each other because they're basically, one is accusing the other of not being extreme enough. Yeah. That is how just full, if you think Shai Davide, like you think Shai Davide is bad and he's horrible. Okay. Shai Davide is just the biggest man baby. Okay. Mr. Stomping his foot, Shai Davide. Batar is worse. Okay. That's how bad they are. The org that Israel labeled as a terrorist organization, where they will just tweet things. They will tweet things in response to an article about the number of dead babies in Gaza, and they'll be like, more. It just really, really evil shit. Really evil shit.
Himself, Jonathan Greenblatt, said multiple times on record that the app should be banned.
We need to talk about TikTok. TikTok, if you will, it is the 24/7 news channel of so many of our young people, and it's like Al Jazeera on steroids, amplifying and intensifying the anti-Semitism and the anti-Zionism with no repercussions. I've got to ask, Joe, like there's been a lot of lamentations about the fact that TikTok's ownership is Chinese, but you know what? Oracle owns 10% of the company. General Atlantic owns a piece of the company. Our friends at Sequoia Capital own a piece of the company. So does Sequoia and General Atlantic?
Yeah. Or how about this, okay? Maybe like if I'm doing a little strategy here, all right, if I'm gonna do a little strategy for Israel, maybe IDF soldiers shouldn't just be posting their crimes on TikTok, shouldn't be just bragging about the latest house that they bombed and wearing the lingerie of whatever woman lived there and is probably dead now. They simply cannot help it. You know, so maybe you're a little worried because they're posting that on Maine, and a lot of people in a country like the US, including many young people who use TikTok, are seeing that stuff and going, wow, this is really evil. I'm sorry, this is the side that you're telling me is the most moral army in the world? This is the side that you're telling me is the underdog? Is the David in this situation?
Does Oracle want to be responsible?
That they are morally righteous?
Anti-Zionism and
Gotta ban free speech. Gotta ban whole ass platforms because the IDF can't stop posting their own war crimes.
It's time to talk about TikTok. And I think we need members of Congress to be asking them, why are they doing enough?
Capturing TikTok might seem less meaningful than holding on to Mount Hermon. Libelous tweets certainly might seem less deadly than missiles from Yemen. But this is urgent because the next war will be decided based on how Israel and its allies perform online as much as offline.
Prominent Israel lobby
they're like, we're
politicians
failing in the effectiveness of our Hasbara.
Also cited anti-Israel content as the reason they supported punitive action against TikTok. Many of the most draconian speech laws that have been passed in the United States in the last few years have been laws regulating speech related to Israel.
Yeah, okay, let's just pause for a moment. What he just said is true. Many of the most draconian anti-free speech laws that have been passed are in relation to Israel, to protect against criticism of Israel. That is fucking insane. This is a foreign country. A foreign country that, yes, has demonstrated through lobbying groups like AIPAC, bragging about the influence that they have on U.S. elections. How, you know, the U.S. and Israel are ironclad. But just, I don't know, man, it's just a reminder that if you are a U.S. citizen, okay, please understand that all of these violations to our free speech are being done on behalf of a foreign country. 51st state.
Throughout the 2010s, Israel lobby groups were pushing laws that made support for the Palestinian solidarity movement, boycott, divestment, and sanctions, a fireable offense. These laws, which were written almost identically, forced government contractors to pledge that they wouldn't boycott Israeli products. Refusing to sign would result in not being hired or being denied state funding. In one famous case, Empire Files journalist Abby Martin was disinvited from a speaking event at Georgia Southern University because she refused to sign a pledge saying she wouldn't boycott Israel. The ADL and AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, endorsed and pushed these laws, which picked up the nickname Loyalty Oaths, despite the ADL's own internal reporting expressing concern that trying to censor pro-Palestine speech would only garner more support for the cause. There are 37...
Why is this country so deeply intertwined with Israel? I mean, geopolitical, military, economic reasons, right? Using Israel as our attack dog in the Middle East, sending Israel in to do our dirty work when we can't like publicly show our involvement, when it's got to be, you know, behind closed doors, when we can't show that we're directly involved. Yes, it's our own interests in maintaining our hegemony and just our power and our strength in this world. So yeah, this isn't like, that's why a lot of politicians in the US who are not Jewish are Zionist. They support the Zionist project. They do everything in their power to protect Israel here in the United States on an international stage. So, yeah.
States in America that have passed these anti-speech laws. The main Israel lobby group in Washington, AIPAC, shapes U.S.
Yeah, testing for policing methods and weapons. Yes, there's a long-standing relationship between the IDF and U.S. police forces, where, like, also a relationship between Palestinians who have been, oppressed in Israel, have been targeted by the military and by the police, who have then in turn passed along protest tips to Black Lives Matter protesters, where they were like, hey, here's how you can best protect against tear gas, etc. And how that relationship between the Israel military and the police is one where they have like taught our police forces how to better beat up on protesters.
Policy on Israel by interfering in U.S. congressional elections and congressional affairs. It pushes every candidate running for Congress to take a stance on Israel and then directs massive cash flows to the candidate with more pro-Israel views. If there's any candidate that refuses to support Israel or is even marginally critical of it, AIPAC will support the candidate's opponent and spend tens of millions of dollars launching a smear campaign against that candidate. This is precisely what happened to progressive congressional incumbents like Cori Bush and Jamal Bowman. Once pro-Israel members are in Congress, they're showered with gifts, fancy dinners, and donations to keep them loyal. When big bills concerning Israel come up, they get their talking points from AIPAC lobbyists. There's a really good documentary about how the Israel lobby operates in America called The Lobby US, which you can find on the Electronic Intifada's YouTube page. I definitely recommend.
Mahmoud just talked with his lawyers, by the way. Drop Site said it's likely he will stay in the Louisiana detention until March 17th. Is that the latest update? Because what I had seen, what I covered, was that his lawyers were saying that they had still not been able to talk with him.
Watching it. A few years ago, there was an entire controversy manufactured by the Israel lobby that it was actually anti-Semitic to say that AIPAC money was influencing members of Congress. But if you go on AIPAC's Twitter, they brag about how they win 95% of elections they intervene in and directly claimed responsibility for Bush and Bowman's defeats. So
that's another thing too. Are you speaking to American citizens? Are you cool with a foreign state having this much power and influence in our elections? You know? Is that something that you give a thumbs up to? Regardless of what your political beliefs are you cool with a lobby group that represents the interests of a foreign state having this much influence on U.S. elections? Yeah, of course, as long as it's not China. As long as it's not China. Drop Site just released this article about it. Okay, I'll look at that after.
They can say they influence elections, but we can't. Even though the Israel lobby is trying hard to sustain U.S. support for Israel, it's not working at all. New polling data from Gallup shows U.S. support for Israel at its lowest level in at least 24 years.
Yeah, I talked about this yesterday.
Mahmoud Khalil's arrest was the latest temperature check on this, with the petition demanding his release getting 2.2 million signatures in 3 days. After 16 months of politicians resorting to genocide denial to continue arming and financing Israel, people are tired of being told that we're the ones in the wrong. Right now, Israel is cutting off humanitarian aid to millions of people they relentlessly carpet bombed for over a year. People are tired of the constant gaslighting from the pro-Israel politicians, myself included. I know Mahmoud personally. I was at the Columbia encampment with him and interviewed him a bunch of times about his story, his family, his dream to see the occupation end so he can go back to Palestine with his loved ones. The question for us is, how far does this go? What's next? The New York governor recently told the city it couldn't even have a Palestinian studies professor.
Insane.
Should we also ban books about Palestine? Should we make it anti-Semitic to use the word Palestine? Should we throw people in jail for saying that Israel shouldn't be allowed to bribe politicians?
He's being hypothetical, but the hypothetical rooted in reality.
What exactly is the limit? The attack on Mahmoud isn't just an attack on one activist at Columbia. It's about all of our rights to speak up, to write, to keep telling the truth. Mahmoud's lawyer just put out a statement that even though he's in ICE detention, he's still undaunted. If Mahmoud is undaunted from a jail cell in Louisiana, the least we can do is be undaunted too.
Here. Absolutely. And I do think, y'all, when times feel as scary and just depressing as times be feeling, I think we have to look at the progress that has been made, even when progress is always met with backlash. That the status quo holders will seek to use everything in their power to keep the status quo, to keep and remember, knowledge is power. And one reason that why fascist governments, why fascist countries, often the first thing that they do when they take over is to destroy places like libraries, institutions that hold knowledge, is because they understand that knowledge is power, that people understanding the reality, the truth of what they have been lied to about for years, or what the government is attempting to sway the narrative on, that is where political action comes from. Coca, thank you for the 1,000 bits. I hate it here. Can you and Will adopt me? I'm a 36-year-old Mexican man. Thanks in advance. I have been wanting a 36-year-old adult baby son. I think that's what I need in my life. I'm like, you know what? Something's missing. I think a 36-year-old adult baby is really what I need. That's what I need. So, yeah, y'all, even when it's like, okay, yes, the support in this country still skews to the Israeli side. you have to look at how that support has gone down, that it's at a 25-year historic low, and that support for the Palestinian cause has been going up. And look at how many young people are out there protesting, how many young people where one day these old people in power, they'll be dead, okay? They'll be dead. Some of them quite soon, because they're really fucking old. And so the young people, we need to be informed. We need to understand the things that our parents and our grandparents didn't, because they were only exposed to the propaganda that our government and the governments of our allies have thrown at us, have made sure is the only thing that we are exposed to. No amount of propaganda can hide the truth. So I just think that in trying to find any type of light here, any positive thing, it's look at how public support for Palestine has never been higher. Never been higher. Even when the people in power are throwing everything that they can at us, public support has never been higher. And a lot of people have been dedicated to the Palestinian cause for much, much, much longer than I have. They have all talked about how this is different than any other time. That they didn't ever think that they would in their lifetime see this level of support for Palestine, that just this open criticism of the Israeli government. You know, that Zionism, the political ideology of Zionism is, I think prior to October 7th, a lot of people had never even heard what Zionism was. They didn't know what that was. Or maybe they just thought that like, oh, being Zionist is equal to being Jewish, right? It's like just I don't know, another term, not knowing that it is a political ideology rooted in ethno-religious supremacy, not knowing that like what the roots of Zionism are. I feel ashamed that I didn't know anything about Palestine until 10/7. I always thought Israel was just a target because of its location and their religion. I didn't know the horrors of what they were doing there. I learned this from both you and Hassan. Has made me realize a lot of people in this country haven't been taught the truth for that exact reason. Totally. Look, there is it's what I say is, do not beat yourself up for not having the awareness that you do now about Palestine. Every one of us, whether it's about Israel and Palestine, whether it is about our broken criminal justice system, whether it is about the horrors and just evils of mass incarceration, of the for-profit carceral system, whatever issue it is, that it is a journey, okay? Your understanding of these issues comes from your educational journey. And there are a lot of things that so many of us thought one way on because that was the only point of view, only narrative, only thing that we had ever been exposed to, that had been so thoroughly shoved down our throats, right? Cops are here to protect the people. The role of the cops is to keep the people safe. We know that that's not true. We know that the cops are there to protect property. Like, that's not even, it's not me saying that as an opinion. Like, that is, by law, what the cops are designed to do. So I think I understand that there's a lot of people who are like, How the fuck did I not know that any of this was going on? How did I not know until the last year and a half? And that's because it was designed like that. It was designed, it's by design. It's by the decades of propaganda that have drowned out anybody trying to present the other side, that it has kept you uninformed. We talk about the manufacturing of consent. But I think the difference is, okay, what's important is when you have changed your mind on something, when you have learned about something, when you have taken in information that you had not previously been exposed to. It's what you do after that. It's how you proceed. It's how you proceed on your journey. And are you going to just continue saying, nope, 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 nope. Nope, 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 nope. Israel, self-defense. Israel has the right, blah, 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 blah. Israel's the underdog. Palestinians hate Jewish people because they are just anti-Semitic by birth. If you're just continuing, despite the mountains of historical evidence that the mountains of historical evidence that is contrasting what you are still choosing to believe, then we got a problem. Skidamarinka dinka dink, thank you for the prime. Wait, Will? What? I texted you and asked if you wanted to play. What the hell? Wait, what's going on? He's a tired boy. I'm a tired boy too. Oh, you just finished movie night? Oh. I'm a tired boy too, but I was hoping that we would run back some split fiction. I'm almost wrapping up my news here. No. Anyway, hi guys. Howdy. We watched a hidden cinema gem. Wait, what did you guys watch? What'd y'all watch? Hairpin Circus. Hairpin Circus. A Nishimura film from 1972? Okay. All right. Oh, this looks like a Will Neff movie. This looks like such a Will Neff film. And he loved this? Yeah. Gorgeous. A gorgeous film by Japanese director Kiyoshi Nishimura. Oh, it's an hour and a half of gooning? Oh, okay, I see. Oh. Car gooning. No. Yes, there's different types of gooning, right? It's not just gooning over human beings. So, okay, well, hold on. Let me just give him a call real quickly. Do you know what we need? You remember on the playground how they would have those, what the heck? Where they would have those things where what were they called, where you would speak into one, the drugs. Yeah. It's called drugs on the playground, where you would speak the walkie-talkie pipes. Yes. They were super janky. But they were so fun, right? One person would be on one side of the playground, the other would be on the opposite side, and then you could speak into those things. I can call him for you if you need. Well, no, it's okay. We don't have to bother him. I'm sure he'll be here in a second. But I was going to see if he didn't want to play Haas. If he doesn't want to do split fiction, I was going to see if he wants to get in a little Zort. Maybe we run back the Zort. If Jay's usually streaming at this time, or he's usually down to game. You know, we can Zort our faces off. Maybe, I don't know. Like if Will is, maybe he's watching the movie again. When are you gonna play? Okay, here's what I have to do gaming wise. Fuck, I almost had wrapped this up. Okay, before I get to that, sorry. Let me just real quick. Let me just shift back a second, and then I will tell you what we have coming up. Oh, hold on. Hello. Hi, I was surprised that you rated me. Oh, because it was just early. I didn't know you were ending. Oh, so no gaming? No, okay. Tomorrow? Maybe? Maybe. Okay, because I was going to say, if you didn't want to do split fiction, we could run a little Zort. We could do a little bit of that. But you don't have to. You're tie-tie. No. If you're cooked, you're cooked. If you're cooked, you're cooked. All good. It's the boxing. I know. Okay. All right. Bye. Man, but I forgot he boxed today, and that is just exhausting. Hi, Farfar. Are you sleeping? Are you sleepy pee-pee? Oh, you're so cute. Okay, let me just finish up our conversation on Mahmoud with this breaking news from Job Site. Mahmoud Khalil speaks with attorneys for first time since detention. All right. He was finally able to speak with his legal team after a judge in the Southern District of New York ordered the Department of Homeland Security to allow a call of at least an hour. Insane that is a judge had to get involved to be like, yeah, he gets to speak to his lawyer. Prior to that, he had no meaningful contact with his lawyers since he had been detained, since he had been disappeared. And let's see. Okay, do we know what he said? He has a legal team that's consisting of 19 attorneys. Thank God. I feel like his team is very strong. His lawyer was on CNN. We were listening to his lawyer earlier. Is this specifically about? Oh, okay. Here we go. Yeah. I want to listen to
with you, so I was not able to be on that call. But yes, the judge did order those two calls finally to have a legally confidential, privileged call with the client.
And without going into what he said, did they have any description of how he's doing or feeling in light of all of this?
I have not been able to actually hear from them yet. I do know that obviously from his spouse, understandably distressed, and he is very engaged in wanting to fight this unlawful detention, and is reading up and wanting to be very active.
Man, I just think about his wife too. She is 8 months pregnant. This stress could induce an early labor. It's just so it's so fucking awful. Not just what's happened to him, but the risk to his wife and their unborn child who's due in a month. And like, is he going to be there? Is he going to be able to be there for the birth of his child? Right? In this final month of his wife's pregnancy? When I haven't had a baby, okay? But talking to my friends, like, This is when you're finishing up nesting. This is when you're getting everything ready. This is when it's like you're just so excited for the baby to come that you just can't, you've been pregnant for so long, and it's like, I just can't wait. I'm counting down the days until the baby arrives. And how cruel that he has been ripped from his life and from his 8-month pregnant spouse.
Finally able to have those conversations with him, thankfully.
Yeah, notable that those.
Yeah, where's the family values? Where's the pro-life crowd? Hi, don't you care about unborn children?
Conversations were able to happen. Overall here, what the administration is arguing is that he has been detained based on this rarely used provision of the Immigration and Nationality Act. It gives the Secretary of State, in this case Marco Rubio, broad powers to deport anyone who is not a U.S. citizen or...
Okay, I want to go back to this job site piece because I want to see if there's any statements from his lawyers passed on from Mahmoud. Okay, so he was taken to the facility prior to tonight's phone call. He was unable to call his lawyers except for a brief interrupted call on March 10th when he called his lawyer and confirmed he was in Louisiana. Okay, so that is where we got the information that he was in Louisiana, the confirmation of that. And then also his lawyers who have said that he has remained undaunted, that he is still given his current circumstances in good spirits, that this is the guy who, man, he just does not deserve any of this. We gotta free Mahmoud. Gotta free Mahmoud Khalil. All right. Well, maybe there will be an update tomorrow from the lawyers who spoke to him, and maybe some type of statement that he wants to pass on. Just an update on how he's doing. No one deserves this, right? Of course. I mean, that's why I've been talking the last couple days. A lot of people have been talking about this, where this is just such a grave injustice, and all American citizens, man, we all need to be standing up against this, because it's just straight up fascism. And, they came for the undocumented immigrants. They're coming for the legal permanent residents. They will come for you, Asmongold. They will, okay? Your little video games might get taken away. Free Mahmoud and free Luigi. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Free Mahmoud and free Luigi. I'm surprised someone hasn't made a shirt yet with the joint. Free Mahmoud, free Luigi. Yeah, bye-bye violence in video games. Bye-bye any sexualized female characters who these gamers just can't get enough of. Keep talking about how there's smaller and smaller tatas that they can't get off enough to the woke DEI takeover of video games. Neither my grade schools nor college taught me about Israel, let alone Palestine or what happened there. I remember one of the first times I heard Israel mentioned was in an early episode of Rick and Morty. Oh my God. And I was like, oh, what's that? Yeah. And unfortunately, I cover this a lot because I talk about representation in film and in television, and just how guilty the industry of the film industry, Hollywood, is of contributing to stereotypes of just really harmful representations historically. And so for a lot of people, their only reference of Palestinians growing up was like a Palestinian terrorist in whatever show the family watched every Sunday night, or like, you know, action films, just movies in general, where it's like, oh yeah, I know what a Palestinian is. That's a terrorist who's going to show up in a movie and be strapped with a suicide, you know, with a bomb vest. Yeah, or just anyone Middle Eastern, anyone Arab, anyone of a certain skin color, you are a violent person, okay? According to Hollywood. And yes, we have made a lot of progress. We have gotten better, but man, there is just a lot of damage that was done in the decades of just the worst representation. And there's a lot of progress to be made still. So, all right, y'all, I am at almost 5 hours. I'm done. I'm done with the news. My brain is reaching that cooked state. My brain is starting to turn off. I hear myself repeating words that I have already said. So we can since the Neff heads too, the arch villains are in here and they did not get gaming tonight. We could do some gaming. Now, I was going to tell you what I have game-wise that I need to do. So Sam and I have planned, I'm going to beat Radon tonight. Sam and I have planned Subnautica. Okay, so that's a game that we have yet to get into, but it is a gaming plan to play Subnautica together, as well as Headliners. That's another game that we got to play. Baldur's Gate 3, which I totally forgot yesterday was Tuesday, and that didn't happen again. However, Sam is currently playing stuff, and we didn't make a plan to game tonight. So I can do another chapter of L.A. Noire. We can do that. That's usually good for me too when I'm like tired and I want to do some gaming, but don't have, you know, I don't have 3 hours in me. So why don't we do... Oh, and then I have my gaming sponsor still. Yes. So I was supposed to do a gaming sponsor on Tuesday, yesterday, with Peach and Wake and Connor Eats Pants. That has been delayed. I do not know the new date for that. We got that coming up. And yeah, so we got lots of gaming stuff. The streets are full of crime and reefer. I gotta take the marijuana off the streets of Los Angeles. Okay? I gotta keep the streets clean. Crime has overtaken LA. Good night, Sora Bora. Okay, time to clean up these streets. And by clean up these streets, I mean cause thousands of dollars of damage. Boop, boop, boop. Okay. That wacky tobacco. Yeah, you know, that tobacco is real wacky. We got some real wacky tobacco. Okay, L.A. Noire. Pinot Noir, caviar. L.A. Noire, caviar. Oh, I always have to go to Steam. Okay. Alrighty. Also, you guys, Friday, Will and I are doing a film shoot, which is very exciting, but it means that I will not be live Friday night. So I might try and do a morning stream. Maybe. Okay. L.A. Noire. LA Noire. Press X to doubt. Okay, whoa. Okay, whoa. Go, mate. Farley is waiting. I know. He's like, aren't you done yet? Mama just killed a man. Put a gun against his head. Pulled the trigger. Now he's dead. Mama, life has just begun. But now I've gone and thrown it all away. Mama, ooh, I didn't mean to make you cry, but I never carry on, but it doesn't really matter. Okay, mommy's not done because she gotta fight crime. Okay, cause crime, but also fight crime. We're causing crime, but most importantly, we are fighting the crime. So your dad will be in here soon if you want him. Okay, everybody. Hey, why is this so close? Okay. Yeah, you know what? To fight crime, you gotta commit crimes. In order to fight crime, oftentimes, crimes must take place. Oh, what did I just click? Bye. Gracious Plague, thank you for the 31 months. Wait, shit, you guys. Which one is it? What was the one that I accidentally started? No. Don't do that. Don't do that. The Fallen Idol or Upon Reflection? Let's see. Oh, I think it's this one because... Traffic. Okay. Alrighty. How are you going to meet your quotas if you don't cause crimes to solve? That's what I'm talking about, okay? That's that gigabrain shit. You can't solve crimes if there's no crimes being committed, so you got to be proactive. The Fallen Idol. Ooh, is this like a celebrity? Ooh, it's giving Mulholland Drive. Okay. Oh! Oh! Oh boy. Soon a beautiful brunette will stumble out with amnesia.
How was that a case? The broad says she was dope.
The broad.
Somebody tried to kill her.
You know these broads.
That's the bitch you're gonna love. Right across the street.
What?
A Chevy Styline took a nosedive off the escarpment, fetched up underneath a Cola King billboard. Up to it, boys. We got bad guys to catch.
We got broads to save and bad guys to catch. Yeah, you know how women are called broads.
You back in the boys. It's a tear to my eye watching my caterpillar grow.
All right, partner.
Just trying to fit in.
Let's go.
Educated, hardworking, straight as an arrow. That's the guy. I heard he's an honest cop.
Wait, me?
Moron for you.
Wait, what? Are you talking shit? Talk shit, get hit.
Going to church doesn't make you any more Christian than standing in a garage.
I'm at a loss.
Let's check the place out.
Oh, excuse me. First of all, no such thing as an honest cop.
Slow down!
Okay, how do I get up there?
Hey, look out for the pedestrians.
Okay. You know what? I don't know if this is gonna work. All right. Hold on. Oh. Yep. Yep. Okay. Good. Okay. Yes, this is...
Watch it!
This is... Okay, we're a little bit stuck. Okay, oh, all right, almost. Okay, may need to get out. Okay. You know what? This is fine. Oh, shit! Okay. We're just gonna leave it there. Oops.
You can't go around hitting broads.
Yes. Yeah, you can. It's the 1940s. Okay. Alrighty. You know what, you guys? That's how you park in LA, okay? Yeah. Cops do this on sidewalks, exactly.
Her face looks familiar. Well, that's June Ballard. Tarzan's sister, beast of the Amazon. She's married to Guy McAfee. The captain has moved to Vegas now, but the two of them still have juice. Phelps, traffic.
Detective Phelps. Hey, Bukowski. Long time no see.
You could have called this in by megaphone, Enrique. Phelps, this is Enrique Gonzalez. Enrique was a pretty decent middleweight. What do we have, Gonzalez?
Broad drives right through the empty lot and off the side of the escarpment. Her story is that a movie producer doped her and her friend.
Hey!
Sent the car over the cliff.
Was anyone hurt?
Driver's beat up. Not too bad considering. If she hadn't hit that billboard, we'd be scraping both of them off the pavement. Passenger's a Jessica Hamilton. She's just a kid.
She
knocked around.
Kid gonna be all right?
I think so. They've taken her to central receiving. If you want to take a look around, you can stall the ambulance.
Thanks. Do that.
One more thing. Watch out for the driver. She cuts rough.
Watch out for the driver. She cuts rough.
If you're looking for the coroner, he's down by the crash site.
Mrs. McAfee, we would like to ask you a few questions, if that's okay.
I prefer to use my maiden name, June Ballard.
Oh.
You might be familiar with some of my work.
She's like, you may recognize me, darling.
You're kind of cute for a cop. Maybe a bit on the serious side.
What about me, June? I'm a big fan of Beast of...
I don't like. Keep out of this.
You know what? I like her. I like June.
We understand that you're still suffering from the effects of the accident, Mrs. McAfee. The officer says that you claimed that you were drugged. Who did this to you?
That rat slipped us a Mickey Finn. It's no wonder I feel so dopey.
The hell's a Mickey Finn?
I can't remember.
I can't remember. You know what? I'm gonna doubt her.
It's a serious offense to withhold
Press X
information
to
from
doubt.
the police during a criminal investigation, madam.
Whoa! I told you to call me June. You're making me feel like an old lady.
Oh, darling.
And don't bother your handsome head about this. My husband will settle the score with Mark Bishop.
Who the hell is Mark Bishop? Okay. Do I need to go collect some more evidence, or am I supposed to be questioning her? I never know if it's like there's evidence to let, yes?
You were giving me a thorough going over.
Yes,
I was
darling.
just starting to
Okay.
enjoy it.
Let's see.
This is a big scene, Phelps. We need to get our bearings. Let's go see the coroner.
Let's go see the coroner. Okay. Is this him? Are you?
Hurry it up, pal.
Oh.
What if someone gets hit by a bus while I'm standing here?
Up here, you dumbass? The only person driving that bus that would hit you would be me.
Awful. Just awful. Why can't we get any closer?
This is a secure area.
Look at
You all need
these
to
true
leave.
crime freaks.
And I thought this was such a nice area.
The hell? Where the fuck is... Where are the people that I need? Where are you going? I don't know. I'm looking for... Oh, am I supposed to go down here? Wait, I can't jump? Okay. Well, I guess I'll have to walk down the path. Wait, what the Whoa. Whoa. Okay. We're kind of... Okay. Oh! Okay, we are down. We made it down. Fuck, man. This guy is so out of shape. This guy is not in mountaining shape. Yeah, okay, great shortcut. What the fuck? Almost died on a crime scene. Like, this is the challenge. This is the real challenge of this game. How do I even get to them? Ah! Okay. All right, here we go. Here we go.
What's a 5-star goddamn wedding?
We're going up. Can you run like him for a second? I can't run. I don't have legs.
Wow, that looks like
There's my car. Should I just drive? I'm so tired of this running.
On the radio? Another accommodation?
Oh my fucking god. Should I just drive up? This is insane. Okay, if I can't find the path, I'm just gonna have to drive. Let's see, what is this? Is this the path? Oh my god. Oh, it's right here. Oh Jesus. I tried to do a shortcut.
You want to see this, Phelps? There, laid out on the trunk.
Schwilly? Schwilly Neff. My sweet Schwilly Neff. Oh.
They've been torn off.
Oh.
Where did you find them? They were stuffed in the young lady's handbag. I'll run a trace for semen when I get back.
Oh. Please, please, Dean, come home. Dear, come home. If you're worried about your father, don't be all forgiving. He has a hot temper. You can be very proud, but you're still a little girl.
From home.
You're a good girl, decent girl, dear, and you're not made for Hollywood. I was 15 once myself. I wanted to be just like Clara Bow and wear lovely dresses and kiss handsome men. But once I grew up and married your father, I realized I would never have been happy. Can't help worrying. You know what your old mother's like. This world is a dangerous place for young girls, especially ones with stars in their eyes. Stars are nice to look at, but sometimes they can blind you to what's right in front of your nose. Dear, dear Jesse, please come back. I'm scared. I cry for you every night. Wait, what did Will say? Will! Will! Stop it! Will, stop! Stop! Don't expose him like that! Okay, but honestly, I do get mad because Will be like, all of your underwear has holes in it. It's so gross. I can't believe you don't get... I'm like, because Farley eats it all. I just can't keep replacing it. Yeah, it's a snacky. You know what? It's completely natural and normal and... Why did you just expose him like that? Does he eat Will's underwear?
Like they're lucky they weren't more badly injured.
No.
Must have been unconscious. Being relaxed tends to lessen the soft tissue damage.
Listen, that's my boy, okay? He's a mama's boy. He's a mama's boy. Press X to talk.
Drunk driver?
Maybe not.
How so?
Well, a head I found without a body piqued my interest. See what you think.
Alas, poor Yorick. I knew him,
How does
Horatio.
he doesn't open drawers? No, he will.
No. I think it's supposed to be a replica of an Indian truck and
He'll
head.
go into the
It's some
laundry.
kind of curio or movie prop. See the casting marks?
Oh, whoa! It's a movie prop.
What's
Whoa!
it made from? Plaster of Paris would be my first guess. Then painted.
So we can rule out the murder angle?
No, you can rule that in. That
Yeah,
thing was
Farley
wedging
likes
the
he
accelerator
likes
to the
dirty
floor.
undies.
Whoever did it wanted these women dead.
He's my baby boy.
We should speak to Ballard again. She might not be telling us the whole story.
It's my baby. Yeah, I should stop talking.
Funny how that thing at the rail yard turned out, don't you think?
It just found all clues. Pog. Pog. Super Pog. All right, let's go talk to this broad.
You mentioned a Mark Bishop. You think he might have had something to do with this?
He is a movie producer. As for his involvement, you just leave it to me and my husband to worry about.
Oh, okay. I mean, I think she's being truthful about you leave it to me and my husband. But also, you know what? I'm just gonna do this. LB. Okay, fuck. It is sus. I'll just X it out.
I want to know what
Press
happened
X it
between
out.
you two that made him want to commit a double murder.
Bishop offered me a part in his picture. Then he withdrew it. Fact is, we had a deal. I pressed him on it, and this is where I end up.
This is what happened.
What can you tell us about the passenger in your car?
Jessica Hamilton. Poor
Oh, Jessica.
It's been a rough day for her. She's desperate to break into movies.
She's kind of giving
What more
Fashan.
can I say?
Is this where it starts getting harder? Shit. Oh my god, wait, what did she just say? Oh, wait, yeah, that's what I want. Okay, wait. I want this. Jessica Hamilton, poor Jessica, it's been a rough day for her. She's desperate to break into movies. What more can I say? I think that there's more you can say. Let me look at the notebook. Hold on. Let's... I think I have evidence. Yes.
I
This
think you're
broad
lying,
is
Mrs.
lying.
McCaffrey. I think something happened to Jessica yesterday before the crash.
I'm offended, Sunshine. Do you have any proof?
Yes, I do have proof. And that proof is... the underwear.
Miss Hamilton's underwear were physically torn from her body.
She wanted to go to a casting. I took her to a casting. Whatever happened after that is between her and Mark Bishop.
We found a shrunken
Why is he
head
shout? Sometimes
that
he
was used
shouts.
to tamper with your car.
Sometimes he
You
shouts.
see, I normally don't drive off cliffs. The last thing I remember is getting behind the wheel.
She does have a Harry Potter lightning scar. Okay, she's... wait. The last thing... She's doing the shifty eyes, so I know she's not telling the truth, but the question is... The last thing I remember is getting behind the wheel. Ah, fuck. I don't think I have proof. The last thing I remember is getting behind the wheel. I think
It's
you're
obviously
lying.
some kind of movie prop. You must know where it came from.
In case you hadn't noticed, I am the talent. And
I'm
the
the
talent
star.
doesn't deal
Mama,
with
I'm gonna be a
props
star.
or sets or any of that kind of stuff.
Oh.
Why don't you ask Mark Bishop which prop house he uses?
Mrs. McAfee.
Yes, I
think
got
it
'em
would be
all.
in everyone's best interest if you accompanied Patrolman Gonzalez back to the receiving hospital.
I'm going to be okay.
Yes.
These guys can take me home after my lawyer and I have talked to the news hounds.
Oh,
Mrs. McAfee, you are still under the influence of narcotics, and you're likely to go into shock once the drugs wear off.
And I thought you were a heel. It's nice of you to be concerned.
I think we're good here.
I'm not
we
concerned.
can shake out of
I'm
the
just doing my job. Let's see what we can shake out of the kid. Wait, is there another... Oh, that's where everybody parked? Oh, okay. All right. Well,
The cut from the newspapers.
wait, I'm in the newspapers? Yes.
KGPL to car
Okay.
11K, 11 King. The car crash victim has regained consciousness at Central Receiving Hospital.
11K Roger.
Excuse me. Oh, so now okay. You know what? We're just gonna go. We are, okay, this is a little bit harder than I thought it, oh! Okay. Hold on. There we go. Yep. Okay. Okay. All right. Excuse me. Okay. Pardon. Everybody, run! I love how they're like, everybody run! It's office. That's the officer in the newspaper. You guys, this is how they did it in the 40s. I'm being historically accurate.
Hello, Detective Phelps, here to interview a Jessica Hamilton.
Jessica Hamilton. Oh, yeah.
Wait, did that cost
She's in
a
the room
lot?
right behind you,
Oh.
detective.
Ooh.
You can't hold me here. No, I don't need to be manhandled by a doctor. I need my lawyer. Hey,
get me my
where is
lawyer.
the telephone. Do you know who I am?
What's up with all the broads in here?
Feeling better since this morning, Jessica?
Listen, Jessica.
A little. My head still feels swimmy.
Look at that creepy ass crucifix.
Hello, Jessica. My name is Cole Phelps. I'm a policeman. I'd like to talk to you about your accident, if that's okay.
Okay.
Can you tell me what you remember about the crash?
It's all kind of fuzzy. I remember waking up here. Nothing happened yesterday.
Okay, she's lying. Is this the game that the X'd out meme comes from? Yes. She's deaf lying, and I have the underwear. So I'm going to... I am going to use that.
Tell the truth, Jessica. Why the big cover-up?
I'm not lying to you.
Driver of crash vehicle alleges doping attempt. Okay. I think... Yeah, I think that's what's going on. What the hell? Ah!
We found your underwear in your handbag, Jessica. You need to tell us what happened.
The doctor told me what happened. I didn't want that. I just wanted to be a star, to be in movies.
I just want to be a star. Oh,
Told you
God.
what
Oh, no.
happened, and she told me to tell
Oh, no. Oh.
That was the price of stardom.
No.
Did she now?
cold-hearted bitch.
It's not Junie's fault.
She's
It's not my
15.
first time. I had a boyfriend back home, but my father found out about him.
Oh, girl.
Even if you consented, Jessica, you're still underage.
Oh, no.
We need to get in touch with your parents, Jessica, to tell them what has happened.
Oh, you don't need to worry them. They sent me along to stay with Aunt June. They trust her to take care of me.
Okay, that's another lie.
You're lying, Jessica. How are we going to make this right if you lie
I
to
have
us?
evidence.
Please, detective, why would I lie to you?
Because you're a runaway, Jessica, and you don't have your parents' permission to be here. Now, do you want to tell me what really happened?
Come on, Jessica. Help me help
I
you.
went with Junie to this strange
Help
place.
me
It's
help you.
difficult to remember. Someone gave me a drink to calm my nerves, and then I felt faint. I think I must have passed out.
How did you meet Mr. Bishop?
Well, Junie is a big movie star. You probably know that. She's doing a new movie.
This is where the game gets a lot more noir. Oh. Okay, wait, what the fuck did she say? I wasn't paying attention. Junie's a big movie star. You probably know that she's doing a new movie. Okay, she's doing Shifty Eyes. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm going to press X to doubt.
What's the story
Press
with
X
Bishop
to
and
doubt.
Mrs.
It's always
McCaffrey?
press
Why does he
X.
want the two of you dead?
Always
That
press
can't
X.
be true. Mr. Bishop seemed very happy today. I mean, yesterday.
And that's why he wedged a shrunken head against the accelerator pedal and punted the two of you over an escarpment?
I overheard Junie speaking to him on the phone a couple of times. Screaming, really. She can be very hard sometimes, Junie. But they seemed okay yesterday, like they worked it out.
I know what happened to you, Jessica. Where exactly did it take place?
Please, it's scary. It's really
Oh,
difficult
Jessica.
to think of anything.
I feel bad being like she's a liar because I think it is scary. It's hard to think of anything. I think I gotta press X to
Someone
doubt.
tried to kill you, Jessica. Do you get it?
Ugh.
Forget about being in movies. It's time to act like a grown-up.
I had to wear a robe.
Oh.
And lay down on a stone. There were lights, a camera.
Oh.
It's not my fault. I'm not a bad girl. Why are you trying to hurt me?
Yeah, why am I trying to hurt her?
Thank you, Jessica.
Oh,
Been a
fuck.
big
3
help.
out of 4 correct?
Here's my
Damn
card.
it.
If you think of anything or you need some help, just get in touch.
Why am
okay?
I such a dick?
Okay.
I think it might be a good idea if you went back home till you felt better, Jessica.
I couldn't do that, officer. What if I got the part and I wasn't there?
Oh, because you're a cop. I know. I mean, Tre. Okay, nope. All right. Maybe some of this, maybe
I don't think this is any use to us.
Maybe some of these pills will be, disappearing. Head trauma and soft tissue damage sustained in car accident, residual traces of chloral hydrate in bloodstream, external bruising to genitals, and other evidence of criminal abuse. Ah! Do not administer further sedatives. Yeah, okay, I'm just now picking up the chart, okay? Okay. Patient to be held for bed. Oh, God. Oh, Jessica. Oh, sweet pea. I'm gonna take care of this, don't you worry.
It's the tale of this town, Cole. Lambs that go.
Yeah, this is before HIPAA.
Who the hell is that?
Must be her lawyer. He certainly expedited her release.
I don't like it, Cole. Why is she in such a hurry?
Oh, I see.
We should
You're
follow
like,
her.
oh, you're just picking up her chart to read it? I was like, yeah, look, I did it a little late. Let's follow that broad. All right.
There she goes.
Time to
Come
lock
on.
in. Time to lock it the fuck in. Toil. Okay, wait. Fuck, I gotta be from a safe distance. Ah! Oh shit.
Now would be a bad time to forget how to drive, Cole.
Oh my god.
Ballard is definitely up to something.
Okay. Hold triangle? Wait, what do you mean?
Why are you putting this?
Ah, shit! Oh, shit! I ran a red light. Oh, no! That was that guy's fault, though, if we're being for real. No. Okay, all right. Why is this taking so long?
It's the tale of...
Whoa. What's happening? Okay, here we go. Fuck, I have to go by the... God. Fuck, okay. I can go right on red.
Ballard is definitely...
Fuck! Oh my god. No sirens? Okay, shit! Alright. Girl, the sirens. Girl, the sirens. Alright, here we go. Mother effer. Okay. We're gonna go. Nope, excuse me. Okay. Shit.
She seems to have made a remarkably speedy recovery.
Fuck. Are we sure I can't just go? Why is this light so long? Why is this light so long? Fuck this. Okay. Fuck, where did she go? This way? Wait, why does it keep doing that? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna do a little trick here. Watch this. Ready? So this is a trick that we do in driving. Wait, is that her? No. Oh! Ooh! You don't need to obey the laws? I thought I did!
Get in there and see what she's up to.
It's fine. I got it. I don't know. I don't know how that worked. Plus RB to take cover at the door. Okay. Enter the cafe without being seen? What? What? What do you mean enter without... Doot doot. Okay. Oop! Find the booth with the newspaper. Ah! Okay.
Baby? No! I don't want him taught a lesson. You know what I want. Well, then make someone else do it! You still know people out here, don't you? Then make some calls! I'm gonna be very clear about this. You get this done, or I'm... Wilson's Hotel. Mr. Mark Bishop, that son of a bitch, lives in apartment 803.
803.
Sure, I got the film.
She won't notice me if I'm just using my... If I'm using my newspaper here. Okay. Ah! All right. The fuck
What's
she
the story?
mean film?
I'm
I
guessing
don't
she didn't
know.
stop for light refreshments.
I don't
She made
like
a
it.
call. Sounds like Mark Bishop has a heap of trouble headed his way.
I've got an address.
I don't
Wilson's
like it
Hotel,
at all.
Apartment 803.
Oh, shit. You
Ooh,
better step on it.
I like that
If he's
car.
got any sense, he'll be as far away from home as
Okay,
possible.
hold on. Excuse me.
Don't need this?
Excuse me.
I'm going to have to ask you to get out of the car, now.
Come on. I'm a cop.
Out of the car, police.
Find one goddamn ding!
I'm a cop. Get out. Unless
Sorry,
you want to
sir.
come.
Police officer, I need the car.
Okay. We gotta.
What did you make of the kid? You believe her story? I think she was doped out of her tiny mind and given the casting couch. That fucking bitch Ballard sold her out.
So if Ballard was doing someone a favor, why did they try to kill him?
Ooh! Okay. Not the casting couch.
Careful!
What the fuck? What? Where did that come? Where did that come from? Oh my god! Oh my god. Jesus! How did we live? That cliff literally came out of nowhere. That was honestly, that was crazy. I'm sorry.
Oh, I knew I should have driven.
Okay. Permission to hit the bed? Permission. God. I cannot believe that cliff just appeared.
I'm Detective Phelps. We received a call about a domestic disturbance in apartment 803.
Oh, the detectives. Listen, Mrs. Bishop's pretty upset. Take the elevator and then left down the corridor. It's the last door on the right.
I need to watch the clip after I'm done.
Sounds like we're about to make it a hat trick of hysterical female witnesses.
Oh, you know those hysterical women. All those hysterical broads. God, they're probably on their period. Wait, where are we going again? This way? Okay. 801, yes. Listen, broads. Wait, which one is it? 803? Stop hitting the elevator. Stop, you doofus. Okay, here we go. No, we just enter. We don't have to knock.
LAPD, ma'am. Are you in danger?
I'm all right now.
Stone, thank you for
just
the
missed
prime.
them. Horrible, awful men.
Are you injured, Mrs.?
Mrs. Bishop. Gloria Bishop. Please, come in, officers.
A likely story.
I'll just need to sit down for a moment. Forgive me.
That's perfectly normal, ma'am.
Just look at this mess.
We'll take a quick search of the premises, ma'am. You take a moment to gather your thoughts.
I will. Thank you, officer.
Somebody's lying here. And I'm gonna put my nickel on it being the broad.
Not sure this means much.
Wait, this was timed? You could have caught this place before it got trashed? Shit. What? A wedding ring.
I doubt it.
I doubt it. Think it's a fake wedding ring?
Don't think this is anything.
If that, honestly, if that damn cliff had not appeared. Ooh.
What do you have to do to earn $20,000?
$20,000, you guys. Back in the 40s, that was $100 million.
I don't think so.
What the fuck? Gay cowboys?
Presented to Mark.
What? What's... Now, what kind of cowboys? How gay we talking? How
It's like
gay
an
we
old
talking?
Movie set downtown.
I'll be the judge of that. You know, I'm gonna have to see these gay cowboys.
Nothing significant. It doesn't appear to be connected.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm thirsty.
It would take a smarter man than me to connect that.
I'll connect it. There's tequila and there's an empty cup. There's the connection. Oh, very nice.
This isn't what we're looking for.
Love it. Yeah, just some, I just got some playground slurs in here,
Not
you know?
everything here is going to be relevant.
I gotta say, if that is your username, I'm probably working off the assumption that you're a piece of shit. Yeah, we even have
Doesn't give me anything to
1940s
go
level
on.
racism in here. It's just being historically accurate. Probably Indian Aryan is a name here. Was it what I said
Silver
earlier about
screen. Who are these men in the picture?
my
husband,
racist Indian
and
people on the
Marlon
internet?
Hopgood. They
You're
work
like, I'll
together on
show you.
occasion. That's Hopgood's shop.
Hopgood shop. Okay, Marlon Hopgood. Okay, is there anything else? Maybe a little piano? Do 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 do.
Doesn't tell me anything.
Do 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 do. Okay, did I find everything? Yeah, I think I did. It tells you the time, you fool. Wait, what was in here? I think... Wait, did I go in here? Oh, wait, this is Gay Cowboys. Oh, we still got music. Okay, so we got more clues to find. No, stop it! Gay Cowboys! You know how I like my cowboys? Stop it! Why does this keep happening?
I don't think this is going to help us.
I just really love that. Look, I just really love my cowboys. Broke-backed. Oh wait, something is here.
Junk.
Junk. Okay. Okay, there's still... Check... Wait, is there a closet? No, I already picked that up. We got the balcony. I think I went out there. What? Gay cowboys? My God. Yeah, are there any cowboys that need to come out of the closet? Oh, here it is. Ah.
There's the set.
Yeah,
Hollywood's
she's
own
got
little
plenty of
piece
time.
Babylon.
She's got plenty of time to gather her thoughts. Think about what she's gonna say. Okay. That's gotta be it, right? How many more clues could there be? Oh yeah, I can use, okay, wait, I can use intuition. Let me show all clues. Okay, there's one. See, this is what I need to get into, but I keep opening up the gay cowboys. I don't know. How am I supposed to get there? Oh wait, maybe it's in here? Oh. Oh, money. I need to look at the gay cowboys again. Just one more time. Just one more time and then... Bro. Okay. Oh, something here. Okay. Intolerance. Oh God, D.W. Griffith. Oh gee. There we go. There's the all clues have been found music. All right, Broad, time to talk.
Those men, I think they work for Guy McAfee. Do you know the name?
No.
Why is my first question not about gay
June
cowboys?
Ballard is married to Guy McAfee. Have you heard of her?
That slut. She's been badgering my husband for days.
That whore.
Mrs. McAfee alleges that your husband tried to kill her and her friend last night. I think you should tell us what you know.
My husband's a movie producer.
This
has something to do with his new picture.
Makes movies.
He doesn't include me in his business.
To make them, he lives a kind of dream. He doesn't include me in his business. Okay. Press X.
June Ballard said she had a deal to be in his new picture.
Mark repeatedly told her no. He had Joan Leslie lined up for the role. That's how he got the finance. June made all kinds of threats. She was very rude to me.
You know June Ballard?
We were both on the same picture a few years back. That's how I met my husband.
What it seems.
Where can we find your husband, ma'am?
She does
He
look.
told me he
Wait,
would
she
be
does
on
look
set.
familiar.
That's all I know.
She looks familiar. Some men write books. Okay, she said he would be on set, but that's all she remembers. A likely story. Let's see. Let's see what I got. Some men write books, some shine their shoes. You know what? I just really need to know. I gotta know.
Either we find him or McAfee.
I gotta know about the gay cowboys.
If you care for him, you should make sure that we find him first.
Listen,
I do
lady.
care for him, but I don't really know where he'd go if he were in trouble. Hopgood might know.
Why is your husband paying Lorna Hopgood $20,000?
Lorna? Marlon's ex-wife? Are you sure?
You're lying.
You're lying, Mrs. Bishop. It's some kind of payoff. You know exactly what the money is for and who it's getting paid to.
Do I? Would you like to prove that, detective?
Yes? Or is the gay cowboy settle? That's Carla Gallo. Oh, okay.
Your husband looks like he's being blackmailed. They obviously have something on him if he's prepared to kill to cover it up. Why is the payment going to Hopgood and not McAfee?
Lorna works at a check cashing place in Hollywood. You need to ask Hopgood why he needs that much money in cash.
Okay.
Your husband was at a casting yesterday with a young girl?
Not that I know of. He told me he was looking at locations. The picture's been cast.
Oh, this broad's a tough one to crack. Okay, so she says, not that I know of. He told me he was looking at locations. The picture has been cast. Okay, so she doesn't know. Not that your husband, he told me he was looking at locations. Okay. What's the obsession with gay people? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out. That's what I need to know. Okay, blackmail, movie set replica. Shrunken head cast. I don't know if I have proof. Yeah. Press
Jessica
X to
remembered a mermaid.
Press
The mermaid
X
on the front of the prop store.
to
You better
down.
come clean with me.
This is a sick town, detective. Are you sure you really want to know?
Yes.
The truth is, my husband likes them young.
Oh,
And you think that's okay?
God.
I was 16 when I first
Oh,
met him.
no.
I thought he was a genius, a magician with film. I was 20 before I realized he was just a B-movie hack. But he's nothing compared to some of the monsters at these big studios. My guess is Ballard sacrificed her little friend.
Oh, God. Everybody's
to
going
like
down.
her.
I'm taking everyone down. I am taking
Your husband
4
is
out
in
of
trouble.
4.
It could go easier for him if you were more helpful, Mrs.
I'm taking
Bishop.
them all down.
He's a big boy, detective, and so are you. This is Hollywood.
This is Hollywood,
There's always
baby.
a deal to be done.
This is the City of Stars. City of Stars. All right, let's go. Let's get out of here.
An aging movie star, a wannabe starlet, a movie producer's wife. Finally rubbing shoulders with the almost rich and famous.
This guy is
From
the
the stories
worst.
they've given us, clearly none of them can act.
That's the period blood girl from Superbad. Yeah, I was like, I definitely recognize her. Oh, wait. Phone. I need to use a phone. I gotta get an address.
Hey, there's such a thing as soap,
Hey,
you know?
hey, I'm walking in.
Phelps, badge 1247.
How could I help, Detective?
I need a location on a silver screen prop store.
We just keep going deeper and deeper.
Silver Screen Prop, corner 3rd and Figueroa.
Thanks, ma'am.
Thank you, Susan. I don't know. She seems like a Susan. Okay, where is our car?
Wow, that looks like
All right, let's rock and roll.
someone.
Oh, sorry, I can't see. Okay. Oh, okay.
Not good.
Not good.
What's this screen and radio? Chase all the drugs every night. You right man me all the day.
Whoa. Okay, I'm getting better at braking.
Yes, and you throw the cookie away. While it's on, baby. I've got to let you go. You gotta hear.
Okay, when do I want to turn here? Nick? Alright, let's go. Let's go right. Okay. Up ahead. Alright. Honestly, my driving, it's pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah, I know my partner can drive, but
Phelps and
it's
Bukowski,
less fun.
LAPD. We're investigating the
You
attempted
could
murder
also
of
turn on a
June
sparkle
Ballard
for
and
clues.
Jessica Hamilton.
Christ. I'm Marlon Hopgood. How can I help?
You
Aw,
hold castings
gee.
here.
How'd you hear about that? I got a little soundstage.
Yeah,
out
I
back.
know. I left him.
Lead the way.
Sometimes, honestly, he's so annoying. I don't even want a partner. He always finds his way to me anyway. He's fine. He wasn't even in the car, girl. Okay, could we go any slower? Hi.
Keep him here, Stefan. I'm gonna take a look around.
What's this got to do with me?
Don't try my patience, knucklehead.
See, this guy, so cringe. Shrunken head. Shrunken head. Sorry for repeating. All good. Another shrunken head. Pills. Some candy.
Doping a 15-year-old kid and abusing her in a screen test. What is wrong with these people?
Oh my god, they're going down. I'm taking them all down. Ew, is that the couch? I'm gonna take these fuckers out.
Turn off the lights, Hopgood.
It gets worse? Oh
Why would I
no.
want to do that?
Humor him.
Ah.
One-way mirrors. There's a room on the other side.
Oh my god, I'm gonna kill these fuckers. I'm gonna take them out. Okay, let me shoot this with my gun.
Huh. Well, well. Find a way into that peep den, Phelps. I'll stay here and keep
Ew,
our
see,
pervert company.
my partner is so... He's just so annoying. Oh god, this is all awful. This is awful.
Can't be that way, Phelps.
It's Hollywood, baby.
Incidental.
Oh, I don't like this room. I don't like this. Oh, that's bathroom. Okay. Wait a sec. Get the guy to stand in front of your car. I know. I know. I'm like, hey, buddy, you want to go for a ride?
Good to me.
Your partner's only there to give you the option to not drive. Yeah, I don't need him. All right, how do I... This isn't even the murder or vice test. I know. The fact that, like... The fact that I'm a traffic cop. This is the shit that I'm... This is the shit I'm dealing with. I feel... Okay, wait. Okay, let me think about this. So, there's the mirror. And then there's got to be another door. Oh! Wait, no. Is this the secret room? What? No. Okay, I gotta go... Maybe I gotta go back out. Wait, let me go this way. Oh! Okay, is there a way into this fucking creep room? Whoa! Fake set. Fake set. Whoa! Okay. Oh my, I'm in. I'm in.
Jungle Drums, 8th and Francisco.
Mark Bishop.
Attention, Mark Bishop.
That bastard. I'm gonna take these. I'm gonna take them down. Oh, God. Oh, no.
So what happened to the film of Hamilton's screen test?
Oh, phew. I don't like this. Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck? Bro! That's the bathroom. Ah! Ah! Soda or not, thank you for the 29 months. This is... This is gross. What the fuck?
So this is where you sprang from.
What are these, man? There's a newspaper around? Let's see if I can find it. There it is. I kind of forgot about these.
Listen, I have to call you back. I got some business here.
Sit down, Courtney.
I got some
This is
business.
Mickey. Mickey, this is Courtney Sheldon. What would you like to drink?
Hey, Mickey.
Straight up.
I hear you're back at school learning to be a doctor,
Oh, that's
kid.
what's his name?
That's right, Mr.
So
Cohen.
you want to be a doctor and a dope peddler. Interesting combination, huh?
Do we have a problem, Mr. Cohen?
That's
We
that
might have.
actor, yeah.
Yeah. Selling your dope to my boy Lenny looked like a good move, but Lenny has been supplying wholesale, so to speak. The Bindle boys in this town aren't used to the juice without a little of the middleman taking his cut.
Hey!
Lenny promised that wouldn't happen, Mr. Cullen. And Lenny works for you.
What can I say about Lenny? Let me think.
Oh, Lenny's
Oh
dead
yeah,
now.
he's a putz. And he's lazy. And he's greedy. But he's my wife's brother. And how can you make a cake with those ingredients, huh? Please.
So
He's
how
a
is that my
putz.
problem, Mr. Cullen?
Well, kid, the only way we're going to be able to make this work is to do some repackaging. We need to get the dope out of those dinky little cardboard boxes and...
Surrettes.
Yeah, Surrettes. Great. We can put it into a big vat so we can water it down a little bit.
He's one of those actors who's a lot of people recognize his face but don't know his name.
It doesn't work that way. You're likely to kill even more people.
Okay, listen. We want to buy you out, kid.
Hey.
I'll offer you 50 grand.
That's a lot of cash.
Hey! You don't like my offer? The Sheldon kid? I think I want him dead.
Oh. Oh. Whack 'em. That's what they say. You gotta whack 'em. Sheldon from Big Bang Theory in another universe. I don't like this fucking shit. Oh. Okay. All right, guys, it's time to... It is time to shove some teeth into the pavement. Fuck! Where am I? Wait, this way, and then this way. It's time to do what we call a little ass kicking.
You ever do any work for Mark Bishop?
Mainly do work for the studios. RKO, Republic, Warner Brothers. So yeah, when Bishop was doing work for a studio, yes.
Listen, you pervert!
Now I'm doing work for his next picture. Still pre-production though. Haven't seen him around here in a while.
Yeah, you're fucking lying. I know you're lying, but can I prove it? I think I can. You haven't seen him around in a while? Haven't seen him around in a while. Okay. Okay, I think he's lying.
I know you're lying, Hopgood.
Yes, you're lying,
Bishop was
Hopgood.
here, and you know exactly what he was doing and what he left lying
Yep.
around afterwards.
You come in here without a warrant and now you start throwing your weight around?
Yeah, I'm a cop, bitch. I know about gay cowboys. Okay, picture outside silver screen props with mermaid statue. Okay, wait. Evidence of Mark Bishop paying to express person. Hapgood. Chloral hydrate. Film reel. Fuck. Suspect. Mark Bishop last word to be on set. Mark Bishop, the film is missing. Okay. I think...
You could hump a few props or sweep the floors if you got nothing better to do.
I think it's this. Right? Like, I know he was here. No? Producer. Where is it? This one. The film is missing. I think it's Mark Bishop. Okay.
I have a drugged up 15-year-old girl, and you have chloral hydrate in your drinks cabinet. You give me something, or I will break your fucking jaw, Hopgood.
Bishop was here with June Ballard and the girl.
Okay.
A lot of producers and directors use this place. I'm not responsible for what goes on here.
McAfee's men are looking for Bishop. We need to find him first. Any idea where he might have gone to ground?
If he really tried to kill McAfee's wife, My advice to him would be to leave town.
He's lying. My advice to him would be to leave town. Ay. Okay, you know what? I'm doing this. Oh, shit. No, it's not what I'm doing. I'm doing this. I can't get this wrong. Oh, that's the truth? What the fuck?
You're delivering props to Jungle Drums on 8th Street?
I just assume they're lying now.
Rundown wreck of a set. That place is dangerous. But it might be a good spot to hide.
Okay.
What's the deal with you and June Ballard?
Look, buddy, I make props.
Yeah, sure.
I hardly ever meet the talent unless it's something tailor-made for them, like a sword or something.
Okay, he's lying. I hardly ever meet the talent. I know he's lying.
You and Ballard are blackmailing Bishop. That's why he cracked.
You got nothing on me. My hands are clean on this.
Oh, yeah? Lorna Hopgood. Boop, boop, doo. I think it's that one. I think it's the check, right? I think it's a check. Okay, so. That Bishop, Gym Reel, Foam Reel, Hydrate, Black. I think the black evidence of Mark Bishop playing to suppress. It's gotta be. It's gotta be.
I'm done with you and your accusations.
What?
That's all for now, Hopgood. We're taking you in.
Phelps.
Fuck.
Roy Earl, advice. Hold on a moment. This is clearly a vice case.
Wait, who the hell is
You've been
this?
roughing up my informant?
Hopgood is a vice informer?
Yes, he is, Phelps, and a very important one. Look at that mug.
Ew,
Have
what?
you been upsetting these two officers,
Oh my god,
Marlon?
you know what? I'm taking this
So we
guy
just
down too.
drop it? You do if you know what's good for you.
I'm taking this guy out.
You need to catch the movie producer before an angry husband does, from what I'm hearing.
I'll be making a full report to the captain, detective.
Listen,
You do that, kid.
I may be
We're
a
all very
traffic cop,
impressed
but
with
I'm
you.
the best damn
Let it
traffic
slide,
cop there
Cole.
is.
Let's get out of here.
This fucking jerk.
Detectives.
What?
Johnny Goldberg. You work for Mickey C.
That's right, detectives.
You wouldn't happen to know the
Where
guys
are
who
these
roughed up
guys
Mrs.
coming
Bishop
from?
earlier today by any chance?
No, not us. We don't do that kind of thing.
Mickey
It's
C.
the husband we'd like to talk to.
This is a police matter. You don't want to be taken in for obstruction of justice, do you, boys?
You could try the obstruction rap, but it won't
Welcome
stick.
to homicide.
We could beat that.
You've had your 10 cents worth, gentlemen.
Bishop knows how the world works. Mrs. McAfee hits him up for a movie part. Happens every day. But Bishop takes it a step too far and tries to rub out Mrs. McAfee. Naturally, Guy is going to get upset.
What made you think Bishop would be here?
We figure he might be planning a little accident for Hopgood, too. Those two guys have got some unfinished business. You let us know if you find Bishop.
God, these
Guy
hats are
McAfee can be
hatting.
a very generous man.
I'm only going to warn you once, gentlemen, to stay out of this. This is a police matter. We will be bringing Mark Bishop into custody.
At least he's polite. Kind of dumb, but polite.
But I'm
Hey.
a lot less polite, you smug son of a bitch.
That's my partner.
So let me put it in ruder terms that even a pair of blockheads like you might
Yeah, okay, pop off.
The only reason that you don't have bars on your windows already is because you're small fry. And we don't waste
Yeah.
our time on small fry. You stay away from Bishop, and you stay away from me.
Yeah.
Is that clear enough for you, asshole? Now run along back to your boss so we can pat you on the head and tell you what good boys you are.
Yeah, you dick.
I don't think they like your vocabulary.
What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What?
I need to be closer, Cole. They really don't want anybody getting to
Oh
Bishop
my god,
before they
how can I not? Wait, I'm just... Wait, why can't I hit this car? Wait, okay, hold on. Stop!
Ready to lose those
Okay,
fools,
hold on.
folks.
Oh, hold on.
Lay into his wheel arches. Come
Oh
on.
my god!
Make a move. We're 6 ducks here.
Okay.
Keep it steady. I'll try and bust his tires.
I can't believe I could not hit this
Enough
fucking guy.
games, Phelps. Take this guy out.
Whoa! What happened?
I can't take the shot from here, Cole.
Okay, I'm trying. I'm literally going as fast as we can.
Either give me a good shot or get us the hell out of here.
No.
I'm a little exposed here, Phelps.
Wow! Yo, did we do it?
Jesus, Bishop started a goddamn war.
Oh my god, how many guys are there? What's happening? Wait! How many fucking dudes? Okay, I'm gonna get this guy. Okay. I can't tell is it everybody in a hat? Is that who I need to take out?
Get me closer. I can't take them out from here.
Okay. Hold on. Oh, wait, what's that? You guys, I can't tell. I cannot tell who I'm supposed to take out. Like, if you have a hat, are you guilty? I don't know. Wait, where did it go?
Too many holes, Phelps. Come on. Lose them or give me a shot.
Where are they? Is this...
I need to be closer, Cole.
Is this the car? Oh, the red dot. Oh, shit. Okay. Wait. Okay, here we go.
Phelps, get rid of them.
Okay. Is that them? Oh, shit. I don't know. Who am I supposed to be taking out? Literally, who is it? Is it these guys? Hold to discover a plan. I don't know. Wait a second. I don't fucking know. I don't know. The red dot that looks like a car. Okay.
I can't take the shot from here, Cole.
Okay, hold on. We need to... Okay, we gotta get out of the car. Oh, shit! Wait, where are they? I literally do not know who I'm supposed to... Okay, who am I shooting at? Use your map. Okay, I'm looking at my map. Is that my partner shooting?
Covering fire!
Oh, sorry. Okay, hold on. Wait. Oh, it's this car? Wait, this guy? Why isn't he moving? I don't know. Is that him? Did we do it?
Let's see him chase us now. Onto the movie set, Phelps. Let's roll.
Okay. That was crazy. I think a lot of people might have died because everybody's wearing hats. Oh my god. I think a lot of
From Hollywood, it's dream time.
I think I might have killed a lot of people.
Oh, Christ. And they say working traffic is like watching paint dry.
Oh my god, I think I might have
piss people off.
I honestly think I might have killed a lot of people.
They're prepared to gun down cops in broad daylight. McAfee really means business.
Seems like we're the only ones who
want Bishop alive. I have a good mind just to let him go work on the son of a bitch. I'm about done putting my life on the line to protect some child molester.
That's our job.
Okay, at least the place I need to go to is right here. Okay. My next murder case is gonna be my own. Oh my god.
There's the slippery bastard now.
No.
Oh my God.
damn
Okay.
it.
Let's go.
Bishop, stop! LAPD! Get him, Phelps.
Oh my God.
I'll cover the exit.
11K calling KGP.
Okay. Come on. Faster. Let's go.
The abandoned movie set.
Hey.
My partner is pursuing.
Wait. Okay.
Code 3.
I guess I can't shoot. All right. I was gonna try to shoot.
We're trying to help you, Bishop.
No, we're not.
All a big mistake.
Oh, is it all a big mistake? Caroline has the energy of an alien playing video games for the first time.
Boys, your choice.
God, this guy's fast. Okay. Oh my God. No, this movie set doesn't seem so safe. Hey!
Bishop, that's enough. That girl made it all up.
Oh yeah, that broad's just a lying broad like all of them? Okay, this is honestly not to be that person. This is hazardous.
Don't make this any harder.
Oh my God, I didn't know that that could happen. I did just say that it's so hazardous.
Stop. LAPD.
Shit, okay, all right. Now I know I can die, like, literally on this set. The scream was crazy.
We're trying to help you, Bishop.
Oh my God, okay.
This is all a big
All right, here we go.
mistake. Get the hell out of here, you goddamn maniac.
Look at how I'm climbing up this ladder. Why do I look like this? Okay, so the set is gonna break. Okay, so I gotta go.
It's us or McAfee's boys. Your choice.
Oh no! Oh my God! Okay, this is nutty. This is crazy. I have to do this all again? Oh my God. Why can't I just shoot him? Why are these deaths so dramatic, man? That was such a visceral, I don't want to die scream.
Help you, Bishop. Get the hell out of here, you goddamn maniac.
Okay, so
This is all a big mistake.
okay, third time's the charm. Here we go. So we go here. And then this shit is gonna break. Okay, so I can't even go on that at all. Oh my God. Wait!
Mark Bishop.
Wait, what just happened?
LAPD.
Okay, I just gotta run? Oh, I just have to run really fast. Okay. Just send it.
We're trying to help you, Bishop.
Okay, here we go.
This is all a big mistake. Get the hell out of here, you goddamn maniac.
Okay, we got a full send. Here we go. He remembers each death. It's more torturous every time.
Us or McAfee's boys. Your choice.
How do I jump again?
I didn't do anything.
Oh, there we go. Yes. Okay, we did it. Yes, okay, full send. Full send. Full send.
Hands in the air, Bishop. Move another inch and you're dead.
Oh my God! Somebody
Bishop,
call.
that's enough.
Mark Bishop, you're under arrest for the attempted murder of June Ballard and the rape and attempted murder of Jessica Hamilton.
All right, I'll come quietly. Just don't kill me. If you found me, then McAfee's
Oh wait,
Goon
I
will
know
too.
that actor too.
Oh, we need to get out of here.
Oh God, the goons are here.
All right, but you stay close. Any tricks, and I'll save McAfee's boys the trouble.
I'm putting a bullet in your dick. Oh God. The goons are here.
Christ, detective, they're trying to kill me.
Yeah, well, you kind of deserve it.
Last chance to back the hell down.
Listen, Hat. Okay, we gotta go. Let's go.
Reinforcements are on the way. Cease and desist.
Okay.
God, they're everywhere.
Okay, wait. I got this.
I'm gonna put.
Okay, let's go.
It's this way.
Just dumps. Oh shit! I would have picked up that weapon. Oh my God, my hat! Oh my God!
For God's sake, I don't want to die.
Oh my God!
There's no way out of here. I thought you said you knew where you were going.
Was that my
We
gun?
have to jump for it.
Is this really the best McAfee's got?
Find some cover. Kill a cop, and it's the 11th.
Oh shit! Oh God! Okay.
McAfee, get me out of here.
Ah! Oh no! Oh Jesus! Where is it coming from?
Hit him from the...
Fuck!
For the love of God,
Oh, I need this. Oh, okay, ready? Okay. Wait. Move. Okay, go. Go. Yeah, this guy is so annoying. Yes. Where are these other... Okay. Got a sniper. Alright, let's go. Where's this guy?
There's an army of them. We're done for.
Oh my God, where the fuck did he go? There's an army of them. Blue dot down. Okay, this way. White dot.
How long do you think you can hold it?
Oh shit, I died. Oh, I forgot I could. Oh, okay. Oh no. I kind of was just running right into all the bullets.
Last chance to back the hell down.
Okay, here we go. Do I gotta kill these guys again?
Come on, doesn't make the rules.
Okay.
You hear me?
God, where are all these guys coming from?
LAPD, you're making a big mistake.
Where? Oh.
Worse than a war zone.
Okay. The mini map. Yep.
Is this really the best McAfee's got?
Woo!
God, they're everywhere.
Okay. Nice. Let's go, idiot.
You have to get me out of here.
Come on, dumbass. me. Damn it! Ah! Oh my god, this case is so hard.
Last chance to back
Red
the hell
barrels
down.
explode. Okay.
Come on, it's this way.
Okay, get down. Get down, idiot. Dumb. Okay, this guy. Okay. Now these guys are up here.
You're making a big mistake.
Okay, red barrels. I got this. Okay.
Is this really the best McAfee's got?
Okay, and then this guy is gonna be over here.
God, they're everywhere.
Weapons on the ground.
Watch this, ready? Yes!
You have to get me out of here.
Yes! Okay. Hey, bucko! Woo! Okay, we did it, we did it, we did it.
This is insanity.
It only took 3 times.
Get him over here, I'll cover you! Come on, the cavalry's here!
The cavalry's here.
For the love of God, how many are there?
Those barrels at the base of the elephant column. They're full of gasoline. Shoot them quickly.
Wait.
Surrounded.
What about at the base?
I don't want to die here.
Something about the elephant column? Ah! Oh! Wait, my hat flew off! My hat!
Follow me. We need to
And
get
that's
into the
how we
car.
do it. I can't believe I lost my hat.
There's an army of them. We're done for.
Oh god, there's always an army of them.
Walk out of here. Left is slugging this one over there.
Okay, I took some hits.
You covered, Phil!
Nice. Here we go.
This way!
Yeah, this pile of explosive barrels, that's where we should hide. Oh shit! Okay, who am I? I don't know. I don't know. Who am I taking out?
Let's drive.
Let's drive? Okay, okay, wait, we go? Oh, officer down and I failed. I don't care. Oh, did I get the officer down? Oh, oops. I shot the cop.
Get him over here, I'll cover you!
Oh my god, I have to go back to this part? Oh, come on. Okay. Diva down, diva down. All right. Come on. Here we go.
Captain doesn't make the rules. Hear me?
Boom, baby. Honestly, that is so fun to do.
Follow me. We need to get him to the car.
Okay, we gotta get him to the car. I'm gonna follow you. My partner.
I'll kill every last one of
LAPD, you're making a big...
Oh!
Find some cover!
All right. Did my partner die? I don't know.
Is this really the best McCaffrey's got? Keep moving!
Okay, let's go.
Oh my God, they're everywhere.
I still can't believe I don't have my hat.
Get into the car. I can cover you from here. You're almost there.
Oh, okay. My bad. Okay, so I'm not supposed to shoot the cops. Is this guy, can I shoot him?
For the love of God, how many are there?
Okay. Did we do it?
Now, this is what I call a result. Mark Bishop, erstwhile film producer, an all-around piece of shit, catches a fast ticket to Quentin for statch, rape, and attempted murder. So he gets to spend the next 15 years playing sissy instead of sticking it to little girls. That is justice with a capital J, Detective Phelps. Developed such a reputation, I'm not going to be able to hold on to you any longer. You're getting promoted. Go on, get your new assignment.
What?
Good working with you, son.
Oh my God, we're a super traffic cop now. Oh my God. Oh, this fucking asshole. All that shooting did pay off.
Phelps, Bukowski, this your work?
Can I help you, Detective?
Yeah, that's
Sorry,
right.
Cap. Didn't see you there.
Yeah, I'll bet you did. This is a traffic case. You need something?
I'm here to buy a drink.
This
for
is
the
a traffic
two
case
LAPD
and there's all
traffic
these
cops who
dead
broke the
bodies
back of
around.
Guy McAfee's private army.
Hey,
You don't have a problem
this
with
is
that, do you,
traffic.
Captain?
Go right ahead.
Get in. I'm buying.
What? He's gonna poach me for a job? And that's showbiz for ya.
You'll like this place. A lot of movie people hang out here. You like jazz, Cole? The hopheads love it.
You like jazz?
Yes. Big bands and swing, I can understand, but this bebop palaver? How are you supposed to dance to that?
Hey,
This
you
is
like
Phelps,
jazz?
Leroy. Be nice to them. You'll like this place. They treat you right.
You like a table, Roy?
What do you think we want to do? Stand at the bar like
I'll
chumps?
get a table ready for you.
Don't look so happy to see me, Alphonse. I might get the wrong impression. Cole, this is Alphonse. He's a French Negro from Africa. Can you beat that?
The Congo.
A pleasure to meet you, Alphonse.
Is Elsa singing tonight?
Yes, she is.
Wait,
She has the
what?
next set.
What do you
Come
mean?
on, Cole, you can meet Elsa while they're fixing us a table. You'll like her. She's something else.
Maybe another night, Roy. She's pretty beat up about it.
Get your hands off me. Don't ever tell me what to do or what not to do, Alphonse.
I don't like this guy.
You got a nice club here. Don't spoil it.
If you will follow me, detectives. Just through the door.
Was my only real friend, Khalil. We went through it all. Do you realize what he did to me?
Wait, is this a new case or is this the same case? I can't tell. I can't tell if this is new or not.
Of course I
You have no idea. You
Is
said
the
it
same?
was construction work.
It was an industrial accident, Elsa. How can I be
Oh, it's just a cutscene. Okay.
Elsa, are you going on?
Louis, for God's sake, he was my best friend. The only man who ever loved me without putting his hands on me.
Oh, Elsa.
Hi, Elsa. Here's someone I'd like you to meet.
Elsa?
Cole Phelps,
Do
war
you
hero
wanna
and
build a
crime fighter
snowman?
extraordinaire.
And why would I want to meet another fascist from the LAPD?
Sorry about this, Cole. What an evening I'm having. First a Negro puts his hands on me, and then this.
Oh my God, this guy.
Who do you think you're talking to, you German junkie whore? Don't
Okay.
you ever forget your place with me again.
I'm gonna knock his hat so far off his head.
Evening, Doc. How's business?
Sanguine.
Oh, I'm gonna.
Louis,
You
help
guys
me
don't
here.
worry, I'll take care of him.
I'm gonna
Don't
have
worry.
to give her something before her performance.
Hi,
Blow it off,
stop
Cole.
this.
These artsy-fartsy types always
Why
get
am
a
I
little
not
flighty.
subbing it?
Meet Dr. Harlan Fontaine, doctor to the stars.
Oh my God, no, this guy's
Mr.
evil.
Fix-It to the mental wreckage of Hollywood.
Oh no.
So what about that drink, boys?
What are you doing? Why are you just walking away? What are you doing, you fucking asshole? God damn. Reaching the apartment earlier would have meant a chance to give McAfee's goons what for? Would have. Oh, okay. All right. So I've been promoted to. I'm not a traffic cop anymore. I'm homicide desk. I am homicide desk. $0 for injuries. That's right. You know how we do it. Okay, wait. If I stop here, 6 months later. Okay, can I pause here? Am I going to miss this? Is this a cutscene? 6 months later of cleaning up the streets. No, you can. Wait. Cutscene? It is a cutscene? Okay, so I do need to watch this.
All right, gentlemen, take your seats.
Oh my God. Is this like a serial killer? Okay. Okay. So should I pause here? Should I pause here? This is the next case, right? The cutscene. Oh, it's
Let's
still
get
happening.
This over before lunch.
Okay, just tell me when
Clyde Rose of the
it's not a
homicide squad
cutscene.
has decided to take early retirement. We will all miss Floyd and the steely edge he brought to his police work. The department has arranged a wee drink at the Galway Arms to quench the mighty thirst.
A wee drink?
A man gets from 25 years of police work.
Oh my God. He's Irish.
Floyd's departure leaves a place at the top table, and the chief has seen fit to promote Cole Phelps from burglary to the homicide desk. Stand up, Phelps.
Thank you.
Take a cheer. You're in the major leagues now, Sonny. Rusty Galloway, a fine lawman of the old school, will be taking you under his wing. Your first case is the murder of a woman, found last night and bearing all the signs of the werewolf.
The werewolf?
Get out to the scene, lads.
Oh my God. Okay. Riverboat Jack, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Okay, so now I'm going to pause and we're going to save this for next time. You guys, the werewolf, that's intense. Are you sure you want to exit? Yes. Okay. All right. No, that was a long one. That was almost 2 hours. Okay, yes, I want to watch the cliff scene. Hold on. Oh my God, I'm doing the thing where... Wait. I actually made my file view not full screen. Okay, there we go. Okay, I want to watch this. The cliff scene, when this cliff came out of fucking nowhere. Wait, oh my God. Okay, I hate when it just pauses. Okay, hold on. Okay, let me move this. All right, there we go.
Careful!
What the fuck? What? Oh, that's so funny. Now would be a good time to return to this.
Let me
Oh
just
my
state
God.
for the record.
Look at my face. My face is so lasered.
Did not commit crimes while driving a U-Haul, okay? I did not go on a U-Haul crime spree. I didn't. Just for the record. For the record, no crimes were committed, I think. Okay, no crimes that I'm actively aware of were committed while I was driving a U-Haul. That sounds like something a U-Haul crime doer would do. No! No.
Oh my God. This was also great. Let me see. Okay, this is honestly not to be that person. This is hazardous.
Don't make this any harder.
Oh my God. I didn't know that that could happen. The timing on that one is so funny. Just, oh my God, you guys. Can't make it up, you know? You cannot make it up. Okay. All right. That's gonna be. The scream was crazy. Yeah, no wonder my throat is so sore. I've just been gaming tonight. The gaming portion tonight has just been screaming. My God. You know, people who leave and don't stay for the gaming, or people who are like, oh my God, she's so bad at gaming, I can't watch her. You guys are missing out, okay? There is stuff happening. There is a lot that is going on during these gaming sessions. And remember, I am a 32-year-old woman who's really only been gaming for the last 2 years. So yeah, I fucking suck. I am missing a lot of I'm learning the mechanics and things that are common factors in video games that I am learning now as a 32-year-old adult gaming woman. Would someone who that bad at gaming have gotten promoted to homicide? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I always see people in the comments of your gaming YouTube shorts saying they're missing out. They're like, what is going on over there? Yeah. They're like, I thought you just did, you want to see my biceps? Here. Look at how huge these biceps are. I think people who think that I just do, political commentary that they don't want to tune into. And then so many of my clips are these gaming moments. And they're like, wait, what? I didn't know you game. I'm like, hell yeah. Hell yeah, we game over here. Oh, yeah. Is that them? Oh, shit. I don't know. Who am I supposed to be taking out? Literally, who is it? Is it these guys? I can't. Oh, look at my gamer dog. We're all going to die. We're all going to die. I could not, for the fucking life of me, hit those guys. I couldn't. And then everybody had a hat on. Everyone had a hat on. And I'm like, okay, what am I supposed to do? What am I doing? I'm a traffic cop, okay? Look, I'm traffic copping here. I'm traffic copping here. Okay? All right? So many hat wearers died that day. If you were a wearer of a hat, chances are that you're now dead. Your gaming is some of the most fun on the platform and you beat Elden Ring. That's right. That's fucking right. Fuck anyone who says you suck. I mean, okay, in a lot of ways I suck, but we're having fun, you know? We're doing the damn thing. We're doing the damn thing, okay? I suck many times, but I don't give up. Or at least I try not to. All right, I'm going to send you guys to Haas. I try not to give up. We are listening and learning. We are listening and learning. You beat Elden Ring? I did beat Elden Ring. I did not beat the DLC. I stopped before Radon. To be continued. I don't even remember anything. I wouldn't know how to do anything in Elden Ring at all. It's sad. Honestly, a one-of-a-kind thing seeing you interact with 40 years of knowledge in such a short span of time. Yep. That's what we're doing here. All right, y'all. Have a great night. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for all the laughs, all the chuckles, and I will be back tomorrow. Tomorrow is Thursday, and I'll be back. All right. Peace and love, y'all. Be well.